Will they spot one of members popping on in from Loops with the S12, making the spray.
Welcome back, guys and girls, to day number 2 here of the PMPL. My name's Kyle Laris. I'm going to be your host throughout the next couple of days, of course. In fact, the whole time, as we've got plenty more PUBG mobile action coming at you. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal day to start things off with groups A, B, C, and D going head to head. However, we're changing things up today, and I can't wait to get into it, and neither can the gentleman to my left-hand side in just a moment's time, as I have, once again, a crate and mustache Dave. Oh, no, there he is. How are you doing, Seven? You good?
I'm doing great, baby. I'm ready for this day, too. Yep. Ready to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. How about yourself, Dave?
I'm doing good. I am doing good. I'm looking forward to it, just like Seven said, to today's games.
Yeah, likewise. Obviously, yesterday we had a great start to proceedings, and we'll get to recap that in just a little bit. But today is going to be a little bit different because we have 4 fresh teams ready to go when it comes to Group E playing their first day of games. Let's take a look at how the format shapes up here for the PMPL as a whole, because we need to recap you guys at home, keep you informed, keep you up to date, as we have the 20 teams that are going to be competing. Yesterday we had 16, and today we will have 16 again, but 4 different ones. We have 5, them all separated up into 5 groups in total, and there'll be 5 matches played per day, and we'll show you that schedule of the battlegrounds later. Now, what's important to note is that we have Group E coming in today, and Group D will not be playing. So the 4 groups playing today, as I mentioned, are A, B, C, and E. And 7, I'm very hyped to get into how E is going to approach things, and maybe if they took away something from yesterday to bring it into today. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to do, especially because we're going to have some interesting teams sitting out. I believe the one that's currently at the top of the points, Loops Esports, is going to be sitting out.
Yeah.
So I want to see how the teams that are coming in fresh are going to be able to go ahead and take advantage of that. Really looking forward to that.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the recap from yesterday as well, because we had 5 great games with 2 Arangels, Miramar, Sanhokan, and Vikendi. Oof, that's a mouthful, but a lot of variety indeed. So as we take a look at the recap, gentlemen, it was very evident, as you know, Seven is saying here, Dave, that Loops really did throw a lot of people, to be honest, for a loop. They were playing out of their mind yesterday.
Yeah, Loops were playing out of their mind, and they are currently in first place over teams who won chicken dinner. So honestly, if I'm these other teams playing today, like those squads in second, third, and fourth place, today is the day that they need to make sure they get at least one chicken with a bunch of points, because when Loops comes back on day 3, you better bet yourself they're coming for that first place on the overall leaderboards once again. So this should open up the lobby, because Loops, they were just dominating yesterday. I believe they got around 39 kills the whole day. So they were a force to reckon with.
A lot indeed. This is the first game that we're taking a look at here, and Omen Elite were able to win this one out 7 with control of Lumberyard into 2 very important central compounds going into those final moments. And they actually beat out Loops, who were up above them in the last compound that they succeeded in.
Yeah, I think positioning from them and just being aggressive, and also them timing their stuff right was very good for them in general. It was great to see them being a little bit patient when they needed to be, especially on that last push of the first game. Overall, great win for them with kills as well.
Yeah, definitely so. Tempestorm were having a little bit of a hard time at the start of the day, but then we moved on to Miramar, Dave, and we actually had, I expected less aggression here and more calculated fights, but the aggression really didn't stop going into Miramar.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful. I mean, I'm just going to honestly, if I'm a Tempestorm fan, all right, that's still the squad I'm rooting for. I think today they should be able to accomplish at least a chicken dinner with Loops sitting out. But games 1 and 2, so rough for Tempo. Every single time we saw circles 1, 2, or 3, they got called out on their rotations, losing 2 members, putting them at the disadvantage pretty much for the rest of the game. And then, you know, that Sandhawk map right here, we're going to be looking at it. It was that resetting, you know, that reset factor that the Storm needed. And then after that, they did pretty well. I mean, they ended the day in the mid-pack. So I'm pretty satisfied with the results after day 1.
Yeah, towards Sandhawk here, we saw a few names really shining throughout all of this 7. XQ and Cool2 were the 2 that really did stand out for me. A7 as well were a team that just came off the back of a win and actually got themselves another high placement here on Sandhawk as well, right?
Yeah, it was. And I think overall, the team that impressed me the most after Sandhawk was SQ Gaming, because after that game, they were able to just get in a role, get comfortable with it, and get higher places and be a little bit more consistent, something that they were not able to do in Erangel and also in Miramar. So I'm going to be looking forward to Sandhawk to see which is the team that maybe doesn't have the best 2 matches at the start, but is able to go ahead and turn it around and do a lot better after that.
And then XQ went from strength to strength when it came from Sandhawk going into Vikendi. They were able to round things out towards the very end, but this is where Tempestorm, Dave, really started kind of firing on more cylinders than the previous games.
Yeah, you see that right here. I mean, HH recognizing that they got the clear shots underneath those vehicles. Call2, right before HH recognized these enemies underneath the vehicles, Call2 had a squad of 4. And I mentioned it yesterday, I felt like Call2, they had that chicken dinner in the bag, but HH definitely putting a halt to it.
And then our final Erangel of the day here to get things going, and XQ actually starts off with a little bit of a run over, a cheeky run over to get things going. What did you take away from the last game of the day, 7?
Overall, great bring up by Lazarus. I believe before this game, they only had 8 points, so they were going to end the first day in a not very good position. They were able to take advantage of what was given to them. They were able to start off in a hot streak, as you were able to see right there. They were just popping people on and off throughout the whole match. And their positioning, it's something we talked about yesterday. Their positioning and deciding not to push towards the city was huge for them. And I'm looking forward to, I don't think they're playing today, but when they do play again, I'm looking forward to seeing that kind of performance from them.
That's right. Of course, we'll talk about the teams that aren't playing today in a little moment's time when we actually take a closer look at the groups and how they do sit. But today, we do have that Group E coming in to try and put their stamp on everything here. But there is a great opportunity for teams like XQ Gaming here to be able to push themselves even higher in the rankings. They were already very high. I think there's 4 teams that are very, very high right now, and they have a great opportunity here, Dave, to be able to push themselves a lot further here for, you know, the foreseeable future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, XQ, Call2, and Alpha 7 GG, when I look at the results from yesterday, they were the most consistent with securing themselves a top 3 position overall every single game. So like we mentioned, Loops, they will be sitting out here today. Those 3 squads, they should be looking to capitalize on that.
Well, let's check in with the rosters here that are available to us, not only for today, but also we'll take a little brief look out on D as well later on. Let's check in with Group A, of course, as we have Team Queso here. Didn't have the easiest of days, but XQ really was bopping nerds left, right, and center, Seven. So I feel like they're going to be the team in this group to really look out for once again today.
Yeah, and I'm going to be seeing how they perform in the first 2 matches. As I just mentioned, they started performing was after Sandhawk, so hopefully they have a much better start. And Team Queso, they're usually slow starters for me. That's something that I'm kind of used to seeing from them. So hopefully after on day 2, they got their little strats set, they got everything set, and they'll do a lot better right from the bat.
Slow starters, nothing wrong with that at all. Methodical, calm play. We'll see how that works out. Group B as well, as we have Cloud9, Grunto, Alpha 7, and Team Solid. As much as, you know, you got some star names in there, Alpha 7 really came out to play yesterday, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, they were popping off. The whole squad, I really like it. And it was a big shift from, you know, checking out the results down last month in the scrims. I mean, a complete 360, and that's what you like to see. I mean, the scrims, they were there to prepare these squads for these official PMPL lobbies, and I feel like Alpha 7 definitely taking advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's move on then to our next group to take in a little glimpse into that, as we have Tempo Storm Wildcard, Cool2 and Ace 1. Once again, Cool2 and Wildcard, those guys yesterday, 7, able to put up big numbers, and they're going to look to try and carry that momentum into today to kind of keep that on the rise.
Yeah, Wildcard being able to get 17 kills. One of those, though, I'm going to go with Dave here. Tempo Storm seems to be waking up now. They seem to be getting in a little bit of a groove that they're used to getting to. So hopefully they go ahead and start off hot, because if they're a team that can start hot, they can get the kills and they can also back it up with the win. So looking forward, especially what Tempo Storm is going to do in the first game.
All right, Group D as well. We're not going to be focusing that much on these guys today because they were playing out yesterday. This is their day off, so that's quite nice for them. However, we've got Omen Elite, we've got Loops, and we've got Lazarus in there. Mazexis didn't have the easiest day yesterday, but these 3 teams before account for 3 of the 5 wins from yesterday, so disproportionately stacked is Group D in relation to the rest of the lobby. Let's take a look at Group E as well. This is our new group for today. My eyes are on B4. 7, what are you looking at?
I think for me, it's going to go ahead and be in Pittsburgh Knights, how they're going to react to certain situations. I know during the scrims is the only thing that we can kind of go based off right now for them. They weren't able to pull the trigger on certain things. Their execution wasn't quite there, but towards the end of the scrims, they started improving at that. So I'm going to see how they're going to come out. And Trim Coretta for Akao, that's a team that they're able to get wins. They got wins during the scrims. So looking forward to see maybe they have another performance like Loops Esports did yesterday.
How about yourself, Dave?
Yeah, I agree with 7. Team Coretta, I feel like they should be able to acquire at least 1 chicken dinner here today. One team that I will have my eyes on here, B4, because yesterday we had 2 Erangel maps, and those same groups are going to be playing here today. We had their drop spot Nova was contested by 2 squads, and that's where B4 has been going for the entirety of the scrim. So I'm curious if they went back, they watched yesterday's VOD, and maybe they're going to switch it up, or will they drop Novo to reclaim what was originally theirs?
Maybe. Personally, I would rather go away from Novo. I don't want any part of dropping on Military Island at all. Some rotations can be difficult from there. Let's take a look at the schedule for day 2. Surprise, surprise, it's the same as yesterday. However, we will have D sitting out for the games today. So bookending with Erangel, I do like that phrase. And then Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi in the middle. A good old Erangel sandwich here. Oh wait, is the sandwich the filling or it's not the bread? I think it's the filling.
Buns. The buns. It's the buns.
Buns?
Erangel is the buns.
You're all about the buns. Okay, we'll leave it at that. So Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi in the middle as well. All right, let's take a closer look here at Erangel. We've seen it twice yesterday. We're going to see it twice again today, but it is the classic. And when we saw the circles yesterday, gentlemen, 7, I'm going to pose this to you. The one just north of Military, kind of centering just above Milta, into eventually that farmland, and then some of the compounds around there, did give a little bit of few teams some problems. Omen Elite, though, were playing very nicely through it.
Yeah, they did, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of circles we're going to see today here. But something that Dave did mention is that now B4 is going to be playing, and one of the teams that was landing on Novo yesterday was Granto Esports with Sixless. Actually, he told me that now he is the IGL for that team. So that is interesting. I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and continue with that same strat, or maybe they're going to go ahead and switch it up now that B4 is also going to be in this rotation of teams playing.
Maybe. Dave, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, great point. Honestly, if I'm Grunto, now with Sixless being the IGL, you would assume that he is aware of the lobby and who drops where. Omen Elite, they're sitting out today. They like to drop Milta Power. If I'm Grunto, I might opt to go there. And I wouldn't be surprised when we look back at the scrims. I'm going to put a number on it. We had about 50% chance of military circles. So being able to drop Milta is a prime location, in my opinion.
And it's not too much of a change, really, is it? Like from Novo to Milta Power, it's a similar area. Your rotations on the mainland are going to be infinitely easier. So that's a good shout, Dave. I like that a lot. Let's see if that actually does go down. We can take a look at the overall standings as well here that occurred yesterday. Of course, there's 4 teams currently with 0 points, but they're playing today. So they're going to get their foot wet with all of the action. Loops, XQ, and Cool2 are sitting in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Again, do remember Loops not playing today. Lazarus not playing today. Omen Elite not playing today here. So that is some big contenders that everybody's going to be able to shuffle around here a little bit. But XQ, Cool2, Wildcard, and Alpha 7, this is where they can actually make up some decent ground and get ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 actually impressed me because Tech, I believe, is still the IGL for that team. Is still a young man, and I know from conversations that I had with him in Dubai and also in Berlin, he's one of those players that needs to go ahead and start hot. If they don't start hot, it might start affecting their momentum and just their mental stability. So love the action that they're providing here. And just a little bit back to Grunto Esports, they had a great first game, but it kind of fell off on the last 4 matches. So hopefully Grunto Esports can start just playing together as a team. Something we saw yesterday was Sixless doing a little bit more of his stuff by himself. So if they can do more stuff together as a team, I think that'll be huge for them.
Dave, do you have any predictions as to where B4 and all the teams that haven't played yet are going to end up throughout the standings? Any kind of thoughts regarding that?
At the end of the day? You're asking me at the end of the day? All right, hey, I'll bet 1,000 UC. Team Carreta will finish in the top 6. Top 6.
I like that. I like that. They're going to have a good day for that. Very important.
And they will. And they will.
And they will. Damn. The Dave assurances. I'm going to take it. All right. You guys at home, you can get involved as well. You can actually vote for who you want to do well. You want to do well, as if you can influence it. You can cheer for them as hard as you can, and hopefully they'll be able to do well off the back of that. Basically include the team name as well as PMPL at that hashtag, and tweet at us as well as at PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Esports as well as to who you think is going to do well here. We want to hear from you, and we're not only takers, we're also givers. So we are going to be able to give you an opportunity as you're watching to claim yourself some drops as well here for the PMPL, because we like to give you stuff at home too. So basically, get tuning in, watch PMPL, and you can get yourself rewards. 7, I'm all about the rewards. Give me some rewards.
I am all about the rewards. And you know what? For the people currently watching this stream, you know what? The first game on Twitch, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll give away 600 UC to some lucky person that's watching. So keep an eye out for that. Why not? Let's get in the mood of giving.
Damn. This 7 guy, you know, he's pretty generous. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Actually, I know from personal experience he's pretty generous. Like, you know, he's bought me plenty of things. He bought me some shoes as well. I was like, damn, 7, I really appreciate that. Are you going to buy Dave some shoes? I'm throwing him on it, but next time. Buy me any shoes. Let's take a look at your predictions, gentlemen. 7, starting with yourself. Who do you think is going to be blasting out today?
I think it's going to be B4, as Dave mentioned, and also Team Carreta. Those 2 teams are the ones that I'm going to be looking forward to, and I hope they take advantage of the teams that are currently sitting out, like Loops Esports, Omen, and Lazarus.
Yeah, Dave?
Team Carreta, definitely getting a chicken dinner here today, and Tempo Storm, 100%. Those are the 2 teams that I will be backing here today with full-blown confidence.
Dave, is there gonna ever be a day that you're not gonna back Tempo Storm? Even when they're not playing, even when their group's out, are you still gonna back Tempo Storm?
Listen, if one of my 2 teams don't get chicken dinner today, I might shave my mustache.
No.
Oh!
Wait.
That's how confident I am. And I put Mike there, but that's how confident I am.
What?
Okay.
What is Mustache Dave without
And then you can call me David. So it's a win-win for you.
David.
It's a win-win for you.
Yeah, I suppose I can. Or David, as we had in the rehearsal. That was an extracurricular one. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for you to be banished away until the end of the game, and I'll bring you back later on and have a little chat with you about how the game has unfolded. And then we're going to actually bring on our commentary duo as well for Erangel to start things off. So do I have a John? Do I have a blank? Yes, I do. Fantastic stuff. Hello, John. How's it going, mate?
I'm doing well, doing great, ready for day number 2. Obviously, we've got so much stretching out ahead of us, but for now, we're ready to get into the action. First look at Group E, so we'll be keeping a hawk's eye out for them.
Xander, how about yourself? Is that leopard print?
Yeah, look, I'm making a change here, and I'm bringing it back. I'm a big fan, big fan, okay? But yeah, today's going to be pretty good. I'm excited. No one's really talking about Execute Gaming. I know you guys had a little chat about it at the beginning, but I think these guys are the ones to go forward. They dropped 35 kills yesterday. I think they can definitely have a good shot to take that #1 position. They're in the best place to do it. They're only second right now.
Yeah, they definitely could, indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for me to disappear. The hologram is disappearing. And then we've got Erangel on the way in the hands of these two gents.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. We're taking over the reins now, and we're going to be getting into the skies above Erangel. Obviously, the first map, the bookends, as he likes to say, of today.
The buns.
Oh yeah, it's the buns. It's the buns here. That's what they call us anyway. But we won't be getting into that. We're going to be getting into game number 1, day 2 of the PMPL.
You know, it's starting to heat up already. I mean, we're only in day 2. We've got 75 more games ahead of us, guys. So there's plenty more action where yesterday came from, okay? It's exciting to see. Obviously, the plane is just heading over this top of Erangel right now. There is a new couple of teams in there. Pittsburgh Knights coming in, one of my favorite players. Carnage over here. He's got a big heart. He's a giant dude, gargantuan gamer all around. I'm happy to see what he can do here today, but there are plenty more teams here, and like I was saying, XQuest Gaming, I'm putting my money on these guys today.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to pay off, or if you're going to have to shave your moustache off as well. Oh no, wait, that's just Dave turning into David.
He's made that bet about 18 times. You do.
Has he? Yeah, well,
yeah. He's never pulled through.
He's never put his money where his moustache is. Let's put it that way.
Never.
Well, we are going to be going pretty central here as we go slap bang down the middle of Erangel. Everywhere's going to be accessible. People dropping over onto roads will be able to get west plenty easily. And from that, they'll be able to strike out into the first zone.
Exactly, John. It's a pretty kind playing path. Everyone go wherever they want. I am curious to see if Dave is correct. Does Grunto go take Milter from Omen Elite, who are currently out? They were in Group E. I'd be really interested to see that one. We have seen Grunto mainly go down to Novo, so it wouldn't be too far from their original starting position. But looks like they are heading off to the western side of the map, maybe more towards military base here.
See where they do end up going, but you're right. It looks like Grunto heading out down to the west, as they are going to be maybe even faced off against Pittsburgh Knights towards Melter as well. We'll see how that one ends up. Severny getting dropped on. We didn't see that yesterday at the first game, certainly. Obviously, we had a little bit of a southerly plane path then, so Wildcard will be happy with that. And Team Case all the way up on the northwest as well.
You know what? Dave, he's got something in those mustache hairs. I don't know if it's brain cells or what, because we've got a military base circle here. The boy predicted it on the desk. It has come to fruition. But this time, it's Pittsburgh Knights who will be taking up Omen Elite's residence over towards Milter and Milter Power. Currently just in Mini Milter, you get a good decent amount of loot here, and you can rotate out as you like. I think it's nice having J7 on this side as well as Raven. They get some good scouting potential towards the eastern side bridge. The time being, we're just checking out C9, seeing where they're going to end up. Obviously, they head off to Georgiaport. They've all got vehicles, so they're going to be in a really good position to rotate from here. And as you can see, or you can't see on your map right now, but all the way to the south of them, Gatka, Quarry, Ferry Pit, it's all clear. So they have a very comfortable little leisurely rotation back into the circle.
Yeah, with no contestation in South George, they are going to be absolutely geared to the teeth. But they do have a bit of a way to go. I mean, this is probably one of the circles that is the hardest for them to rotate into. They've got to go around that dangerous central Pachinki style area, facing off against Tempo Storm, facing off against Tribe as well, who are going to be moving down south from Rosok, and that cluster of teams around down that western bridge. Seems to be building up right now, Black.
I called them the bowling ball yesterday because it just felt like it got into a position, they just flew into the circle. You see B4, one of our other teams now, just taking some shots onto the players on the bridge. But like I was saying, I feel like I want C9, I want them to put the rails up on the side of the alley here, maybe play a little bit more carefully this time, John, not just fly into the circle when they see a chance, but maybe take the time, just pick a spot, Pick a spot,
any spot. Hopefully you come up aces with that one, but we'll have to wait and see how they're going to be able to finish it out. B4, one of the new teams for today. Sole proprietors of Novo right now on the eastern side of Military Island. The Snovka military base, though, seems to be really quite heavily occupied. And we're going to get our first rundown. XQ Gaming, they pick up the first kill.
You know, that's the second time Az has done that as well. He did that yesterday. We saw that in the highlights. So this guy's got... He really has it out for players in the vehicles. There's Tempo flying by, the drive-by from both teams, but Tempo have got other ideas. They just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Rain laying down the rain of bullets, just trying to keep people off his back for the time being and keeping his driver safe.
Yeah, the player who went down from Real Betis will be down to 3 now. Nitsu, I think Seven was saying that's their IGL, so we'll have to wait and see what that's going to bring to the table. Although
yeah, he's in the control tower now.
Yeah, you're just playing that overlord, that Overwatch position. You're going to be able to command from the back, and hopefully no one resents you too much for it.
Team Queso, on the other hand, is the team that I was pretty happy with how they did yesterday. I think they came up a lot of situations where they were fighting off 2 teams at the same time, so we didn't really see them shine as much as they could have done, but they're off in Zaki. They're very much out of the way. I really do hope they consider moving a little soon because, as you said, it's going to be difficult to rotate into the circle. No one really wants to cross these bridges yet, so they'll be taking up residence over the northern side of the fields towards farm. So Team Queso might be left without a spot to jump in. Wildcard, though, already Slicky taking shots onto Memo, and Enigma, he will be the one to finish that player too. So we're down to 62 players already, 16 teams remaining.
One of the teams that is in the Group E that has just come into the fray for today, obviously coming in after having that first day off. Trem Careta Furacao, and I said I wasn't going to mispronounce it, but I've already done it.
Unlucky, Sonny Jim.
I looked it up, I asked a friend, and apparently it's a Careta Furacao is like a party bus. It's like a fun at a fun fair in Brazil. So it's a party bus train, I guess. So we're going to be looking to see how much fun they're going to bring us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, if Dave is correct and then they're going to shoot themselves to the top of the leaderboard, I'm not sure that's a party that I want to be invited to be quite honest. Yeah, I'd probably just burn that invitation. I wouldn't head on over whatsoever, keep myself nice and safe towards the other side of the map away from them. But we'll see how they can do. Dave has a lot of faith in these guys, as does Seven. Tempo, though, have already made their way into the circle. Obviously starting Pachinki, and they knew themselves, you know what, we can maybe get a fast rotate in through to military base. They did come in contact with Grunto, but currently they are split 2-2, so Grunto were in no position to take that fight. Real Betis, once again, taking more fire. So sad.
They're going to be able to get one knock. He's going to jump on out. They do spot it, and they're going to be able to get the knock. A little bit bold maybe there to go for the launch over the edge of the railing and jump into 2. So they are going to pick it up, and it's another kill for XQ.
Yeah, XQ Gaming not doing badly whatsoever. I think it's interesting. I was saying about how they're a big fragging out team, right? And so yesterday they came in 16th at the start of the day. Not a good round for them. Round 2, 8th, then 2nd, then 1st, and then once again in 11th. So it's not like, obviously they've had some good games. 1st and 2nd is by all means very good, but 11th and 16th, they've made up for a lot of these points in kills, and we're already seeing them fragging out here, John.
Certainly are. Teams making the gamble and heading south towards Sosnovka, probably quite wise. I mean, given where the circle is, it's likely going to end up there, but you make a gamble nonetheless, a little bit of a roll of the dice, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams currently who are clustered around there, so yeah, not a lot of real estate to be speaking of.
Now, if I'm Pittsburgh Knights, who are currently posted up on the Eastern Bridge, I don't know how long I want to be gatekeeping this position for, because you're about to come into contact with about 4 different teams, and I think really what I want to do here is, if I'm Pittsburgh Knights, is take out one team and then retreat onto the northern side of Military Base Island, because you're just going to get third-partied if you hang around there for a little bit too long, because the power of the position is surprise, John.
The element of surprise, and a lot of rotations coming out on the western side as well. This is just to the northwest of the western bridge to the military base. Two teams rotating very, very close, open fields just to the east of Quarry. Ace and Cloud9 as well, trying to push on through, but looks like Uneven's going to pop out, look for the spray down, not able to finish it off. He takes a lot of damage, gets run over, gets run into, and it's Uneven to fall down. They take the knock, and they have to try and get that refrag. Has a teammate at his back to continue the fight, but Pyro falls 2, and Cloud9, they're down to 2.
Yeah, and look at this. Now the reinforcements have to come through. Grunto and Ace1 are down there, and C9, even though having all the time in the world to rotate down past Gatka, are now in an awful position. Uneven, probably just going to bleed out here. There's no way they can save them. And this is what Dave mentioned on the desk yesterday. Just leave these players to die. You're going to just have the players too, and that's exactly what C9 decided to do there. Beowulf making the call, making the decision early. He's like, you know what, we're going to get out of here, Ada. We can't really afford to take that fight anymore, and they'll just try and post up in the yellow compound houses over on the southern side of the main island.
This is where the value would be in having taken the northern side of Sosnovka, as you were talking about earlier, Blank. Pittsburgh Knights now, they're going to have to face off against about 5 squads trying to cross this bridge, right? And they are going to be really, really hard pressed to retreat away from those fights if they need to, because you've got B4 ready with open arms saying, bring us the points. We're hungry for it. We'll see what we got. It's our first day, so we're looking for it.
Yeah, I think B4's taken the exemplary position here, right? Pittsburgh Knights probably wanting to take that one up. They're playing hyper-aggressive here, but you're going to get third-partied hard by B4, who will know exactly where you're coming from. So here, for me, this is a kill point game for Pittsburgh Knights. If they can make it onto Military Base Island, I will be very, very impressed. But let's see how they do come up against XQuest Gaming flying their way, as well as Cult2BG.
Be a difficult hold nonetheless, and the issue is, though, for a lot of these teams, they might just want to try and razz it straight across the bridge, but then they'll be the ones who are taking the fight with B4. So if Pittsburgh Knights can try and force that sort of situation to come through, then they might be able to third party into the back of the fight. But for now, it's Grunto still just over on that western side, and they're going to get pushed in again. That's unfortunate for Bucky.
Let's just take a look at this, though, really quick, though, John, because Wildcard Gaming, they're coming down past Farm. I wonder if they'll swim across, but Wildcard Gaming currently in 4th placement, XQuest Gaming currently in 2nd, and Cult2BG in 3rd. Pittsburgh Knights may have bitten off just a little bit more than they can actually chew here on the bridge.
Well, they are going to mount up, and I think they might be looking to try and cross any moment now. Or are they just repositioning their vehicles for a better escape route? I think that might just be what they're doing. They're sorting themselves out, they're putting their affairs in order, and we'll see if death is their next great adventure, but it seems for now they'll stay alive.
Yeah, Team Kato have made a purple mood again. Back in the game. They've made a full 360 movement here over the top of the side, but it's Grunto.
And Tribe as well. They're going to be taking the fight. That's the northwestern side of the bridge. They are still on the main island. They are going to get pushed in, but Tribe come up on top. And they will be able to push them down. A lot of players for Grunto down. There's 2 already on that military island, but there's still Ace that they have to contend with.
Yeah, Grunto had been split up for so long. They're playing 2-2 on either side of the bridge, and they had Ace1 to contend with on the northern side of the bridge, and then Tribe on the southern side. So they got really pinched very, very hard. You almost feel sorry for them there, but now they're going to have to make it work with just a couple of players remaining. Ace1, surprisingly, still with 4 members remaining. You can see there Cloud9, Ada, just desperately swimming the water, but he's beginning to drown. Wildcard doing the exact same, giving them a bit of a suffocation from the top of the cliff.
I don't know if they know that he's down there in the water. You can see they've scanned this headland. Oh, hang on a minute. The next shift's coming in. We'll have to see where that lands.
Okay.
I've got a little bit of... Okay, fair enough. I can see where it's already gone. It's going to be pretty spicy for a lot of these teams. And in fact, Wildcard might be pretty happy about it. There we go. A northwestern shift, and it's split right down the middle. We're having a little bit of aquatic fun for the next circle.
We are, and it will shift hard away from the water as the next circle hits. So we could see something wacky here where it goes over the northern side of the island. However, I'm pretty certain that it will hit onto military base. Pittsburgh Knights, though, pretty happy with this one. Now they've got a lot of options. They could head to the north side, but looks like they're heading towards south. But they're going to come in contact with B4. Can they win this fight, John? It is the two teams from Group E going up against one another.
Their first entry, and they will get into combat. 16 teams are still alive blank, so first loss is still on the cards for pretty much everyone. XQ, though, as well, ready for Pittsburgh Knights to continue to push forwards. But it looks like Pittsburgh Knights are going to bide their time. They have got that flank. Two of their players remain under the bridge, and B4 have to move as well. It's an unfortunate game of cat and mouse, but it seems like the roles keep on flipping topsy-turvy.
Checking in with Trem Carreta Furcao. They're currently just on the northern side of military base right now. They've had the pick of the crop here, John. They're very happy. Tempo taking a little bit of a hit here themselves. Trem Carreta Furcao. I've also made the same mistake, now making their way up towards Tempo and Beowulf, who have slipped behind enemy lines here, all on his lonesome.
Looks like Tempo Storm are going to get a wipe. They managed to take out Grunto, so 16th place for them. 15 teams now remaining, and real estate becoming all that more valuable as we head towards zone number 4. But a quick push coming through, and it's XQ to hold it down. B4 looking to try and get some cover around the edge. Will be able to stay alive, and he's able to get the knock as well. Oh, so close, and he's going to get that first aid off to boot, and that's a real good pickup coming in for B4. But XQ, they're not done just yet. They are going to rattle off the rest of the shots. They come in with the refrags, and it's unfortunately B4 who end up with their battleship sunk.
And 4 members still alive for X-Quest. Like, I was telling you, John, this is the team to look out for. They currently got 6 kills on the cards. Not doing too badly, but Pittsburgh Knights, they're flying in. They know the third party is available to them. Can X-Quest Gaming hold them off for long enough here to get the heals through?
We'll have to wait and see, but Pittsburgh Knights are going to not let them get any time at all. Over the ridge they go. 1 knock found already, down to minimal HP, and they are just rampaging across here. They will roll straight through them, and XQ get wiped. What a charge from the cavalry.
Yeah, huge little play there from Pittsburgh Knights. They saw that opening, and what this has done for them, if we're looking on the map here, on the eastern side, it's all theirs right now. Team Solid is just to the south of them, but that's about it. And now they've got a great positioning. We see the next little circle drop in just a moment's notice. We can see that it's just hit on the northern lip of the military island base there. So that is very, very fantastic for Pittsburgh Knights. They're feeling very good about themselves. Everyone on the northern side, they took the gamble, they flipped the coin, and they lost.
Well, they haven't lost just yet, but they've certainly got pretty shoddy odds to be getting on with. Tempo, though, they're going to be all right here. They've got a nice little plateau here, not too much threat. They have got Beowulf to be worried about pretty close by in one of those shacks, but we'll see if he's able to keep on going. I mean, they were sat in one of those before. It wasn't in the circle, however, so a little bit better luck. We'll see how all these teams to the south are going to try and push in through.
They've got a super central position here, though, John, inside the circle, so they're feeling pretty good about themselves, and it's a nice vantage point as well. They're looking over pretty much everything. You can see G3 and Carnage, though, just scouting out. J7 and Raven just holding in the backgrounds, looking out over the water. Now, Team Queso, they're making the swim over the water, as is Wildcard Gaming. But is anyone looking at them? Kultu, however, decided to go directly across the bridge into the blue, a dangerous maneuver. Let's see if it pays off.
Still got Alpha 7 as well as Tribe over on that northern side. Alpha 7 down to 3 and Tribe down to 2. They are going to be rotating relatively near each other. Wildcard are going to be ahead of them on that push, and I think they want to try and claim that headland, but it's going to be pretty tricky. And in fact, there we go. Actually, Alpha 7 finding a knock. Rolex able to get the headshot with the spray down onto Sam from Tribe, which is only going to leave Seagut alive for them. And they are going to trade it a little bit. No, wait, that's Wildcard coming in. Alpha 7 finding it hard to push on through as Wildcard need to make that move across the river as well.
It's an intelligent play from Wildcard. I really respect it. They've got 2 players waiting on top of the mountain. You see Trem Predator for the cow there, taking a few shots out, but they've got 2 players from Wildcard waiting on the other island here, just inside the blue, making sure that at least 2 of their members make it across to those final circles. I really like that play. It calls for consistency. Maybe you don't get Acer across, but it means at least you have 2 players on the other island. Pittsburgh Knights, though, they're coming through as well, and this is what we're talking about, saying it was a bit of a dangerous push through. Already one of Cultu's members has gone down to the play zone.
Looks like Pittsburgh Knights are taking a little bit of a fight at range, but Wildcard, they spot out Alpha 7. They're trying to drive themselves underwater and get away with a little bit of cover. Oh, a bit of damage. Not too much found. It'll be all right. It'll be able to get away with it. If they can get to the crate, they can surface again and regain their breath. As Alpha 7 trying to get ahead of the game. However, they're unsure of where the rest of Wildcard are. They are across the other side. And if they swim up towards that land, they are going to go down. That's pretty much a death sentence for Alpha 7 right now. They do still have a player left on the shore, though.
Oh my god, 96 Rolex on a sliver of HP.
Oh,
I was looking at that nade and I was very, very happy with its trajectory. Throws another one. I don't know how much it's going to do. Rolex just about gets outside of the range. You can see Wildcard Slicky as well as Enigma. Sharks on the other side of the island waiting for them to come through. Only Lucatas here being the overwatch for Alpha 7. Drops out of the play zone for a second, but things are starting to get tricky. One already goes down there.
Trying to skirt around the foothills and maybe pick up a kill or 2. We'll see what Alpha 7 are able to get done. There's Rolex going down finally. You can see Kultu suffering on that southeastern side as there's a cross happening as well on the northeast. The next circle about to come through, and it's Coastal yet again. Tempo are going to have to move, and Pittsburgh Knights once more with a real strong spot.
Yeah, I just love that position they took. Sure, they didn't take any fights. That's what I was surprised they didn't do, but it's paid off massively. They were just holding on that bridge, waiting for the perfect moment that they could slingshot themselves north. They could also slingshot themselves south, and it's worked out massively for them. They even get gifted a loot crate too. And now Wildcard Enigma trying to make their way across, but Ace 1, they've got other ideas about this.
They've spotted out the 2 players who are ahead. This is the vanguard for Wildcard as they try to cross, but as you say, they have been spotted out. It's going to be real difficult to make a landing here. There's so many teams waiting and everybody moving in. 11 teams still standing in this sort of a circle is absolutely crazy, by the way. I don't know how they managed to do it, but only 35 players left alive means that a lot of teams have taken some pretty heavy hits.
Yeah, I mean, just until a moment ago, there was pretty much only 2 teams in the circle, and that was teams pretty much just Tempo and Pittsburgh Knights. Everyone else wasn't quite in there, but now you're starting to see teams having to find positions. But here's Team Solid versus Tempo. We'll see who comes out on top. This is an important fight for Tempo if they want to stay in terms of rankings.
2 go down for Tempo, make that 3 actually, and we're down to 1 for him. It's HH24. He wants to try and get the flush, maybe looking for a little bit of a res. Not sure if they're pushing around the edge. I don't think they are, not just yet. They haven't got the flush. 2 players, and they're just trying to gather intel through that window. You can see they're getting those reses off both sides as there comes the flush. Pittsburgh Knights steal one of Team Solid's players away. A heal up coming through in the shack as they are down to 2 players standing. Not going to be able to get that res just yet. It's Tempo as well. Looking to try and remount, restructure. There comes the jumps. There's 3 of them up. They're 3 and going as that's another knock. HH24, the savior of the last fight, will get it done. He pushes out, finds 1, and Spec rattles it down. Beautiful turn on the corner.
Are you kidding me? He just runs out. They just did not expect. They took down HH24, didn't realize that a member had been revived. Spec just walks out, and he closes the fridge door on both of them. Damn, that was very, very well played. And HH24 holding it down for so long, he's going to be counting his lucky stars that, yes, I did get 1 player up, and he did me proud.
Still, they do lose a player. Tensor falling in that fray, so Tempo Storm down to 3. Cloud9 as well. They are stuck with just Beowulf, but he's been doing a lot of work just keeping them into the game. He's been hidden away, tucked in his little shack for quite some time, but he's going to get pushed out in this next zone.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to go very far. The zone pops just a little bit to the north side. Now the nades coming through, and Xiaomi Gaming playing around this loot crate and the small amount of trees ahead of them. Pittsburgh Knights now coming in, looking to take more fights. Pittsburgh Knights so far have been extremely aggressive, extremely explosive. I love to see it coming from one of the teams that had a day off yesterday, and they have bided their time massively.
Team Queso taking heavy punishment. This crossing is so treacherous, and they'll find out just why. Looks like Trem Careta Furacao. We're going to take heavy casualties as well. Axial falls. Do a little bit of a rundown, as I believe we are down to just 9 teams now. A lot of them have to make this push. Both Pittsburgh Knights and Enshami Gaming are going to have to move west. They're going to have to push towards Tempo Storm dominated territory. And you've got Ace 1 across the way who are just waiting to get those long-range shots off.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights really ideally, they have to get rid of Enshami Gaming. They are being so difficult for Pittsburgh Knights to push out because they have to always worry about them going forward. You see Enshami Gaming immediately following up on them, but look how many players are out in the water. This has been a horrific circle for so many teams, undecided. But Pittsburgh Knights come out on top so far with that little position they took on the bridge there. Again, praising them for that one. But Tempo, I've got to give it to them. They were just in a fight with Team Solid and immediately turned on Trem Careta Furacao and took them out too. Now, Pittsburgh Knights, who I'm talking about, they have to get rid of Enshami Gaming.
They're trying to make that push, but it's just so difficult. And Beowulf right now has some of the strongest bodyguards going. You can see, look at him sneaking around. He's been paying attention to Sixless. We know what you're doing there.
It's like, yes, Tempo, kill them all.
He's just willing to bide his time. He's got a little defilade. No one can push towards him. Over on that western side, people trying to push in. Wildcard still out in the water, still swimming around. Hang on a minute. That's a self-explosion, and Zombie Gaming take themselves out. That's unfortunate. Ace 1 taking casualties. Hang on a minute, they're going to go down as well.
Yep, so currently Tempo Storms, or should I say Cloud9's minions, are making their way into the circle. Tribe still making their way with Seagate. Very good to get this far. I just got a little defilade for Pittsburgh Knights here with the vehicles that they've set up on this little side of the hill. It's pretty damn good so far, but they have to get rid of the players who will be pushing onto the bridge. Beowulf, I'm so proud of this guy. He's made itself so far. The IGL leading himself right now.
Everybody trying to get the kills on the players in the water. This is points up for grabs right now, and it is apple bobbing season coming on through. Tribe get eliminated. Wildcard and Queso still stuck out towards the death liquid right out to the north side. But there's the next shift, and it's going to go towards Pittsburgh and Tempo.
But they will have to move here, and it's into open ground, so a little bit difficult for them. They still have a lot of vehicles that are not blown up as of yet, so they can still create one more defilade. On the other hand, Trem Careta Furacao, they're stuck here with only, I believe, 1 vehicle still up and remaining. They'll have to rotate in that or snake their way in. Wildcard, however, you got to be proud of them to get Spring and Acer to this side. They have some smokes available as well, so they can just keep people off their back for a little longer here, but they will have to move towards the circle. Mystic, however, still in the game. You can see him in the water. One of the only fishes not to be picked up as of yet.
Trem Careta Furacao taking heavy punishment from the shoreline. Wildcard have an angle underneath the cars, and they're just doing so much work. Trem Careta Furacao, don't know what hit them on the sidelines. You're right, though, Mystic is still going. He's only got a couple of seconds to get to shore, and I think Wildcard might know what's up. However, Pittsburgh Knights, they've spotted out the pressure coming through from that shoreline, and they need to be moving forwards as well.
Okay, Beowulf's actually taking out his own minions now, sacrificing them, takes down Spec, so they know that there is someone quite bothersome behind them right now. Needs to maybe make a turn around. Pittsburgh Knights now chiming in towards Trem Careta.
I don't know how Beowulf has managed to do this. He's finding those pawns and getting that material in. He sends them forwards into battle, unfortunately for them. They are going to be sacrificed. As Trem Careta Furacao get eliminated, 6th place for them. And we're down to 5 teams remaining.
Oh my lord,
players.
Mystic! Oh, you ninja! You pan ninja! He's still not spotted him! I can't believe this! I cannot believe this! This is truly mystical!
Goodness me, he's got to heal up, and the Blue Zone will be pushing into him. I think he's going to have to step up, maybe. Just try and get on through. I think that was an adrenaline shot going in, and actually, no, he's got to beat it out. He has the crawling speed to do it, and he's going to be able to get ever closer towards Wildcard, but they're going to hear it out soon enough.
Getting so close to them. And already to 5th place. This is a huge game here for Team Queso, who made the massive 360 rotation. Finally, Beowulf is taken out. And now Team Queso, they leapfrog into 4th right now, if he goes out now. But currently just behind enemy lines right now. But there you go. Pittsburgh Knights spots him out. Goes out in 4th. Not a bad result for them whatsoever.
Not at all. 14 kills found by the Pittsburgh Knights so far, and they are still all 4 players strong. One of them does get knocked, and actually that's a second as well, so they'll be down on their luck just a little bit, but we're We're down to 3 teams remaining now as Tempo Storm are into the top 3. We said we wanted to see it, Dave. Your mustache might be safe as Pittsburgh Knights taking heavy punishment, and somehow Wildcard have managed to come out of this river crossing smelling of roses. 3 players alive, they're in the strongest spot right now.
It is pretty magical indeed. Wildcard making their way across here. Tempo Storm, though, I definitely was saying earlier, you can't count these guys out whatsoever. HH24 is an insanely good player alongside Rain. They're all very good. They start with a very, very tough beginning to yesterday. Now morale's up. This is when we can start to see the momentum come through from this team. 3 teams alive. Like you said, Wildcard, they do have to make their way up from the beaches. Spring there with a cheeky little jump on top of ASOS heads to maybe get a little bit of information. But we'll see how this all pans out, John, because things will start to have to happen soon.
That's the first kill going through. Pittsburgh Knights are going to go down, and now it's just Tempo versus Wildcard. 10 kills for Tempo. They're trying to rattle it down, but it's HH24 to fall first. Rain trying to push on up. Will find the first knock. Will be facing off against 2, as he is the last player standing for Tempo. There's a flank coming through. Acer tries to go up, tries to push in close. Rain needs to land the shots. Will he be able to get it done? There's a flank coming in, needs to be worried. Looks for one, the spray is there, but it's not gonna land on the target. And it's Wildcard to take the chicken dinner. Tempo not quite able to do it, but they get a good game nonetheless.
I was holding my breath there for so long. I almost thought like, I felt like Rain had that one, and it was a good push there from Acer. Goes over the top side of the hill, knowing that, you know what, Rain, it's going to have to peek up to the right side, which will expose him to the other player from Wildcard. So fantastic game there from Wildcard, even making their way across from the other island, leaving 2 players up and remaining to make sure they made the cross. And you know what, it paid off in the end.
They did phenomenally well. I have no idea how they were able to get back into that one, but they did it. They showed us just how strong they can be. So moving forwards, we'll be expecting more from them, but good job to Tempo, not letting yesterday phase them. And we'll be getting some more analysis on that, I'm sure, from the desk.
Indeed, we will. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was impressive stuff from Wildcard. Of course, they had to come on from the mainland quite late to actually be able to attain that victory, John. Very well done by them.
Absolutely. I was phenomenally impressed. There were so many teams trying to do it, but they were the only ones who managed to get it done.
Yeah, definitely, very much. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next game in a few moments' time, as I need to bring my analysis, gentlemen, back here to talk about all the moments from that game. I have Seven and Mr. Still Mustache Dave, but, you know, you came close to saving it very quickly there. But it was, it's not going to be just yet. It's not going to be just yet, Dave. So, Seven, I want to talk to you here for a moment. Of course, Wildcard Gaming getting themselves the victory here, as if they needed any more points to start off the day. They were already doing well yesterday, and they're doing well again today.
Yeah, love to see it from them, man. Yesterday, they started a little bit slow, and it's a huge improvement. I'm so happy they got the win. Another team that I'm looking at, first of all, congratulations to North America right there, because we had 3 teams in the top 3, baby, and I love seeing that. Now, one team in particular that I want to go ahead and talk about is Pittsburgh Knights. Their first game of this event, they came out and showed that now it's a different game with Carnage. Carnage actually being the player with the most kills on the first map for today, and that is huge. That's going to set the trend. Hopefully he can go ahead and continue to do that. And another thing that I love seeing from Pittsburgh Knights was just how they decisive they were. If they were actually going to push somewhere, they weren't going to think about it twice. They were just going for it, and they worked together as a team. It was beautiful to see.
And of course, let's take a look at those rankings coming in for this game. Wildcard up towards the top with 32 points. However, Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights both racking up the big kill points and placement points for 24 points per piece. And I'm going to continue on this train that Seven already started here, Dave, because Pittsburgh Knights, after we saw the B4 and XQ fight, they realized very clearly, a fight was going on over there, and they picked at the wounded XQ game. I think that was great awareness by them to be able to kind of go and pick up those kills, right?
Yeah, not only that, they moved as a unit, so each of them were able to acquire at least 1 kill on that, and that is something that we just haven't seen from the Knights in the past. Usually the Knights, they would all be split up, doing their own thing. I am loving, I mean, Carnage with the VSS popping off this game. I had my fingers crossed. I was like, Carnage, please, get the kills on Wildcard. Don't let Wildcard get on the shoreline, because we had Tempo all the way down there in the south. They're safe. They're safe in the compound. Carnage, you did a great job, but next time, do a little better. I need you to take out wild cards so my squad can win. I don't want to shave my mustache. That's the truth. Come on.
Dave, never impressed. Just do a little better, mate. Do a little better. I think what's cool about his loadout, though, is where he had the DP and the VSS, is that that's pretty much a loadout in itself. You don't really actually need that much to be able to get that rolling. The VSS is coming with your scope. The DP is just a machine when it comes to close range, even getting that little bipod out of 7. So it's actually a pretty sick loadout, considering the basicness of it, I guess.
Yeah, he used that to his advantage. And I mean, honestly, I want to take a second to just give him some props because he didn't get a chance to play through scrims. He hasn't really get a chance to probably practice as much as he would like with this new team. So it goes to show that the skill level and the experience that Carnage has, he's proven it to us. So any doubters out there, the big boy Carnage can back up the talk that he's always yapping about.
Yeah. And if he's not going to back it up, he'll just look at you from about 7 foot up, and then you'll be scared and you'll be intimidated and you'll back off. That's how things are going to go for Carnage. Let's take a look at the stats coming in for Wildcard Gaming, of course, because they were able to get themselves the chicken dinner here for this first game. And Dave, I want to talk to you about this because obviously transitioning from the mainland to military in some of those difficult circles can be fraught with danger, but I think it was very important that they waited patiently to allow Alpha 7 to go first, clean that up, and then move across. I think that was really important. What do you think?
Yeah, they're pretty much the last squad to take the dive in the water and make that journey across the water and go for that swim. You had Alpha 7, you had Team Queso. All these teams were in front of them. I believe Acer was connecting some great grenades, getting a couple knocks on those Alpha 7 members. And then I'm just, I'm at a loss for words when it comes to, I don't know how any team honestly was able to survive that swim, because we had the Knights overlooking the water on the east. We had Ace 1 on the beach overlooking the water from the west, but somehow Wildcard managed to make it on in there. And as if that wasn't enough, one member from Team Queso actually able to get onto the shore as well. So great job from those swimmers.
Yeah, very well done by Mystic. He did get picked off by Pittsburgh Knights towards the end and almost save a little bit of Wildcard's potential momentum there throughout those final circles. Let's take a look at the highlights here for game number 1 of Erangel, as there's plenty to boot here, brought to you by Mountain Dew Gain Fuel. And 7, I want to talk to you just in general about the initial circle. A lot of teams already committed to military. Kudos to them. But even still, those kinds of circles can be difficult because 50% military, 50% mainland, sometimes commitments can be hard.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to commit. You don't know which way you want to go. And on top of that, you have just so much water to deal with. When are you going to go ahead and swim?
Yeah.
When are you going to take that step to jump into the water and start the swim and start committing to either side? For Wildcard, as you guys were saying, it was impressive to see that, and they did get very lucky that that team member from Team Queso got picked apart, because if not, he would at least been able to pick 2 apart. And right here, we see it. By the way, Tempo Storm defended that compound amazingly against Team Solid. I don't remember which other team it was. I think it was Stream Carreta Furacao that was also shooting at them, but they were able to just handle their business in that compound right there. And as we're seeing here, Ace just trying to pick people apart from Wildcard. But meanwhile, Wildcard, you just have to give them so much credit for surviving that swim. And also, once again, Team Queso, I wish he would at least knock somebody. I think he was going to try to go for a placing, but it didn't ended up working out for him.
It's not only Wildcard went through the meat grinder, but also Tempo Storm went through the meat grinder, David. When it looks at how they were defending the compound, constantly being assaulted, we saw this attack from Solid. They had a few good angles. Everybody got knocked towards the end, but they were managed to clean up Team Solid, get themselves back up on their feet, have still 3 alive after almost looking like the collateral damage was going to be too much for them.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked, and we were, back there watching the games like, Team Solid, why aren't they pushing this? They saw in the kill feed that they knocked 3 members from Tempo Storm, one of the heavy hitters in the lobby, and then HH was just there. You saw HH kind of deciding, are they going to push? Should I go for those revives? HH was able to get, I believe, 2 revives, by then, Spec had already walked out of the compound. That's when we saw those 2 members from Team Solid push on through, and they predicted it. Team Tempo Storm predicted it because Spec came in from behind and surprised them. I mean, Team Solid, they even took down HH, so it went right back to a 1v2, but Spec and the quick thinking paying off, and then almost immediately they were able to get a couple more revives, and they were pushed on again by more squads. I mean, they had such a prime spot in that southern end of, I believe, circle number 7. I wish they would have gotten some luck there with the circles. We kept these circles, by the way, crazy. I mean, circle number 2, we were like 50-50. Is it going mainland? Is it going down there at the military base? And then it kept favoring the water. So crazy circles in game 1.
Well, gents, let's take a look at the overall damage here from the teams. Whilst we can continue on this train of thought, because I think it is an important one, when you look at the Tempo Storm versus Team Solid fight here, 7, it is a lesson in having your guys alive, keeping the angles covered, because if that Tempo guy coming around the side hadn't have been there, maybe having just one guy cover that angle, it could have been an entirely different story, and Tempo wouldn't have been able to rack up 2,500 damage.
Yeah, and it was definitely something that as soon as we saw it, we were talking about it while watching the match. I even said it, as soon as somebody shoots from a different angle, whether you want to or not, it is their player instinct, their human instinct to just try to focus on that. And they've completely forgot that they had 3 players of Tempo Storm on the other room behind them trying to get an angle on them. And as soon as the Team Solid players turned around, it was game over for them. So yeah, you would love to have your players there, if not at least split. They did have 2 players left on that occasion.
Yeah.
Maybe have one watch the back, or just try to go outside and try to flank as well, because then you'll start distracting Tempo Storm, and that will work on your favor because it will allow your teammate that's inside to maybe push up and get some knocks while they're looking outside the window. So a lot of things could have been done differently there. Obviously, Tempo Storm came out on top on that exchange.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today, because we have 4 more games coming at you, with our Erangel concluding for game number 1 and Wildcard chalking up their victory here for the winner chicken dinner. That's the first game done and dusted. Next up, we're going to Miramar, then afterwards Sandhawk, then afterwards Vikendi, and then to finish things off, it's good old Erangel once again. So plenty of variety. This is one of my favorite things about these tournaments, the fact that we can just have variety after variety after variety, and again, different playstyle after different playstyle. Although that being said, gents, I was not expecting yesterday's Miramar to be quite as aggressive, and then because of that, I'm expecting similar again here coming into today, 7. It could get quite wild again.
Yeah, I wonder if Pittsburgh Knights is going to take the approach that we saw yesterday from Loops Esports, which Loops Esports was being the more aggressive team, trying to push fights, trying to get those third parties, as we saw Pittsburgh Knights just completely destroy XQ Gaming while they were trying to heal up again. So I wonder if maybe that's what Pittsburgh Knights is going to go ahead and do here. And if they are able to perform to that ability, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing them top 3 at the end of the day.
Time to descend onto Miramar here and take a closer look, because yesterday we had finishes over towards Graveyard Junkyard area. Not exactly, for me, the most common place to be seeing those kinds of finishes here, Dave. And also, when we look at Miramar as a whole, I was expecting more DMRs, but there was just so much M4 usage popping off left and right.
I mean, that's the wave. That's the wave. I mean, people, they walk over the Win 94. Only, what was it? Acer is the only one who decides to pick that up. Everybody else, they just ego it. But I'm, 2 teams I'm going to be looking at here this game. One will be the Knights, just to kind of tack on to what 7 was saying. Knights, usually they drop Runes Oasis. Now, the Knights, at least in game number 1, a completely different squad. I mean, this is stuff that I have not seen from them in the past month. So I'm interested to see what they decide to do here on Miramar. And another team, Wildcard. Wildcard, they're not that strong on Miramar. I'm just gonna say it. Usually they drop Los Leones and they always get pinched. They always lose at least 2 very early on. But with the momentum that they were able to get in game number 1, I'm curious if that will roll over here and if they're just, straight vibing. If they're straight vibing with no pressure after game 1, I feel like they should do fairly well.
I feel like I'm too old. What does that even mean?
They're vibing, bro.
They're vibing. They're vibing. Okay, yeah.
They're gaming.
They're gaming.
Big gaming, big gaming. Let's use the hashtags as well out there on the Twitterverse. You can join in with all the conversation. All you have to do is use the hashtag with the team name and then PMPL at the very end, and tweet at us as well as at PUBG Mobile Esports as well to tell us who you think is going to be winning or doing well here throughout the games, especially on Miramar coming up now. That would be interesting to hear from you guys. Personally, all I feel Wildcard needs to do is just drop Picardo, go over to the casino. It's in their name, Wildcard. They'll do what they need to do, man. 7, how about yourself? What are you expecting from Miramar?
For Miramar, I think I'm going to look forward to teams like Tempo Storm. They're able to go ahead and continue trends. They're able to go ahead and build up on that momentum that they have, and we're seeing it here right now. Another team that we're really not talking about that much is Cloud9. I want to go ahead and see more out of them. They're being super quiet right now, and it's not something that I'm used to seeing from them, honestly. I want to go ahead and see more action from them, more kills. I know Beowulf, their IGL, can definitely go ahead and make up some great strats, so hopefully they can go ahead and start building some momentum here. If not, then we always have Sandhawk, which is always, oh man, anybody can win that.
Yeah, definitely so. You get the right compound, the circle goes to you. I'm good with that for Sandhawk,
Yep.
thank you very much. Of course, Beowulf, as a entity himself, even thinking back all the way to Dubai, that we were there, Seven, even during the qualification process to get to Dubai, he was one of the names that really stood out for me. I think, wasn't he on Gangstars at the time? I think so.
I believe he was.
Yeah.
I think you're right, and that's when he cemented himself as one of the top IGLs of NA. But ever since then, he's been able to evolve his game. Now he's able to get a lot of kills too, and just back that up. So it's great seeing IGLs that are going to be able to do that. That's why Cloud9 is one of those teams that are being a little bit quiet. I just want to see more out of them. And another team I want to go ahead and look out for, and I'm pretty sure this wouldn't be a surprise, is Grunto Esports. Sixless being the IGL. I need them to go ahead and work more together as a team. They were too separate there on that first game, and I just didn't like that. They pushed into Tribe, and Tribe just absolutely destroyed that 2-2 split. So hopefully they can go ahead and just rearrange some strats that they're currently doing.
Dave, you
To talk about, teams backing it up real quick. Cloud9. Yesterday, I think in total they had around 9 kills. 9 kills, not something that we're used to seeing from the squad. Now, they like to drop out pose, so if they can get, maybe 3 circles early on here in this Miramar match, maybe be a little favored. XQ, they also drop in that general area, and we tend to see XQ fight a lot. They clash a lot here on Miramar with Cloud9. If Cloud9 can manage to beat out XQ, that could be like the deciding factor for them to maybe acquire some additional points here in this game and kind of reboot themselves, because game number 1, we saw Uneven, pulled up in the middle of a field, was taking some shots behind the US. Actually, I believe it was Nunez from Ace, just bam, crashed right on into Uneven. Uneven actually survived with about 10% HP, but Nunez just, called him out, and that was circle number 1. So I'll love to see Cloud9 kind of, stick a little closer together and not take these risky rotations early on.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Great insights once again. Time to banish you again to the Shadow Realm, just like Yu-Gi-Oh! And I will summon someone back here through the power of the heart of the cards. Try and do my very, very best. John Blank, can I get you? Oh, yes. Oh, I can't believe I'm bringing random rehearsal things into the show. That's some insider stuff for you. John, Miramar, how's it going?
I'm straight vibing with Miramar.
Oh, no.
Yeah, straight vibing.
Blank, you vibing?
Vibing. Yeah, we're about to spit some fire here, John, right? So yeah, it should be good as we vibe out.
Cool.
Yes.
Right, well, we're going to vibe out. I think, Kaleris, can we vibe you out as well?
Yeah,
We
I
vibe
can disappear. It's good. Enjoy,
Vibe
boys.
away.
Oh, fantastic. That's a vibe beam there to take you away.
Yeah, we just
back
vibe check Kalaris, man.
We did vibe check Kararis. To be honest, he succeeded. He's been transcended to the
he had
vibe
a
Valhalla.
strong vibe. Like
His vibe Valhalla.
I smell it, man. I know he's not in the studio, but he smelled like strong vibes, So I'm pretty happy with him. Yeah, he passed that vibe check easily. That's an easy vibe check.
Stuff. Yeah, he was just like, it's no bother. I mean, you see those kicks, man? He's just jumping straight over this vibe hurdle.
What is he? It's talking Louis Vuittons, dude. This guy's on. He's good to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking of good to go, we're going to take to the skies over Miramar, the desert for us once again. Hot and arid. We're going to be taking to those skies and seeing where those players are going to land. As Dave was talking about, C9 looked to already head out towards El Pozo.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're going to be challenged.
I know the desk talking a lot about C9 here, but honestly, I'm just unimpressed. Like to tell the real truth, like they have been caught out numerous times to the point where now I'm like, what's going on in the team? So let's see how they play out. I think they've had some good moments where they're making it to the end, but they're always heavily crippled by the fact that they don't have a full team. Like they're always playing with maybe 2 or 3 members still alive, and most of the time it's just one, and Bayo's making his way in there. So a little bit unfortunate. Circle does pop though down to the southwest here. So those foothills of Chumacera going to be nice and dangerous for a lot of people playing around that area.
I don't know if nice is the word I'd use, but yep, you're right.
For us, it's good. For us, it's good. I get a little bit of excitement out of that. I'm like, yes, I want to see these teams really suffer.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Danger's your middle name, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what you live for. But plenty of these teams going to have to try and stack up. You can see Pittsburgh Knights, they aren't quite alone, but they'll be all right for now. They're already up in Torre de Humedor. Have to try and move all the way further south. That's quite a long rotation. Remember, Miramar, a very, very large map, so getting on the road early can really pay off.
Yeah, it's a big thing. This is going to be pretty difficult for them to make their way down from. If they get vehicles early, it should be fine. But look at this. There's Trem Keneta for the cow. You've also got B4 up there and Pittsburgh Knights all fighting over what, John? They're fighting over vehicles. And you know what's more likely to happen is that whoever can get looted the quickest and booted into a vehicle probably is going to be the one that comes out on top, because then you can play spoiler further down towards the map, maybe in one of the valleys area. Team Case are a bit more central this time rather than going up to Zaki and after making the full swing down into the circle. And this, I put on Twitter earlier today, I was saying that, you know what, I do like Team Queso. They have interesting rotations, and they feel quite intelligent at times, because I say intelligent because there's teams that have tried to make those rotations and been unable to be successful with them, because usually that's a wild rotation, right, John? But at the same time, they make it work. I like it.
I like it as well. I mean, that's what I'm there for, developing new strategies, making sure that they are one step ahead of the game, and Team Queso seem to be capable of doing it.
Cheesy boys are making it happen.
100%, 100%. Every day, we'll be out there cheesing away, and we're going to see if they're going to continue to come and bear fruit into this game. I'm really proud of that. That was off the cuff.
That was pretty good.
I'm very happy.
Yeah. Here you go. Very strong. Very
very
much. Yeah, Team Queso, like I said, they are pretty easy path into this, so we probably won't see any wacky rotations come from them. Trem Carretofracao already making their way down from Tierra Bronca, down towards water treatment. Grunto, on the other hand, they're still playing this split. They've got OQ out as a scout towards where Team Solid are playing, but they've got Ladriera all to themselves currently. Cloud9, El Pozzo, that's theirs. Now, El Pozzo affords you some insane loot. So look, I know I said I was unimpressed with them, but you know, this is the game to be impressive. They've got a really good spot, they have a really good position, they've got a lot of high ground they can play around with, so let's see what they can do. Tempo, on the other hand, they're playing Picardo, they played this yesterday. What the trouble was, they tried to move to the south and got hit by about 5 different teams, all shooting as they made the rotation, so you can see them being much more cautious this time around. Rain is in fact going out, just doing a little bit of scouting, but we have B4 taking a fight with Pittsburgh Knights all the way towards the north side of the map here, John.
They're being spotted out. Ravens getting on his 2 pegs and
that's a buggy. Give us that.
getting himself down the road. They want the vehicle.
This is what I'm talking about. They're fighting over the vehicles. This is the truth.
That's what they're going for. Looks like they will be able to get the res. So 2 players for B4 are going to be there. They do have some power. There's a nade in hand being cooked right now by Levi. They go around. He swings out wide. He gets knocked. And Raven is going to go down as well. They can't quite land those, as they are going to find it finally on the refrag. They will be able to get that knock. They will be able to flush this one out. No teammates nearby. They're a little bit too far south to come and immediately get that refrag, but I think they might just be moving over the hill. They get the res onto Raven.
Yeah, I think the thing is here is that they were worried that Levi had been res there, which is why they were being a little bit cautious, but that has given time to get Mixera as well as Pedrog into the fight. J7 takes a bit of a pulling to the face there. We'll have to back off, but this is a scary position here for Pittsburgh Knights. Maxon as well as Levi both giving over the information as the blue zone does come in. They've got a long way to go. And you know what? I think the B4 and Pittsburgh Knights are absolutely, truly done. One team will come out of this one, but I doubt they're going to make it to the top 10.
We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with those vehicles. They do have some meds to be getting on with, but I think you're going to need a few more bandages than that. It's first zone, so only a light tickle, and it seems like Pittsburgh Knights will be okay for now. Cloud9 have moved their way south in the meantime. They're taking on both Grunto and XQ, so we'll see if they're able to take those fights.
XQ's Gaming are starting the game out again with another vehicle kill. This team's road raging. What the hell?
Oh man, they're just going for it. They're gunning every single person. They see them, they're like, I've got 4 wheels and an intent, and I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Is you get yourself caught in a fight up here. Really, you need to finish off as fast as possible. And Pedro can pretty much just hang around here as long as possible. It'd just be really annoying. The buggy's there, but as soon as they try and move out, which is why they're walking up now, Raven knows he has to get rid of him, does, and now maybe, just maybe, they can make their way down. But with little to no meds on board, how far can they get in this game? We'll check back in with them later.
Cloud9 now. This is the rotation path just to the east of Montenuevo. Unfortunate for Beowulf, he knocks himself out. Unfortunate crash on the road. Pretty isolated from the rest of his squad, so they're going to have to pull up and maybe even try and take this fight. Hang on a minute, in comes the roll through. HZL, oh, we know what he wants to find, but unfortunately he might find more than he bargains for. Beowulf, though, I'm pretty sure he's going to get spotted out here.
Yeah, that is pretty much over. HZL actually throws some shots towards Pirate and hits him. And that's Beowulf out. This is what I'm talking about. Again, we're at a spot where they rotate through enemy lines, they lose one player, and now the odds start to look a little bit worse for wear. It's just very surprising. I'm sure the desk is just as surprised as I am about this. Pittsburgh Knight finally making their way down. Wildcard towards the northern side of the map will come into contact with Trem, Caretta, Furacao very, very shortly. But there is a huge clump of players towards Chumacera, Picardo, Los Leones, Power Grid, completely clear of players right now, and HCL just styling. This guy he's Tokyo drifting out here.
Well, he's managed to get away with it as well. He's down a tyre, but not to be phased. He's going to be able to make it back to cover. Well, I think he is. There we go, finally. Able to get himself a little bit of cover, and we'll get away with that.
I think EdgeQuest Gaming are currently suffering some spikes, sadly, but I'm sure we'll get them back on track. We have a fantastic production team behind this. But again, Circle encloses on Chumacera here, as you will see shortly on your screen. It is again another clump of teams all together in one central area. You know, Caleris called it perfectly on the desk there. Things are getting very, very aggressive very quickly, and purely because the Circle is just wrapping all these teams up and forced them into a bit of a cage fight.
We've got more dead ground as well. The southwestern side of this circle is pretty much unbreachable at this stage.
Everyone's just on the hillside, mate.
Unless you're going to try and bet that the Circle goes there, you don't really want to be pushing down southwest. It's really difficult to escape.
Pittsburgh Knight, obviously, with that squad wipe, they will be on 4 points, but again, they're still making their way down to the Circle. They have a couple of vehicles, so they most likely will make it there. The saving grace for them is that, as you said, all these players holding on the hillside means they can insert themselves towards Picardo's side or Los Leones and hope that the Circle comes north and stops going southwest. But as we all know, the Circle, it's a cruel beast. She doesn't always do what you want her to do, really.
Can be very difficult to deal with, but you have to cope with it if you want to be the best, and that's what the PMPL is all about, Blank. They're trying to compete to show they are the best of the Americas. Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Only 6 teams will make it through to the World League, so we'll be cutting out 14 teams from the PMPL Americas. So like you said, we are indeed looking for the best of the best here. Not many will make it through. Obviously, we had qualifications to get here, and once again, we're cutting down the amount of teams that can make it through to the big leagues.
I mean, we're already at the start of these big leagues as well, so top-level competition coming in, and already some good rotations we've seen so far over the first 2 days. And it looks to be that it's only going to improve over the next few weeks as all of these teams get used to each other, fully settle into their tournament meta, and we'll see that intelligence come through. So, you know, it's teams like Cloud9 that I'm going to be looking at, you know, over the next coming weeks to really step it up. They are a very cerebral team. Their rotations are really about finding those locations where they can go through. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. But for now, they're not being that lucky.
I don't know about lucky, John, but say what you will there. I think there have been some pretty poor rotations coming through. Just very uncautious, really, as to what's going on around them. Anyway, we'll see what happens with them. Maybe they have just been extremely unlucky. It is only day 2 after all. A lot can change. And I will be honest, watching these guys play at the Global Finals, they're a fantastic team. They are a fantastic team. So I'm just unsure what's going on at the moment. Team Queso off in the distance. You can see it over there. They've got themselves a nice little area in the dip underneath the hillside so they can get a little bit of information through. Tribe, on the other hand, they're opting for full control of the mountaintops. And Trem Connector for the cow currently stuck inside the smoke.
Jack outside in the blue as well, the wildcard. They've spotted them out. Lead being thrown their way. It's a real tricky spot, and wildcard are going to try and guard this. It is zone 2 going on 3, so you can't stay there forever, but you do have a little bit of strength, and of course you can just move closer to the circle and be able to take it there. Next circle just about to pop.
See where it goes. Does in fact hit towards the northern side. I take it back, John. Pittsburgh Knights, I expected them to go out early. They do not lose a single player. They're able to insert themselves into Picardo. This is a great spot for them to be in. There's also a loot crate directly to the south of them. If they do want to go down there, that will situate themselves towards some high ground areas too. So things are starting to look a little bit better for them despite the rough start. But again, they have been on the move constantly. And now they have to really loot up the remnants of what was left in Picardo from Tempo Storm. Try and get some kind of utility on board.
Rotation's being cut off now. Kultu getting spotted out by Ace 1. Spray's not quite landing, so no damage found, but information gained, and they are pretty close to try, but they'll find out about that. Goodness me. They've been turned away at every door. No room at the end.
Kultu, Fran just about picked up his teammate, but you know what? The saving Private Yuang there wasn't to be. And the rest of Kultu will just back on out. But the rest of the team's now pushing in. Trem, Cresta Furacao opting to just leave their teammates behind and just find a position within the circle. Pittsburgh Knights, however, starting to really make a name for themselves here in day 2 as they find a nice position after a pretty horrendous start. Everyone else now has to leave the foothills, start moving down, potentially try and move over the road and find some of these compounds, some places to hide. C9, however, they're still going. They have 3 players here. Things are starting to look a little bit more hopeful, but Grunto and Wildcard here with a backstab.
Tempo, they've taken a knock in the meantime. That was HH24. I believe getting knocked for the first time, but if they're able to get him back up, they do have quite a decent spot, and it was a sniper shot, so they can just regain that cover. And Charme on the southwestern side, they were out in the foothills over towards the southwest, but they have had to push up towards Chumacera. They're going to skirt the suburbs there and find themselves a nice little divot over to the western side.
They are. I think then Charme are kind of a team that, yeah, sure, you haven't really seen anything absolutely superb coming out from them, but I think that they're a team that consistently makes it towards the end, is difficult to deal with, but just kind of slips up at those last moments. But yeah, I've been pretty happy with Enshami so far. Like, you don't have too much to complain about. What you're really wanting is just a bit more star power coming out from them at the moment. Grunto, you can see them on the other side. I think Enshami have spotted out one player just dipping over the top. It's not the best position to be in, but they are both firmly in the circle at the moment, but very much on the edges, so everything can change in just a moment as the next circle is about to pop.
Absolutely can, and we'll see where that goes. There's a lot of teams that can be favored by this, and really the main feature is that central road, so we'll see which side it pops. Okay, southwest, we're going all the way on top of XQ, on top of Tribe and Tempo. They're going to have to face off against everyone pushing in from that northwestern flank.
They are, John. XQ Gaming is a team that I'm a big fan of at the moment. I love their gung-ho play style. So far, they have just done a little bit of damage to C9, but now opted instead to go for a big position within the circle. I like this. They're playing things a little bit more cautiously. They fell out the other teams. They know they can take them in a firefight, so now really they just need the positional advantage, which they now do indeed have. Tramcreto for a cow, again, they're going to have to make their way down, as are Wildcard, and Pittsburgh Knights finally have to move. They were given a little bit of time to figure things out, but now the circle has been quite mean to them.
There's a solid wall in front of A7. They will get shut down on that push. Still in it, I believe. We'll see what more they can find. They're left down to 2 players. You can see them off and in the wings. They know there's players in here now, but they're not in the circle. They have to try and move forwards. There's just no open doors for them.
53 players alive, 15 teams still up 2. On the map here, things are starting to look very hectic from my point of view, ladies and gents, because all these teams, they're all clumped up together, and you know things are just about to explode in this next circle. Circle 5, the Thanos snap, as you call it, John.
Absolutely, we'll see what they're able to get done. Team Solid trying to get some shots off towards Wildcard. Tempo taking heavy casualties in the meantime in the wings, but right now, Team Solid are going to do so much work against Wildcard. Their vehicle's taken very low, and Tribe from the sidelines able to swipe away at Wildcard even more. What a huge nade coming through. Big kills picked up left and right, and most of Wildcard are out there.
Yeah, Kingy directly in the middle of this circle here. With his M4 just laying down fire with his sniper, hitting players on Wildcard, hitting players all around the map at the moment. So the only problem is that that gun is extremely loud, and people will start to come try and take you down on that mountainside because you're causing them a lot of problems right now.
Just slowing it down now. Everyone has their little spot, and little is probably the most important word there. Everyone is so close together right now that every single building important, and you have so many just splurging out from Chumacera. But it looks like Team Queso and Pittsburgh Knights are across the way from one another. This big central road that was in the previous circle, the main feature, as I said, the main crossing point for so many of these teams, and it looks like the Knights will be guarded by Team Queso.
Yeah, they're just on the other side of the road. They know if they want to cross this one, things are going to be really difficult. Carnage here obviously picked up that loot crate from earlier. We'll have the ghillie suit on and freeze across the board. We're looking out towards Criminal Betis. See if we can get anything done over there. Pittsburgh Knights, though, are in a tricky spot. They know they have to cross. It'll be the second team they'll be coming up against in this game, other than B4. Let's see if they can get the second squad wipe.
Cold 2 getting eliminated. They only have one player left, and Yushai going to go down as well. They're right in the middle of things. It looks like Team Queso now trying to make that push into the zone, but they get spotted out, and fire from both sides. The Pittsburgh Knights sending nades up and over. Real Betis and Tribe all have vision on this, and this is a real tricky spot. Team Queso, they try and make a short push, but it's a long drop. They find Marco now, last standing, tries to go out wide, goes for the spray, but he's really left down in his luck.
Tribe are doing damage to absolutely everyone, hitting players on Team Queso, hitting players on Pittsburgh Knights alike. Now, I said that the circle was being quite mean to Pittsburgh Knights, but it feels like their lover's spat has ended, as it gives them a very nice circle, giving them some time, a bit of respite on the other side of the road. They don't have to cross it as of yet. The circle is still there with them.
And this is such a powerful spot for Tribe right now. They have a really nice feature to play around. The buildings, the compounds they have, as well as the hillside that they're on, means that teams have to try and face them straight on. And, well, we know Tribe have the firepower to deal with things like that, so we'll see what they're able to get done. But Team Solid right now trying to push forwards to Real Betis. They're going to find one, but it's traded. Trem Carreta Furacao coming in as well. And so many teams now looking for this single spot.
You know, I am really, really happy here with Tribe. You know, you can see the weapons they're using. They've got minis, they've got snipers. So it's a really strong decision there from that IGL King to lob themselves immediately onto the top of that outcrop on that Overwatch area on the mountainside. And then they can just take shots onto everyone. Pretty much no one can do anything about it because they'll see them as soon as they come through. They've got so many players positioned in areas where they can scout out and who wants to walk in. And if I'm looking on my map right here, no one is making any movements whatsoever. Everyone's pinned down right now, John.
Team Solid trying to move on forwards. There's two players in the corridor. One of them will go down. They'll even get the flush as well. A7. Alpha 7 holding on for now. They'll be all right, but there's still plenty of players for Team Solid. Actually, I say that. They are going to go down to one. There are no longer many players for Team Solid, and they'll be down on their luck. Next circle starting to come through. Tempo Storm as well, still in it. Cloud9 still in it on the western side. XQ going to be vying for that spot too.
Coming back to Tribe for just a second here, John. The closest team in terms of damage is currently Team Solid with 1,100, and Tribe Gaming are currently leading at 1,600 damage total. They're doing fantastically. That could be a decent nade, and it is from Tempo.
They're going to be able to get one, and Cloud9 are taking casualties from Tribe at range. Tremco Renta Furacao really going to struggle to make this push, and it's Tempo to wipe them out with a little bit of help from Tribe. Cloud9 get eliminated in the middle of the fray as well. So we're down to 10 teams as we're falling like flies. The next circle coming in moves west towards Tempo, towards Tribe, towards XQ again.
There's so many spots you can play there up in the church, so many angles to take, so many angles to watch. As Alpha 7 taking shots from the side with the sniper. Spec goes down on the floor. Queso, they had a decent position before, holding down Pittsburgh's Knights, but finally they are being ripped apart here, John.
Will go down. One player for Team Solid still left upstairs, left without open hell. Alpha 7 going to roll it on through. They will be able to pick up the frag now. 2 kills for them so far, but they are out in the blue. They need to get a shift on. Otherwise, they will be going down themselves. XQ from that western side, still 4 players strong. They can look to push through. They might even challenge out Tribe here.
Absolutely. You can see here, they want to get up there. They're currently still in second place, so if they can get rid of Tribe, they could definitely cement themselves towards the top, as we did see Wildcard go out early in this game. But now Tribe, they're taking a fight with this one I'm talking about. They've got the chops on them to take down most of the other teams in this lobby so far. At least they've shown themselves to be able to. Now it's down to XQuest Gaming. Hopefully...
Be disastrous indeed to Panic coming on through, but they'll have to try and hold on for now. I've lost the feed. I have lost the feed.
I've lost the feed.
Getting that coming back in. I'm pretty sure the game is still going on though, so we'll see.
Yep. You know, I can cast from the map. I can cast from the map. That's all I need right now. Alpha 7 here on the northern side. You got Tempo over on the road. Pittsburgh Knights, they found themselves another loot crate. They've got 2 players on either side of the road here. Carnage, G3. So there's a bit of a cross right now. XQuest Gaming deciding to move up towards Tempo, taking out the easier of 2 evils. Tribe Gaming, they know that Tribe is there in a really secure spot. So they're going to wait for the next circle here, John.
Yeah, it's really good to see that, you know, Tempo are starting to pick up the pace. We saw them in the first game able to do so much work. Coming second in that one, they've got 3 players left alive, so they're very much in with a really decent shot of coming in strong here. So we'll see what they're able to get done.
Yeah, Swiss Gaming just footing over the top of them right now. Tempo HH24 is instead going to pick up a vehicle, and finally, the circle, it moves away from Tribe Gaming straight onto Alpha 7. Alpha 7 doing a lot in this game to keep themselves in this one, John. You have to admit that they've really had a bit of a rough and tumble game here, but still having 2 players towards the end, and finally the circle, it gives them some happy tidings as it lands right on top of them.
Look, I'm going to have to move one of these windows because I do have the map slightly covered right now. But yeah, as you say, they are going to be over towards the northeastern side. It's Alpha 7 with a decent position here. Tempo as well, trying to move forward, but they're going to really struggle. They're going to come a cropper actually there, as I believe that was XQ to be able to take them out. But Tribe need to descend, and they've got their forward position from Sam, so they can operate there. But they are down to 2, just him and King A. It looks like XQ might just be in with a shout here of coming out on top. They have got 3 players alive.
Yeah, this is the team that I've been touting. I'm looking at them throughout the rest of the day today, and right now they're looking very, very strong. I do like King E's position here, waiting on top of the mountain, but Starlight is ready behind him. I think XQuest Gaming have had an inkling that they've left a player behind here, so they'll be fighting on 2 fronts, but will just be Starlight picking up the vehicle, moving over towards his team, give them another bit of a defilade available to them. They also have a loot box that's currently unopened. Kingy goes down. He is not quite out as of yet, though. It's just Sam all on his lonesome. There's absolutely no way he's picking him up. HEL goes down from XQuest 2, so 3 members remaining, but it's just Lucatas and Rolex from Alpha 7.
Be holding it down from the back of this circle as it comes in, and they might just be in with a chance of playing the edge guard as XQ lose a player as well on the back, and they aren't going to be too happy about that. Starlight going down, so they're down to 2. And that's going to be Tribe eliminated as well on those rotates, so it's a 2 versus 2 now for this final circle. XQ and Alpha 7 going to be battling it out.
You have to admit, though, here, XQ have got a really good position with this loot crate, but it really depends where the circle goes next. Does it go left? Does it go right? Who does it favor, Alpha 7 or XQuest Gaming? The loot crate is really important here for the XQuest guys, and it goes dead center. Will force both these teams to crunch together to meet in the middle for the final boxing match of this map.
I'm not entirely sure if you guys can see the game feed right now, but we can't. We're watching the map. So on the western side, XQ are going to be on that western side. I believe we might just have the feed coming back as we're going to try and refresh that one.
There we go.
We are back in with the game, and we finally get a spot of these final standing players. 6 kills on the board for XQ, Alpha 7 as well. I have got the picture there.
Oh, we do. Got it back online. So I hope you enjoyed the map casting, but now back to the feed casting. Lucatas in hand, and this is not as exciting as I remember it to be, as a smoke just gets lobbed onto the top side, but that will create a little bit of danger for XQuest Gaming as the stab from either side gets severely limited by that smoke, and now Alpha 7, they can decide to take a fight with just one. It's Az on the side, but there's the shot coming through. 2v1 now, 1v1. Can they take him? It's Alpha 7 who will finish out the map there. XQuest Gaming going down in second.
Oh, well, they are going to fall at the final hurdle, and it's Alpha 7 on the northeastern side. A heavy shift favoring them pretty nicely, and they'll be able to capitalize beautifully. Well done to them. They'll be able to take that winner chicken dinner. And despite all of the technical issues, we did catch the end of that, and that was pretty spectacular. Nice control. We have seen plays like that end up with a lot of stalling coming out, so aggression being seen, turning it on its head for Miramar.
I love that smoke, though. That's an insane smoke.
Yeah, very, very well done. Xander, looking at this, how the Alpha 7 have played this out, it's the first double chicken dinner of the tournament so far, and Alpha 7 have won both Miramars. Are we getting a little, Miramar King on the way here?
Yeah, I think so. And you know what? I think it's because of this dangerous position they take, right? I think we saw yesterday, you mentioned it there, they'd split up. If one of them went down, then it was going to be extremely bad for them. But Abdul able to hold it down on that last final bastion. Yeah, but again, here, a really good strategy. He's throwing out the smoke, cuts off one side of XQuest Gaming, who played the exact same type of strategy they did, and they just focus on one player. So they flipped the script completely the other way around. Really, really well played to them.
Yeah, you actually took the words right out of my mouth. As you say, completely a polar opposite to a certain degree of what actually happened on our last Miramar. So very astutely deduced there, gentlemen. I'm going to send you off for now and bring back my analysis, gentlemen, in a few here. Alpha 7, of course, getting themselves another win. Very impressive stuff by them. Let's see if they can continue to dominate the desert throughout the next couple of days when they're playing, of course. It'd be amazing if they just kept winning when it comes to Miramar. 7, Dave, 7. Another win for Alpha 7, as if they needed more points up towards tops. Likewise, XQ, all as if they needed more points.
Yep. As you said, Alpha 7 just absolutely dominating right now, Miramar, and I love seeing that, especially from MeTech. That's a group from Chile, and I know they've been practicing so much and just working on the strats because a lot of stuff wasn't working for them on scrims. So for them to be able to get wins twice now on Miramar is huge. And another team, as you mentioned, XQG, I'm so glad that they're now being able to go ahead and put up performances before we get to Sandhawk, because remember, yesterday, after Sandhawk is when they started picking it up as well.
Yeah, definitely so. Dave, when you look at some of the top teams here, another one of those top teams actually was Tempo Storm. I'm going to keep coming back to you, my friend, with the little Tempo Storm, because they had a great game 1, and now coming into game 2, they've had a great game 2 as well. Yesterday, they started off rocky, but today they've started off great. What do you think?
I mean, they're doing good. They're doing good. Keep getting Tempo Storm and Team Carreta violence every single game here so far. Team Tempo Storm taking down Team Carreta there in the mid-game with a bunch of grenades. But I gotta say, Tribe, they picked up that church position early on. Circle 1, I mean, I believe they had like 13 kills last time I checked. Sam was just fragging out of their minds. Yeah. Sam almost spoiling it there for Alpha 7, but thankfully they were able to take them down and out to allow that 2v2 at the end.
All right, let's talk about the overall rankings here from this game as we see the points coming on in. Let's tally it up. Let's tally it up and see exactly how things have gone on so far here from this game. Tribe Gaming, 17 kills.
Ooh.
Wait, how did this sneak past me? Holy moly. How, 7, what did I just witness?
Listen, I can tell you exactly what happened because
Okay.
I saw it happening in real time. Circle 5, Tribe Gaming, how the center compound, and they could just overlook
yes.
anything or anybody
Yeah.
that was going towards them. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe their damage is over 3,000 because they were just holding people off, and they did a great job at that. If you actually go back and see, no team tried to challenge that compound. I think Tribe, as soon as they saw somebody trying to push towards them, they made sure they put some shots on them, and they ended up working for them. 17 kills, so it's good to see teams taking advantage of when the game actually gives you good things.
Yeah, definitely so. I remember us talking about this now because obviously whilst the games are going on, us three are sat together on, online, and I'm here in the studio, you guys are still over there, and we're talking about how these things are going down. And I remember, Dave, when we saw the circle shift over towards Tribe, we were discussing how was this going to play out for them, and I was concerned because there were about 6 or 7 teams to the west of them that could have potentially crushed in on that position, but they all didn't move there that quickly, and Tribe capitalized very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, with Miramar 2.0, there is an addition with a couple new buildings as well, and I believe there's like 1 or 2 new buildings surrounding that church position that Tribe was holding up. If the circles would have favored Tribe would have had that one in the bag easily. But unfortunately, it didn't, so we saw them, they had to push down from their high ground, and they just got picked apart pretty much at the end there.
All right, let's focus back on the winners of this game, though. Of course, Alpha 7 getting themselves the big W. Let's see how their stats have broken down here throughout this game, because we do see not a massive amount of damage, quite a bit of damage coming in, but not too much. I think one of the onuses of their play, 7, that really did actually come in was being able to claim the northern part of some of those final circles. And I thought Pittsburgh Knights were going to end up crushing in on that location, but they sent it center. And I feel like they could have, Pittsburgh Knights especially, could have got more advantage out of trying to battle Alpha 7 where they were. What do you think?
Yeah, they were just pretty much playing the edge circle between Alpha 7 and also with PK. And as you mentioned, PK, for some reason, they decided to go straight to the middle of that circle. I wish they would have went ahead and challenged Alpha 7, especially with what we saw earlier in the match from PK, being able to challenge, I don't remember, I think it might have been B4, and they won that exchange early in the game. So I was hoping that they would go ahead and challenge that, but sadly, it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, I want to see a bloodthirsty Pittsburgh Knights continue from that previous first game going into the next ones, because they seem to be able to do it very, very well. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moment of the game here, as we have plenty to come at you from our Miramar match. Dave, to start things off, of course, when we're looking at a circle kind of northeast of Valdemar, there's a lot of hills in that area that people can try and claim, but the circle shifted away from there pretty quickly, so a lot of those teams had to migrate off there, and it can be a bit difficult on Miramar.
Yeah, and these are some of the early teams that had to migrate down there. I mean, right when the game started, the plane dropped the Knights. B4, Team Caretta, immediately hopped down out of that cargo hold door. We saw B4 with a early exchange. Pedro, by the way, shout out to Pedro, getting a nice knock, that one tap dirt nap with the win 94 onto Raven, but Raven was able to get revived. That fight was so long and drawn out. I was shocked to see 10 minutes later, the Knights still rolling up into that mid game with 4 up. So they had 3 down at one time. They were able to get all the revives with that additional pressure from the blue zone. Yes, it's only circle number 1, so it doesn't hurt too bad, but great job from the Knights to be able just to survive as long as they did.
I was a big fan of that Team Solid double nade on the peak there. That was cool. As we take a look at some more of these fights going down, you could see the advantage point that Tribe had there up towards the top in just a few moments there. And obviously, 7, that paid huge dividends throughout the game.
Yeah, it did, and it went to show, right? 70 kills, we can say that over and over again. Just I love being able to see when teams take advantage of situations. Sometimes you see teams just get zoned, but they don't end up taking advantage. And right here, Sam, look at those grenades. Can you ask for anything more beautiful than that, Sam? Congratulations on that nade and that knock right there. They were just pretty much being able to get anybody off guard. As you can see right here, they're picking people apart. Sadly, it didn't work out for them at the end, as King A was not able to push up with Sam at the same time. And overall, just Alpha 7 was able to take advantage of everything they had, and get that win. Love seeing that from the team from Chile.
Yeah, big fan of the initial peaks on towards, in the 2-2 situation towards the end there as well, Alpha 7, being able to hard commit to one guy. If XQ hadn't split up as far as they would, maybe it would have been a different story, but let's take a look at the total damage coming in from this game as well, and how that breaks down here amongst the teams, because, whew, Tribe, oh boy, oh daddy, that's, yeah, that's above 3,000. It's 7, you predicted it correctly. That's a lot of damage.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's actually the first team on this matches to pass 3,000 damage. 3,190, that is a lot, man. That is great to see. Another team that I was actually surprised to see on the at least over 1,000 damage was Team Solid, being able to go in and get those grenades, at least 3 kills with that grenade. It was good to see Team Solid winning some exchanges. It's something that we really haven't been able to see that much from them. And I know they're a team with a lot of skill. I want them to go ahead and start winning exchanges more often.
I mean, the lack of damage elsewhere, Dave, really shows that a lot of teams, especially as I said towards the west, that had to try and battle against the Tribe compound, it shows how many problems they had trying to get into the circles, because there were so many hard shifts. We went north, we went south, we went north again, then we went east. It was very difficult for these teams trying to adapt to that situation.
Yeah, I mean, the circles definitely couldn't decide what to wear here today, at least in the Miramar match. I mean, Sam right there, we saw 3,000 total damage for Triumph. I guarantee you, Sam had at least 1,000 right there. Sam was getting knocks in the kill feed time and time again. Not able to get the flushes on a majority of them, but still, I believe Sam alone able to at least get 5 or 6 kills. Now, at the end there, very interesting play. I was talking about vibing earlier on. XQ, they were vibing hard. They had 4 alive there towards the end, I believe, circle number 7. They had the high ground, and I believe 7, you and I were talking about this as well. HZL pushing down, not with this squad there, getting flushed by Tempo. That might have been the game changer for XQ in order to secure themselves that chicken dinner this game, because if HZL wouldn't have done that, and I praise them, you know, aggression, I love it, you know, get the kills. But if they were able to have the numbers advantage in the end there against Alpha 7, they might not have gotten their second chicken dinner here today.
Yeah, we're going to have to move on a little bit here, as we do have the overall standings ready to go. So let's see how everything is added on from this game over to the overall standings, as we have XQ up towards the top. The first team to break triple digits here, as Alpha 7 with the first team to get themselves 2 chicken dinners, find themselves with 86 points. Wildcard in second place, 7 so far with 94. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, it is. Wildcard, one of those teams that at least they got a chicken dinner earlier. Another one that I want to go ahead and mention, Dave's team, Tempo Storm. They're starting to get some more kills now. They're starting to get on that momentum, and that's going to go ahead and scare some of the other teams, man. Because I know when they start rolling, they're going to just start destroying everybody. So that's one of the teams I'm actually looking out for. And I love seeing Try Gaming right there in 6th place, taking advantage of situations that they're given whenever they do have a chance. That's great to see. Grunto Esports are, for some reason today, just not starting so hot. And another one, Cloud9, a little bit disappointed to see him so far down at the moment. I believe they were only able to get maybe just 1 kill last match, so hopefully they can go ahead and start picking up some frags and also start being consistent on their placing as well.
I mean, to the point about Tempo Storm here, if they hadn't had, you know, a rough start to yesterday, Dave, they could be #1 right now, because I think, what was it, 86 points currently in 4th place? That would be, they'd be way up there.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 yesterday, maybe nerves got the best of them. It was 0 damage, and I was shocked. I mean, they didn't even get the chance to fire 1 bullet, unfortunately for them. So, I mean, if it was different, but we can't dwell on spilt milk. I guess that's how the saying goes. So, moving forward, honestly, I mean, there's some clouds outside my window right now. So, I wouldn't be surprised. And, you know, I'm hoping. I got double fingers crossed, my toes are crossed. Remember, they need a chicken dinner. They need a chicken dinner, or else I know a lot of people are going to be spamming my inbox to shave my mustache. And that is not what I want to see here.
Spam this man's inbox if it does not happen. I'm throwing that out there right now. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that you guys picked as well, as we want to break some of these moments down. I'm not sure who picked the first one. We're about to find out. Somebody can jump in. Who picked this one?
And it was this one right here from Tempo Storm against Trim Caretta. And we picked it because they're both Mustache Dave's teams, and they're supposed to get a win today. If not, he's going to have to shave his mustache. But Tempo Storm, Temsa, just being able to go ahead and knock some people down.
Yeah.
And then my boy Spec just moves up and starts cleaning up people and gets that sweet squad wipe. 2 players versus 4. Love to see that right there from Tempo Storm. And just the grenades, man. The grenades and the way that we're able to go ahead and handle that business, that was just beautiful to see as well.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's focus now on our next battleground as we are going to be moving on into the jungle. We are going to be moving to Sanhok. So let's take a bit of a closer look as well. There's Barn, one of my most hated places on the planet. I don't like it at all. How about yourself, Dave? What are you going for Sanhok?
What am I going for? Let's see here. We got Tribe in today's games, and Loops are sitting out. So with that being said, Loops, are going to be laughing, grinning on the sideline because Tribe will have boot camp all to themselves. They should do fairly decent here.
There you go. There's Lobster as well. What do you think about that, Seven?
Yeah, I wonder if Tribe is going to go ahead and try to land on that crab-looking building and take advantage of it. As Dave said, Loops Esports isn't here today, so hopefully they can go ahead and use that to their advantage as well. They did great on Miramar, taking advantage of certain situations, so I hope they go ahead and continue with that. I'm actually looking at XU Gaming, man. They started off a little bit hot there on Miramar, and yesterday, from what they were able to show me, hopefully they can go ahead and continue to perform like that.
All right, I'm just gonna throw this out there for anybody that's good with Photoshop. Lobster, vibing. Crab, not vibing. All right. Is that how that works? I don't know.
I don't know.
It depends. Who's got the butter? It depends. If
They're
someone
both
could
good.
bring the butter,
They're both
then
good.
it's all good to go. It's all good to go. Let's be real. Crab and lobster.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you in a few as we can welcome back our commentators in a few moments as well. In fact, not welcome back. Welcome, just in general, because we're going to be switching things up, I do believe, going into the next game. We have Snods and we have Hot Jukes himself. It's hot, it's hot. It's vibing Jukes. I don't know why vibe is now the word of the day. I'm not even sure. How are you doing, Jukes?
Hot vibes, Jukes, man. Feeling good today. Just ready to watch some competitive PUBG Mobile. I mean, I love this from start to finish. Seeing all these different players, teams rise up to the leaderboards, even new teams with new players having some great performances.
Yeah.
Man, I'm hyped for today.
How about yourself, Snods?
Yeah, I'm excited to be. My favorite map to cast is Sanhok, the action. You know, I'm a play-by-play caster. I love just to let loose on that map when the action unfolds. So for me, I'm excited for Sanhok, and then obviously for Kendi and Erangel afterwards. So hopefully for some more, exciting games that we saw yesterday. But for me, this is more about who's going to step up to the plate now that Loops is out of the equation.
Yeah.
We've seen Wildcard, we've seen Alpha 7, but who's next?
I mean,
I'll tell you who's next. I'm gonna tell you who's gonna be next to you
Okay.
in Sanhok. It's gonna be the Blue Zone, okay? Blue Zone's gonna be MVP of this map
Or Phase
without
5.
a doubt,
I thought it was
right
Phase
here.
5
You know?
yesterday,
So,
Jukes.
yeah, let's see which team is gonna be able to be favored by this deadly Blue Zone coming up at Sanhok.
I mean, Juke, a small part of you, or even a big part of you, I'm not sure here, must be proud of how Wildcard is actually playing out the past day coming into today as well, right?
They're crushing it, doing a great job as a squad. This is something that we saw them do in scrims early on and now having a great performance today. But one thing I will have to say without a doubt is don't trust the scoreboard, because you got a whole bunch of teams that are going to be sitting out, so you want to make sure
good point.
you put a big performance, as big a lead as possible, because that day you sit out, you don't want those teams catching up.
Just to touch on that as well, Loops are 5th right now, but they're only 10 points behind 3rd, and they're sitting out for the whole day. So
Yeah.
for them, they're almost laughing. They want the Alpha 7s, they want Cloud9 to play well. They don't want teams like Wildcard getting the W's. They want to have teams towards the lower echelons of the table, get those points so they can stay around 5th, 6th, and then tomorrow they can make it back.
Hold on a second. Jukes, do you have your own apparel on? Is this the little... What is going on here?
Like that? Oh man, I tell you, I'm picking up some tips from Cal Aris right there.
Oh,
Gotta get
no,
it done.
please.
That's self-promotion.
Yeah, I'll
You
do
know,
what I can.
Just gotta get the vibe check going. You know what
Oh
I'm saying?
no. This is going to be the end of me, I swear. Everybody's younger than me. Everybody knows all these words. I'm like, oh, what's going on? All right, well, I believe that's probably me done for now. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll leave it in the capable hands of you guys. And we get to Sanhok. It's game number 3.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. I'm here with Jukes, and obviously it's Sanhok. Yesterday we started with Vikendi. Very different map in terms of the way that it plays out from these teams. We're expecting the excitement, aren't we?
Oh, definitely. I mean, like I said earlier, Blue Zone's going to be MVP in this one. I think this is the map that every single team dreads because it's anyone's game. So I'm looking to see different squads just frag out of their minds to hopefully be able to get in the zone and get a huge chicken dinner.
Yeah, and speaking of some of these squads as well, Duke, we have to bring up Cloud9, currently 15 on the overall standings. And you look at their teammates from North America, Tempo, Storm, even Omen as well yesterday, putting up a decent performance. They really need to step up, but I'm not sure if Sanhok is the map for them. Typically, when watching the games for the past 2 days, they drop, they get vehicles, they try and play that 4-vehicle rotation strategy and get inside the compounds in the center of the circle. But will that work here on Sanhok?
We'll have to go ahead and see, because usually Cloud9 drops into the Paradise area, and when they have that to their own, they're going to have a whole bunch of loot. So if the zone ends up going in that direction, it will be a huge advantage for them. But at the same time, we've already seen some pretty big circle shenanigans in the past 2 games, so you never know what's going to happen to here in game number 3. But you got Tribe. I'm happy to see Tribe do some pretty good performances. In the scrims, they were pretty off and on. Here, it looks like they're going to have boot camp all to their lonesome as well. So I'm really looking for these squads to have a good game today.
But obviously the caveat there, Duke, is a lot of those points were based off of kills, as we saw 3,190 damage throughout the whole of Miramar 2.0. Is that really replicable on a map like Sanhok? Can he try go for those kills? Yes, I know it's a smaller map, but were they lucky in that last game?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. There's no luck involved when getting 17 kills. You know, 17 kills, you gotta hit those shots for sure. At the same time, though, you know, getting put in a lucky position to get those is definitely a factor. And Sanhok is one of those maps that can happen. And look at this first zone. It goes ahead and drops right dead center onto them. So they're gonna be in a really good position here for this one. Cloud9, they're gonna be rocking the edge. And like you were mentioning earlier, Tempo Storm had a rough start, only with less than 4 points, I believe, in the first 2 games. Now they're in 4th place. So, you know, Tempo's woken up. We see PK doing some great work as well. Tribe, after that last game, who knows what's going to start. But now we're just waiting on Cloud9 to pop off.
Yeah, exactly that. As we said before, Cloud9 are one of the teams that we're really going to be looking into for the remaining 3 games of today. Obviously touted as one of the favorites for the entire season, but they are off to a slow start. The silver lining for them is only day 2, so they have plenty of matches to catch up. So for them, it's more about finding their footing here early on, as they are one of the favorites for the entire tournament. But so far, in terms of phase 1, Duke, we've got that southern western side circle, which is really favoring teams like Tempo, teams like TRM, Trem Carreta, they're towards the center.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those zones where, I mean, every single team is going to know it pretty well. At the same time, Sanhok is just one of those maps that's just so difficult to rotate on. You got so many different factors to be able to add to that. Number 1, you don't see very many smoke grenades dropping in Sanhok, so it makes tough rotations in that direction. It's difficult to even use a vehicle in this place. So, you know, those random car walls, you're not going to see too much of that. And you just never know. At the end of the day, there's always that snake factor. You're going over a hill, and you can have a whole team laying down just waiting for you right here. So you definitely got to have your head on a swivel when you're playing Sanhok.
Speaking of making people lie down, Carnage with the VSS in that last game was pivotal for his team. Obviously, the Pittsburgh Knights in Group E. This is their first, well, make it 3rd game they've played so far today, and obviously Carnage coming in last minute. A very prolific player from the North American region of PUBG Mobile. Do you think with time this squad's going to be improving?
Hey, my boy Carnage, you know, as we like to call him, Mr. 1 HP himself, put in work in that first match. Had some serious kills for his squad. And I ain't gonna lie, just by witnessing this firsthand, this seems to be a new Pittsburgh Knights squad. And that is no easy feat when you're playing with a new player for your first time at this level of stage, and to see the performances that they're able to have so far. Really, really impressed with PK, and looking forward to see how they're able to kind of mesh and play day by day coming up here in the PMPL.
Yeah, speaking of Pittsburgh Knights as well, they are just north of Camp Alpha right now, so they can make that southern rotation, and they must avoid the majority of teams. Team Queso losing Mystic early, that's going to be paying dividends later for them, but not quite in the way they wanted it to. And obviously losing a player that early means you lose that loot, you lose the extra healing, and you lose so much utility.
Yeah, you want to be behind on rotations, especially when it comes to Sanhok, because come Zone 5, Zone 6, that zone hurts, and you do not want to get caught behind in that situation. And it's unfortunate because this seems to be almost a trend we're seeing with Team Queso. Always seeming to lose somebody early on to some type of shenanigans. I hope this is something they're able to figure out, because we know that this is a squad that can perform. They've done it on a global stage in the past. So I just think we're just kind of waiting for them to wake up as well as with Cloud9.
Speaking of waking up as well, B4 down towards Same at the southern coast, just at the southern side of the circle. And I think what's interesting for me, one of the reasons I love watching Sanhok so much, is teams play differently. We see B4 playing towards the edge of the circle. They're going to be playing rotations around it, edge guarding almost. And then you have teams such as Tempo Storm directly in the middle.
Yeah, you know, this is just one of those maps that it's pretty much a free-for-all. Anybody can win it. If that zone puts you in the right position, you can get that chicken dinner with 20 kills. And I think that is pretty much the strategy to, you know, doing well in a tournament like this. You kind of want to have great performances throughout. The days you get those really unfavorable zones, you're more aiming just to kind of get in that top 5 times top 6. But if you get that one game where you get that great zone, you want to pop off, get that chicken dinner with 20 kills. And if you're able to do that, you should be a shoo-in to get top 6 for sure.
Yeah, and we were speaking about Sanhok yesterday being quite RNG in terms of that phase 5 circle. So if you are an underdog team, this is the kind of map where you want to try and get that early chicken dinner here in the season. But we were speaking about Pittsburgh Knights for a reason, as they've now rotated away from Camp Alpha. They've got in their speedboats, and now they're coming towards the southern side of the circle, and they're going to be matching up very shortly with B4.
Yeah, you're going to definitely see them interact here really shortly. I like the fact that Tribe decided to just loot boot camp really quickly and decided to take the hill, because that's going to be a good advantage for them, making them more central. You can see a good old airdrop in the middle of the water with the Groza. That's a heck of a gun to have here in this
the
map.
Armor as well.
Unfortunately, oh yeah, unfortunately though, it's in the water, and I don't think any player is going to want to risk trying to grab that in this at this level. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mentioned Tribe. I really like their positioning coming out here from King A as the IGL. Got a soft spot for him for our time in Malaysia, but right now he is proving the goods. They dropped in towards boot camp, they looted up, they went south towards this major ridge line. Now they have Sam in a sniper's tower and, 1,000 damage pretty much from Sam in that last game on Miramar. Can he try and do the same here with these long-range duels on a smaller ranged map with that pivotal position up north?
Man, I'm so happy to see Tribe, have such a great game in the last one. 17 kills. That is just a huge performance from them, and I think a big confidence booster. King 8, Sam, Seagut, Memo, all great guys I know really well. Some of the few players, like I had mentioned before, that have both NA and global LAN experience. And during the scrims, it was really, it was heartbreaking for me to see them kind of struggle, because they all have so much talent. At the end of the day, though, in this meta, it's all about synergy, playing together, pushing together as a squad. And it looks like last game, they finally are able to get that meshing and synergy down. So hopefully we can see the same for them coming here into match number 3, as well as for the rest of the PMPL.
And Charme taking damage, and it seems like we have our first firefight 8 minutes into this map, and it's actually going to be Team Queso as well, fighting out Alpha 7. Obviously winning that last map on Miramar, so not the start that Alpha 7 were looking for, as they were hoping to build more momentum. Yeah, Beowulf coming up close. He knows they downed all the players here from Encharme, but Encharme have managed to get away scot-free for now, but obviously using their medkits and utility early isn't exactly the best position to be in, just 8 minutes in. But speaking of bad positions to be in, if you take a look over the map feed here, Jukes, look towards Camp Alpha. Look where Fran is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he is. They are in a really tough spot, maybe doing a large off angle there. So he's going to have a tough time getting into this zone right here. Not sure exactly. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Let's see if it will, but C9 are still trying to hunt out Encharme, or maybe trying to find a strong compound to have, as right now they are just besides boot camp, so they are near Tribe Gaming as well, so maybe they're going to be walking into that scoped M4 of Sam just momentarily, although Uneven seems to have caught wind of where Encharme may have retreated to. Why do you think Cloud9 are getting so hungry for these kills? Are they trying to chase for the points?
I mean, Cloud9 are moving like they got the taste of blood in their mouth. They are hunting this squad down right now. And you hate to say it, but it could be so many different factors. If you see 2 big knocks on a team like Encharme, maybe they feel that that's a matchup that's more favorable for them. So they're looking to kind of take it early. But I mean, you're not sure exactly what's going through the mind of Cloud9. And you can see another airdrop here with the Squad Wiper M249. That would be a huge pickup for any one of these players.
Yeah, but speaking of picking up, you can see exactly Cool2 are next to that crate towards the southeastern side, but look at the Camp Alpha player there, Fran. He is literally across the map from his teammates. I'm not sure if he's ever going to be able to rotate in and join them.
I mean, that is an off angle if I have ever seen it. That is for sure. So not sure exactly what happened right there, but at the end of the day, Cool2 BG is a team that was, you know, in one of our top 5, top 10 positions. So this is a game they can't afford to have a bad game at any moment. That's for sure.
Yeah, and we can also see this phase 2 circle moving slightly towards the east, still fairly central, although this will force rotations from teams like Trem Carrera. This will force rotations from B4, Pittsburgh Knights as well. So many teams that have to try and make a move. Even Creme, Real Betis as well are going to have to be coming up north, and they're going to be matching up against B4 very shortly. But still, this exact same narrative here. C9 are on the hunt.
Oh yeah, they're on the hunt. They're looking to find any angle they can, and then by the looks of their movement, if they get that initial knock, they're going to push that squad right there. This is dangerous territory. When you come this late in zone, you have to know that there's going to be tons of teams surrounding you and looking for that third-party opportunity. So Cloud9 definitely have to be careful in this situation.
Yeah, Krim Robotis as well started to land the knocks onto B4 as the action is kicking off towards the southern side of the circle. Speaking of rotations as well, Team Queso losing Mystic early, they're down to 3, and now they're making the rotation southern side of Camp Alpha. More players suffering here from B4 as coming into the day as well. Duke, this is one of the teams from Group E that were meant to be making a mockery of some of the teams here in day 2, but B4 losing one of the players early. Pedrog going to be downed, and now for B4, can they try and revive him?
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, because this is a really tough angle, and you can just see right there, Nitsu getting the thirst onto Pedro, dog. And Pedro is one of their top performers for B4, and this is a tough loss for them. You can see them on the moped, you know, ejecting out from this situation and just trying to go for position at this point.
And this is one of the issues you can have when you're coming into day 2 and you're in Group E, where you didn't have that whole day to warm up and you're coming in versus some fresh players, as it is still the start of the season. So maybe there is some silver lining for B4 later on in the season once they find their footing. But as you said, one of the star players taken out of the equation just 12 minutes in, but we still are at 16 teams.
I think you make a great point there, and I think that is a factor to consider. You know, the fact that all these other squads already have their nerves, or should have their nerves, pretty much calmed down by now. Here coming to these late games, B4 just starting out. At the same time, though, B4 is going to have the same amount of days to be able to make this happen. On the flip side, the unfortunate part is they happen to be playing the first day where such a dominant team like Loops is sitting out of. So that's a big squad that they're not having to worry about. So B4 really need to have some good, solid games coming up here to the end of the day number 2.
Yeah, and obviously, Tempo Storm starting off rocky the first 3 games yesterday, and look at where they are now on the table. I feel like they can be, yeah, exactly. They can be a role model for teams like B4 right now in their current situation. Ace on our screens, we haven't really been hearing too much from them. They've been staying fairly quiet so far this event.
You know, Ace won, when we saw them in the scrims, they were one of the most consistent teams. They had difficulty really getting some chicken dinners throughout. I mean, they did get a couple situations in favorable positions for them to get a chicken dinner, but overall, we always saw them kind of ranking in that top 6. And at the end of the day, that's what you're really looking to do. Yeah, we got a $200,000 prize pool, and it'd be awesome to get that $50,000, but look at this, J7. In a world of hurt right now, but only 2 members from B4.
Yeah, only 2 members are here. Mixera as well did die in the background of when we were watching the action unfold across the map.
Oh, no!
Oh, what is that Molotov coming out right now from B4? It's burning his whole team alive. And they're going to have to fall back as well. Thankfully, though, Pittsburgh Knights were really worried about which team that was in their little sniper town. They actually fell back as well. Oh, dear. That was
a side. That's a side. B4's like, we don't want this fight. Okay, guys, let's get out of here right there. So who knows? That actually might work out to their advantage because PK, you know, with Carnage on the squad, have been playing really efficiently, really hungry. So, yeah, with that Molotov, that is an eviction notice, if anyone, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately as well for these 2 teams, both B4 and PK Knights, you can see there on the map that third phase circle going even further towards the east, as both these teams did drop southwest. So in terms of the circle and its RNG for those 2 teams, not really very favorable.
Definitely not a favorable zone. And Quarry, this is just one of those tough zones, at least in my opinion, for Sanhok, because it's difficult to navigate through a lot of open field. But oh, look at Tensa. Dang, so quiet right now.
As AZ's right below him. Yeah, he's going to be hitting this vehicle. Oh, AZ as well is going to be coming out of it. Now Tensa can just wait patiently, but no. Going to be pulling the trigger here, maybe expecting no other players coming out from XQ Gaming as of yet, as the remaining of them are at the bottom of the hill. Tensa has now been spotted as well by the remaining players here from XQ Gaming.
Oh, Tensa.
Question is though, yeah, Tempo, the rest of them are towards the northern side of this ridgeline, but eventually Team Solid as well, they can maybe try a third party this.
Yeah, you know, that's the worst situation. When you're a player like AZ, who the other day got, 6 kills on his own with Shifan, had a huge game. XQ Gaming in general have been having a great PMPL so far. Nothing worse than dying in a position where you can't even fight back. So, hey, gotta check them little hills right there. Gotta check it, because unfortunately, man, getting hit from the back like that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and especially as that circle's gone towards Quarry, as you said, teams like Tribe now have to rotate all the way through Alpha 7, Trem, Caretta, and more, even Tempo as well. But it's going to be Grunto who are feeling the force right now of the remaining players here from B4, as Levi has a lot to do with this M4. Sixtus here, one of the best players so far in the event, and right now he's showing us why. Although eventually going to be traded 1-for-1 as Grunto are losing players. Second by second as Maxon falling back right now. Going to try and revive Levi. I'm not sure if Grunto realized exactly how many players are here from B4, as 3 of them are currently downed. And this has been so strong from Maxon and Levi.
Yeah, they need to get this fight done quickly right now because the zone is coming. So here goes Maxon with the laydown, drop shot. Oh, unable to get the finish right there. So, actually, yeah, B4 taken out. So Grunto, big fight for them. It's zone number 3. This is going to be a tough pickup for them.
Yeah, but Grunto are going to be fine. They can still heal up. As you said, it's only phase 3. Eventually going to be going into phase 4. So they need to be ready to rotate if it does go even further towards the east. Or maybe they will have some luck in their favor. We finally see the circle shift towards that western side.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is, I mean, the circle shenanigans here in day number 2 continuing here in Sandhawk right now. No player in this zone. All these squads are going to have to run for their lives, and it's not going to be easy because they're having to fight each other along the way.
But where are they looking to go to here, Duke? There's some compounds inside the center. There's a ridgeline as well. You can see the hill in the center of it. What matters more, the compound or the high ground?
Well, I think at this point in the game, every player is going to assume that everything is taken inside Quarry. So I think they're all just going to try and hit edge. But, I mean, you got every single team looking to do that. So we're going to see a ton of fights coming up right now.
Yeah, only 4 kills so far for Tempo Storm, and we're 17 minutes in. Quite uncharacteristic for Sandhawk, but then again, obviously there is so much on the line for these players as Tribe want to see if they can get more damage done added to their tally, as Sam is the one taking the brunt of the damage so far from Jame, as they want revenge from what Cloud9 were doing to them.
Yeah, you know, they definitely want to be able to take this fight, but at the same time, it's not one that they really can take because the zone is starting to close right now, and I think they realize it, so they're starting to just make the ejection and trying to get into zone.
Let's see then, speaking of that zone, currently only 2 teams in there, and actually 3 now, as Pyra from Cloud9 has entered towards the hillside of Quarry. Tribe as well going to be going on their vehicles, and they're on their merry way. This is very smart, actually. They saw the smokes coming out from Jame, and they used that as that time to deploy away, and actually Garcia unable to land the shots. And here comes the kill feed. Here come the kills. Let's take a note of it too. 13 teams, 45 players alive, 18 minutes in, as things are about to kick off in terms of action. Tribe, though, they're very far away from Quarry, so they need to go on a long rotation.
Super fortunate for them to have those buggies, but man, they're going to encounter a whole bunch of squads already holding that position. Man, this is going to be just straight pandemonium coming up here right now.
It is indeed carnage outside of the circle, and it's actually quite a far range for him to get into. The bandages is all they really have. This might be the end here coming out from Pittsburgh Knights' Tribe. They get caught off guard by XQ Gaming. Not sure how many players are actually alive here for Tribe. If I have to go quickly take a gander, not many, just 2 players up right now for them, so they need to try and work things out quickly, as maybe it's only going to be a few more players as there's a player there down by the buggy, but Zyfan will be leaving him out for now, as again, Team Queso are suffering here early on.
Yeah, it looks like they opted to go ahead and make that ejection. Seagut is in the back right now, putting some shots onto Garcia, does get the knock, but here we go, zone 5, gets caught by Shifan. XQ Gaming in a perfect position here for the Sandhawk match.
Oh, and as well, this next circle that comes is going to be so important for these teams because they have to work out whether or not it's going to go northern or southern side, as Alpha 7 have to try and dart around the edge of this circle because they know exactly where Xiaomei are, just northern to them. C9 as well of a high point on top of Quarry. But look at that circle, Jude.
Oh my goodness.
It's gone down south once again.
It's the south side's the best side right now for Sandhawk, but this is the unfortunate part. 30 seconds left. You got to start moving instantly. At this late in the game, once that zone pops, you just have to start running. And it's so difficult because there's so many teams just holding the edge of zone, just waiting to take those shots as the first person runs in. So this is a tough position for every single one of these squads.
Yeah, it was a really tough position as well for Couture, who went out in 12th. As we mentioned before, they had that poor drop where one of the players was dropped towards Camp Alpha and the rest were towards the southern eastern side, as Team Case as well going out in 11th. So right now, in terms of ranking, we're looking at XQ and Wildcard at the top, and obviously both those teams are alive.
Yeah, you know, these are two squads that are right now number 1, number 2, both have a lot of players up right now, could make some big plays in this situation, but this zone is starting to close right now, and Team Solid, they are doing a great job right now gatekeeping Tempo Storm.
Yeah, they really are. Tempo Storm are trying their hardest to try and get inside the circle, but it seems like Team Solid, they want to hold on to this rocky terrain because there is coverage, there is foliage which they can crawl around in and try and use as cover. As we mentioned, execute towards the top, but they're going to be immediately eliminated by Team Solid, and Tempo as well. They're suffering from the fate as well. Broza from Team Solid as they're coming up with 6 kills so far.
Team Solid, you know, this is their game. This is their game to be able to put up some big points on the board, and the zone, it looks like it favors them again. So it's going to be all up to Team Solid right now to hold this zone down, and this could be, I mean, they can crush this match right now.
Yeah, you've also got Kremriel Petit as well, just towards the southern entrance of that circle. Besides that, Ace are so far away from the circle. Yeah, actually, players now dying to the blue zone when you look at the size of it, when you look at the circle, when you look at the map as well. How often do you see this phase 6 circle with 6 teams alive? The answer is not very many, but Beowulf has his squad behind him, but so does Wildcard Gaming. They're coming into towards where the blue zone is coming into fruition. Beowulf going to be hitting the count. I believe that is Cloud9 out. There's a few players left. Wildcard as well going to be going out in 6th. And this is it. C9 going to be trying to revive Ada. Smoke grenades coming in, trying to shroud the revive here, give his team a lifeline here, just a few seconds versus Team Solid, who are in a very solid position. They're in the exact center. They've got 6 or 7 kills so far, and they're looking poised to try and take this.
They got 5 members up right now, all 4 of theirs, and the zone to their favor as well. So they got to just use that to their advantage, get aggressive, and hit some big shots, make it tough for all these teams to get in right now. And you can just see right there, NTX spotting out uneven, getting some great shots down the field.
Yeah, kills for C9, but unfortunately it's not going to be for too much longer, as it seems like Team Solid are starting to make their move for and apply that pressure. As the next circle will be coming momentarily, you can see it here.
Where will it go? South again!
Out. Yeah, and it does go south again. It's actually not going to be favoring Team Solid in this situation, as it's going to be 2 players right now from Kremriel Petit and 3 from Team Solid, although NTX is down, remember, so it's almost as if it's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it is a 2 versus 2, but it looks like they are going to be able to get that pickup. The only issue is Team Solid are going to have to run out in the open in this situation. Only 18 seconds left on the zone, and they are not on the short side. So that zone is going to come in quick. Oh, Cream really needs to be careful with these smokes, because if they do smoke themselves out, that's going to let Team Solid push up for free right now. Could be a really, really risky play for Cream.
Yeah, it seems like Team Solid are wary that maybe a few of the players here from Kremriel Petit are inside that smoke, maybe trying to slither out towards the flanking side. But instead, look at this. Team Solid.
Oh, no.
We saw them play aggressive so far. They were hunting for kills, currently aggregately at 9, and they're going to try and get to that double digit in terms of kill points, and obviously the chicken dinner as well, going to make things even sweeter for them. And you mentioned those smoke grenades, and here it is, Kremriel Petit. They're going to be coming out of the shadows for now, out of their little shack there, and inside the smokes, they're hoping to try and force Team Solid out into the open.
I think Cream right now, they're just kind of going for position. They're just trying to go for position. Those defensive smokes means that they're looking to play it passive. They had the zone, but now with that smoke, you're giving it up for free. Team Solid knows exactly where they're at right now, so here come the big grenades from both squads.
Yeah, and obviously a 2 versus 3, and look at the damage as well onto Italox. He's going to be forced back to heal here. This is going to allow for some shots to come off. It's a headshot, though, onto Proza. And now suddenly a 2 versus 2. Look at the open range. I don't think they can go for the revive. No, the grenades are coming out right now from Iskandar. and he's going to be going for that final kill. It's all down to NTX, as they know exactly where he is right now, just ducked down behind the blades of grass, but instead gets one. And now it's the 1 versus 1. They know exactly where he is. He whips out the AK, but can he land the spray? No, he can't. Creme Roux Patisse take their chicken dinner.
Creme hitting some big shots there at the end game. What a play right there. Unfortunately, that tree was just too skinny for that last member of Team Solid right there. And yeah, great shots for Cream, and what a chicken dinner coming from that squad.
Yeah, it's got to be said though for Team Solid. 10 kills, they look great. The zones were favoring them. They were an underdog coming into Sandhawk. We expected an underdog team to try and take that W on a map, which can be quite RNG like Sandhawk. But at least though, Jukes, we got an amazing game.
Oh, we got an amazing game indeed. I think Team Solid, this was their game. They got a great position, great zone. Cream, you know, did that low toss, smoked themselves out, let them push out for free. But as soon as Team Solid got up there, they have to go ahead and lay down, play it passive. And then unfortunately, man, Cream was able to just spot them out in the grass and get a big chicken dinner win for them.
Yeah, it was crazy. But Kalaris, what do you think?
Well, I am back as we get into things. Whoa, where did he come from? I've got to ask you guys, looking at how that last circle played out, Jukes, I'll direct this at you. I feel like I'd already walked over here saying that this was a solid win. But somehow, some way, they let Real Betis actually get out of that compound. They knew they were in there. What on earth happened?
Yeah, I thought that, you know, with Crim, you know, smoking themselves out, I thought that was a dead giveaway to allow Team Solid to push up for free. Cream just lost the advantage of having that blue zone. But yeah, Team Solid, I guess, even though looking at the kill feed, you know, with that 1 extra numbers advantage, just opt to just play it safe, lay down. And in that kind of situation, you got to be able to hit those shots. And Cream just saw them coming, and man, they crushed it.
Shooting fish in the barrel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next 2 games coming up as we bring on our analysis, gentlemen, as well. I keep summoning people, and then eventually they will magnetize, gentlemen. Seven, Dave, joining me here once again. I got to get your thoughts on it, because literally, I said to you guys, all right, it's done, Solid's going to win. But I feel like their initiative or reactions to taking angles to cover that particular compound, Seven, I don't feel like they were quick enough, sharp enough, snappy enough. What do you think?
I like the push by one of the players from Team Solid that he decided to go ahead and push with a buggy while Real Betis was actually trying to push out. But the other players just stayed on their spot for some reason. I wish they would actually go ahead and push up and maybe find a tree that was a little bit bigger that would actually hide their frame and not just get picked off. Overall, the angles that Team Solid had, the angles that they decided to stay with just didn't work out, man. The execution wasn't there, and to the credit of Real Betis, they used those smokes to their advantage, and they were able to go ahead and surprise Team Solid.
Yeah, not too bad. Decent cover for them, and they made the most of the situation that they had themselves in. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game, of course, here. I'll get your thoughts in a moment on it, Dave. As we do have up towards the top, Real Betis get themselves 29 big smackaroonies up there at the 20 points for the win. Team Solid, 23 points. I really do feel like they could have got a little bit more out of that. Maybe I'm being super critical. I'm okay with this. You know, we all have our opinions. But Alpha 7 as well, Dave, getting themselves a lot of points in the bag, and I've said it many times today, but as if they needed any more.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, they have been so consistent here over the last 2 days, and I'm talking about a team, they had 64 games last month, they couldn't even get a chicken dinner. Not to be harsh on them, I'm just calling it what it is, but they're coming into the officials over here, 2 chicken dinners, top 5 placements almost every single game. I mean, right there, 4 kills to go with it as well. So great job from the squad of Alpha 7 GG from Chile. I mean, they are representing and they're doing a great job.
And we see Wildcard there getting 6 placement points up towards the top. Not many points coming in for the bottom though, a little bit of a trickle down, but at least almost everybody was able to get at least 2 points here with at least 1 kill coming on in. B4 cannot catch a break right now. These first 3 games have been agonizing for them, even though we thought that maybe they'd have a good run of it. What is it? Do you think just the starting jitters? Because we know them to be a lot better than this.
Yeah, it could be just that, with exactly what you just said. And unlucky, man. Listen, during Miramar, I believe one of their players ended up grenading themselves, and now in Sandhawk, one of the players ended up molotoving themselves. So it could be the jitters, it could be now that they're actually on the main stage in a way that could be getting to them. But it is their first day, so nothing really to worry about. Hopefully they can end up picking up here in the next couple of games. And another one to go ahead and mention about, in the top 4, Cloud9, they're starting to wake up. And remember, XQG yesterday after Sandhawk is when they started performing. Could we see something similar from that from Cloud9? Looking forward to see what they can do here.
Yeah, and back to your point originally, I think, as you say, all of these results have to be, for the moment, taken with a grain of salt, because we're only literally 1.5 days in. We could quite easily see a massive turnaround in the next 15 days, and that's the opportunity that everybody is given. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from Creamer Real Betis, as they have themselves 1,431 damage done around the map. 9 kills coming in for them, and we're able to steal a few here and there as well, so not too bad, Dave, here for the boys.
Yeah, they were popping off, and you went and I was like, okay, definitely Team Solid. This win is theirs because, like you mentioned, they had 3. It was a 3v2. Man, I honestly thought Cream, they were going to pass all their meds off to one person and go for a heal off over there, and that seemed to be what they did. They kept one inside that little crease right in the building in that hard cover. They sent another one in the smokes, but that player that was in the smokes, they got 2 grenades onto Team Solid, and that kind of flipped the script, and that changed the game plan right then and there.
I would have loved to have seen what utility Team Solid had. Maybe they didn't have any nades to themselves or something like that. I wasn't quite 100% sure as to how that was actually breaking down. But anyway, we can move on here for a moment as we take a look at how the numbers are able to size things up as well from that game. And also the Mountain Dew game fuel moments of the game here as we take a look at how things were going for a tempo at the beginning of everything. Seven, what did you take away from this game?
Yeah, Temple being able to go ahead and knock some people there, pick people apart, and B4, even though they're not getting as lucky, hopefully they were able to at least get some kills. Granto currently just underperforming from what we saw yesterday. Hopefully they can go ahead and pick it up. And once again, Temple Ray just trying to take people to back off from him a little bit, trying to pick people here and there.
Dave?
Yeah, and Grunto, like you said, 7 coming into today, 6less, now the IGL. It's like Grunto, they're pretty much starting from square one, right? Yep. This is their second day, as far as my knowledge goes, competing in this lobby with these squads, working together, and they're already going to be at a disadvantage compared to other teams who have this past month been putting in the practice every single day. I mean, these teams, they had 80 games to practice strategies, and now Grunto, they're only, they're 7 games pretty much into their practice. But the thing is, this time around, it's not practice. This is for real. So I would like to see Grunto maybe work a little closer together because, for example, this game, we saw 6less still by themselves while the other 3 members of Grunto were out there just pushing out. I made a joke. I'm like, oh, 6less, telling them to clear a path for him. Honestly, I don't know. That's what it seemed like. Hopefully, 2 more games to go. Grunto could kind of pick up the steam, pick up the slack. But then again, we make a great point here on the desk. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Compared to the scrims, the leaderboards would reset every single day because of that daily prize pool. Here, the scores, they add up to each other every single day. So honestly, they have time. They have time to work on it.
And something to base it out of that is also PK now being able... PK playing with Carnage for the first time as well. They're able to perform, so Grunto just needs to, as you mentioned, they need to work together as a team, and 6less not being so far away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall damage coming in throughout this game as well, as we probably have Kramer or Batiste getting themselves plenty done throughout the game, or at least towards the end of the game, I want to say, due to they had a pretty decent position down towards the southeast of the map, especially when the circles are coming in towards Quarry. I was haggling 7 whether or not they should go up to some of the compounds near Quarry, but they decided to hold back a little bit, and it really did pay dividends for them in the end.
Yeah, it did, and actually one of the teams that ended up pushing to that compound that you were talking about was Cloud9, but as we mentioned when we were watching the game, it seems like they just pushed up to that compound a little bit late. Overall, man, I think that finale, Team Solid should have won that, but it goes to show that the strategy and the execution that Creamer Betis had was just on another level. And as you mentioned earlier as well, I wish I would have been able to see Team Solid's how many smokes they had. Could they maybe done something else with the smokes instead of the guy just driving in with the buggy and creating a bit of a distraction? Overall, just pure execution from them, but at least they were able to go ahead and get second place with 9 kills.
All right, let's take a look at the overall rankings, and whilst we're doing that, I also want to go off for the point that you've just made here, here, Seven, because one thing about the Sandhawk that can be scary, of course, Dave, is the fact that when you're going into some of these final conflicts, you could have been in previous conflicts that really stifle your utility because, you know, you've been in such a war throughout all of this. And whilst we're looking at this, 3 teams now breaking those triple digits marks. So what do you think about that, Dave? Like,
yeah. Not only that. Hopefully moving forward, at least when it comes to Sandhawk, like Hot Jukes mentioned, we can get a stat for how much damage the blue zone does, because I believe Seven mentioned it. It was circle number 4. Nobody was in the circle. Cloud9, they were up there to the north. They're the closest ones to it, but they still couldn't catch a break, even though they're the closest ones to circle number 4. So honestly, all these teams are all the way out there in the west, just for them to be able to perform as they did. You know, I'm clapping. I don't want to clap, but I'm clapping.
All right, yeah, I can dig that. I can dig that. We can see down towards the bottom as well. Real Betis getting themselves the big push up here for 39 points now with just 3 games down. And some of our Group E teams were having a little bit of a rough time to start things off for the first couple, apart from Pittsburgh Knights that did very well for themselves. But now they're trying to gain some momentum. I want to see more from B4. I really do want to see more from B4. But what I also want to see more of is some highlights from this game. As we take a little bit of a deep diver onto Sandhawk. So once he's come up, once again, I'm not sure who picked what, but I'm gonna let you guys duke it out for yourselves and pick what you want. So,
and I think the main thing we're gonna talk about is just the circle 4. Absolutely not a single player in there, man. Everybody trying to find a spot real quick, trying to figure out where they're going, and look at that right there. That's exactly what we're talking about. Not a single player in that circle. That's something you're just not used to seeing. You can tell all the teams are like, oh, okay, so now we're going that way.
Yeah.
He catches them off guard. And one of those teams that was actually caught off guard was XQG, and that's why I feel like they weren't able to have such a good performance there in Sandhawk. So I'm looking forward to see what they do here coming up in Vikendi. But overall, Wildcard putting in the numbers, taking advantage of today, getting some kills. Another team I want to go ahead and point out, even though they might not be getting the consistent placing, is Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm being able to go ahead and back up stuff with kills. They need to just start being a little bit more consistent with their placing.
And actually, when you're looking at that circle 4 that we were just looking at there for a moment there, Seven, and I'm going to direct this at Dave, is that when you look at that circle as it does stand, Quarry becomes this huge sinkhole almost. So it's as if there's less room to play with, right? If you want to go down to Quarry, you've then all of a sudden got to get back up out of it. But even if you are down there, there's teams that can just potentially be looking down you, and it can be like shooting fish in a barrel, right, Dave?
Yeah, and I kind of think that's why we saw Cream with that 2-2 split at the end there. These circles, I mean, I know you like to say today's keyword is vibing, but I'm going to change it to hard shifts, all right? These circles were hard shifting one after another, and Cream, they decided to do that 2-2 split to kind of hedge their bets. So depending on where that next shift might go, at least 2 of their members will be there to secure them a spot, and that's exactly what worked out in this last game.
It was even more than a 2-2 split at one point. It was a 1-1-2, which I was heavily scared of, but nobody was pushing that far. So I was, well, okay, hands up. If you want to make that work, you want to make that work. That's great. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have 2 more games coming at you here for today, and we will be going to the Tundra, one of my favorite places. It's Vikendi coming up next, and then at the end of the day, we got Erangel once again. Vikendi provides us interesting all moves. Dave, you were mentioning to me yesterday that there's a lot of central play on Vikendi, and we definitely saw a lot of that. And not much conflict for maybe the first entire half, 2/3 of the game. What are you thinking?
Yeah, if we get lucky, maybe a run over, maybe a punch out here or there. But yeah, for the most part, the early game, it's all about just quickly getting that loot and making sure you got these vehicles and you park them. You make sure that the tires are nice and safe. So those squads, they got a lot of time on their hand in the early game. So they're going to be looking around. They're going to be trying to make sure to take out your utility when it comes to those tires. And then it comes to like circle 5, hard shift, bam. Immediately, we see teams already in their vehicles ready to make that rotation, and it's just the luck of the draw at that point.
Yeah. 7, I want teams to suffer. I want a Mount Kresnik ending, and I want all of them to have to work up the mountain. What are you thinking?
You think so? No,
I would like that.
Castle. Imagine a final circle in Castle. Whichever team ends up in Castle and gets blessed with that, we'll probably see something like what we saw from Miramar, from Tribe Gaming. them just picking people apart, maybe getting over 3,000 damage. It'll be something to see.
I'm getting Lord of the Ring vibes at that point. This is like the Battle for Helm's Deep at that point. I will take that all day of the night. And let's take a look as well over on the Twitterverse, because I want you guys at home to hashtag which team you think is going to be doing well, as well as PMPL at the very end of that. Get involved over there and tweet at us, as well as tweet at PUBG Mobile Esports as well, as to who you think is going to be doing well. And then we'll tally that up towards the end. Always very important to have some people involved. And also, don't forget that if you actually watch the games in-game, you can get yourself drops as well. So make sure to get some extra gear to be, you know, looking suited and booted in the game. Quite like myself, or Seven, or Mustache Dave, with his kind of Aztec feeling shirt. I'm liking that a lot. So here are what you can actually win if you're watching on in-game. So nice stuff, Seven. Nice stuff. What do you think of the middle piece?
That looks awesome, man.
Yeah.
I actually want that, and you better believe I'm going to have my game open. I'm going to be watching, and I'm going to be trying to get that as soon as possible, because in a map like Erangel, that will come in so handy.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I think it's now time once again to say adieu and bon voyage as I send you off, and I'll get you at the back of Vikendi here once again. And then we're going to eventually welcome on our commentating team as well. Vikendi is on the order now. I'm going to bring Snods and Hot Jukes back in. Snods, how about yourself? Where are you going for Vikendi? I want to know.
Ooh, where am I going for Vikendi? I'm not sure. Is it where I'm dropping or who I'm going with?
Dropping.
I like Mount Kresnik. You know, I like Everest on Erangel. I like the high points. I like having information. I like being the scouter. I like being the leader in terms of, you know, deciding where, you know, moves are made. That's what I like to play as. But I don't know, Jukes, what about you?
You know, I like Goroka. A lot of places where at least you can get some really good loot. I think that's really huge.
Has to be one.
Just to add to the cringe, you know, I'll tell you one thing. These zones are definitely not passing the vibe check today. We're talking about hard shift city here in day number 2. So I wonder if Vikendi is going to continue with that trend.
All right, bye. Enjoy.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Bye.
Nice meeting you too. So, Jukes, I guess it's just me and you now. Vikendi, obviously this was the first game that we casted yesterday on day 1. Here we are now, day 2. We saw Sandhawk, we saw Creme Real Petitas take that chicken dinner, and here we are now on Vikendi, where yesterday it was Wildcard Gaming who took the W, and obviously if they do the same here, they're going to be, what, 2nd, 3rd already on the leaderboard if they can have a very solid finish here.
Oh yeah, and that's a performance that they definitely want to do, because you got teams like Loops Esports sitting out today, and you know that your day sitting out is going to be coming up eventually, so you want to create the biggest lead that you can. And oh my goodness, the zones, look at this one. I mean, we're talking, this is just ridiculous. Look at this, halfway in the water. That just goes to show you that, guess what, this zone is now half the size that it should be. So all these squads got to loot up ASAP and start heading down there immediately. Oh my goodness.
I mean, thankfully for World 7 Gaming, I mean, look, Dino Park being one of the main points here, Trem Caretta actually dropping there, going for their 2-2 split as we've seen so far, just going for that loot. But yeah, you said it, what a crazy first circle we have, and with so much of it in the water as well, it's most likely going to be shifting towards Creme Real Petitas, who are going to be very happy considering what happened last game.
Oh yeah, they are set up nice and pretty. Another team that's set up really nice. It's Cloud9. Cloud9, you know, in Vihar, in Movatra, they're going to be doing really well here in this match. You know that they are smiling from ear to ear, and this is a zone that they need because they have been having some tough games today. So this could be a huge one for them.
Yeah, speaking of tough games as well, Jukes, B4 on our screens, and we mentioned before maybe they can come back like Tempo Storm did today on their second day. Obviously, B4 didn't play yesterday as they're in Group E. The thing that I noticed was, as I put my headset down and I went over to the toilet, had my little breather between the casts, I saw that Tempo Storm were, they finished 8th, but they had 2nd highest amount of damage in that last map. And I think that's one of the main factors as we see that they had that rise where it's not always about finishing top 3. I mean, we saw it in one of the earlier games where Tribe finished, 3rd, 4th, where they had the most kills at 17, so they got the most points out the game. I think for B4, they're lagging behind, but they need to pick up in terms of kills if they're not getting it from placement points.
Well, if they're going to try to get kills, they have to do it as a team. That is the meta here in competitive PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, you could kind of just spread out. All you had to do was have the best gunners on your team, and you were going to do pretty good. But nowadays, these guys push 3-1. They're all covering each other's angles. So if you're B4, you got to group up, have that confidence, and make some big plays as a squad.
Yeah, speaking of making plays as squads, Team Queso have to make a play all the way from Port back down the southern side towards Milner or Dino Park. And Kremro Petitas are trying to take command of the southern side of the coast, because you could argue here, Jukes, this might be the best place to be with this side of the circle.
Definitely. This could be a huge, huge game for them. They are set up nice and safe, so they can take their time looting. But, you know, you definitely want to get together as a team, because you don't want to risk a full squad pushing up on a solo member and losing somebody early.
Yeah, but obviously the advantage there is being next to the coastline. They haven't got anyone to worry about them behind them. They can have a 180 peripheral view, and they can just look out towards Dino Park or Mavotra or the winery and see all the teams that are currently flooding towards them. As it seems like, well, 6 or 7 teams have managed to pick up vehicles. They're all rotating towards that southern side of the coast.
Oh my goodness, they are all hitting this rotation quick, because they know there's only so many spots. Paralyzed on the drive, ejects, and it looks like to make it out with like 3 HP, and gonna first aid right here. Man, that was a close one right there for Paralyzed.
Yeah, the issue is, though, look where the rest of his teammates have gone. You mentioned people have to be grouped up together, but there's only 3 members from Ace in that compound, as C9 have caught wind once again as to the rotations coming in from these squads. So they're going to be moving slightly. Ooh, and Xiaomei, that's a headshot there onto Fox as they lose a player early, and he's actually going to be killed immediately, as he's not going to be revived, and there it is. Trem takes that one.
Trem Carreta putting in some work right now, and that is
there
what
it
they
is,
need
the
to do.
pronunciation.
Yeah, you know, Trem Carreta Huracán putting in some work, baby. That's what we like to see, because they were making it happen in the scrims. But again, you mentioned earlier, you know, this is their first game back, and they didn't have yesterday to kind of get that synergy, get the blood flowing, but this could be that turning point for them.
Yeah, and this is all towards Dino Park as well. You've got Xiaomei, who took a loss early. Now you've got Trem Carreta right now as well, who are feeling the force of day 2. They feel pressure to try and get up the leaderboard, try and get their name towards top 5 or top 7 like Loops did just off of one day.
And it's totally possible. This is a squad that could do it. And one thing that this particular squad is really, really good at, we saw them do it in scrims, is when they hold an area, they'll lay down and stay completely silent. They'll let a squad roll up on that compound and think it's free, gain that confidence, and then it was one player just strolls on in, boom, the fight ensues. So I wonder, you know, since now they have a good position, if that's something they're looking to replicate.
Indeed, we just saw Ace on our screens as well. All 4 of the players from Ace have now grouped up together, and they are inside the center of the circle as well, just south of the Ha. So all these teams right now, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, Jukes, where 21 minutes, there was 16 teams still remaining, and then 22 minutes, there was 8. So we're expecting to see more of the same. This is almost like the calm before the storm. Speaking of storms, Rain and his teammates are all just going to be rotating now into a better position. Just want to see exactly where Tempo are on the map right now, as I believe they are towards the center of the circle, so they're going to be okay for now. Yeah, they've just gone towards Abbey, so they're going to be inside the circle, and now they can try and hold rotations off from teams coming from Castle and Nova.
Well, you know, I think that this is definitely one of those maps I've said over and over and over again, that this is kind of like one of those maps where you're going to see a heal strat most of the time at the end, just due to the hills, the defilades, and these zones. And that's something that I feel that we might see once again, but the only issue is with this kind of zone, you got so many squads having to rotate in, so you're definitely going to see some people getting caught trying to get into this circle.
Yeah. I mean, also as well, we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights. They're staying at Cosmodrome as well. I imagine they're just going for the 2-2 loot split. Is that really that effective, though, here, Jukes? So you're the former player, the former in-game leader. You can see they're looting towards the northern side. They're going to be stacked once we go into phase 2 and 3. But that rotation through Mount Kresnik, Villa, obviously there's no teams there now, but Alpha 7 may claim that area. And then they have to get inside the circle. Wildcard, who won the last. Vikendi, they're at the edge of the zone inside their compound. So Pittsburgh Knights, they have the loot, but have they got the right idea?
Oh man, this is always that kind of 50-50 coin flip decision, because all you know, you can be totally looted up, try to get into zone, and you can catch a perfect third-party opportunity, get some serious kills, and be looted to the teeth. Or you can try to get into zone late, and you can have 4 pro teams gatekeep you on the way in. So it's really just it's one of those coin flip decisions that we just kind of have to see play out.
Oh my, what is this?
It's Sixless.
Yeah, from Grunto, he's found Mystic. Mystic went out so early. Actually was the first player to die in that last game. We saw Sandhawk, and maybe Sixless can try and claim it here up against Axel and all the players from Team Queso as Mystic goes down as well from Iran, from Grunto. And remember, I believe he said it was Vietnamese, and then the English player being Sixless. So for him, he's calmed, he's got the kill, they're happy, and now they're moving on.
And this is just, this is Team Queso. It just seems to be a trend at this point. You know, always getting kind of caught on a rotation, losing a couple people early on. When they're in late game as a full squad and working together, they can make it happen. But losing people like this early is just so tough to see coming from such a major team like Team Queso.
Yeah, it's true to see. And towards the southern side, we have Tribe as well, who are currently trying to rotate in southern side of Winery. And they're going to be fine for now as there's no teams near them. But speaking of teams being near, Kultur may be waiting ever so patiently or not. It seems like they're going to be coming out of the compound and
could be a big
you have more players here.
Oh!
Many players are here for Kultur, but they're not going to be helping out their teammate instead. Tempo are going to be claiming that as their first kill. They're going to be running away saying, see ya, you guys can have 3 members. And with that, going into the latter stages of the Kendi, Kultur are going to be suffering heavily, as so are Pittsburgh Knights. This is the rotations we mentioned. Grunto taking out J7.
Yep, having to drive by a squad that is in the blue zone. Grunto, yeah, that's a big loss that we can just saw that, you know, Sixless, these guys can hit those shots on moving vehicles right now. So a big loss for PK, just happened to get caught out like that. But Grunto, they are now in a position to get gate-kipped in reverse. So they are holding in the blue zone, really wondering how their rotation is going to work out getting into this one.
Yeah, but I think for them, you can see it now on the radar as well. There's only 2 players left. I mean, Carnage, fair enough, but Raven 2 and a 2 versus 4 versus Grunto. But as you said, it can be the reverse where now Grunto have to rotate south side, but instead they're going north in their vehicles. So maybe they're going to be going for the alley-oop around Krakas and come down Garocca. And there's actually a bit of a gap there between Pittsburgh Knights and Alpha 7 there in the center, just north of Movatra.
Yeah, in this situation, you know, you just have to just take it slow. Just kind of move in place to place, scout out, move again, and you're just trying to get into this zone. I wonder, okay, it's, you know, this new zone seems to be really friendly here. So right now, if you're able to kind of hold that edge position, you should be really well set.
Yeah, but speaking of the edge, you can see the water is still, 40% filling up that phase 2 circle. So going into phase 3, it's most likely going to shift towards Dino Park. It could go eastern though, it could go northern. If it goes northern, you've got to be looking at teams like XQ Gaming, even the last winners, right? Kremru Petitas, they have to rotate northern through 3, 4, 5 teams as well here, Jukes. It really comes down to this next zone, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, this next zone is gonna be, it's gonna be just carnage all over. I mean, no pun intended, but that is what we're gonna see right here because you're gonna have all these teams grouped up together so closely, and after a while, you're going to start seeing some antsiness come from these teams because we're still only in second zone. So this third zone right here, you're going to see some teams just finally just wanting to get into some fights. And yeah, I mean, depending on where this zone goes, it can be anyone's game.
Yeah, 5 med kits. They've got energy drinks, Pittsburgh Knights, but they've only got 2 players. They spent so much time looting and they waited for that late rotation. And as you said, Grunto Esports caught them off guard. Tempo as well, they've had a good game so far. They've got their 1 or 2 kills, but they're inside the center of this circle, and with how much water is inside it, it's most likely going to go either north or east. And guess where Tempo are? They're in the center eastern side. So if they need to rotate, it's most likely going to be in a few more circles, so they have time to let teams do the damage to themselves.
Definitely. No, you saw Spec with that high IQ play. He knew exactly where that member from Cult2 BG was. Saw that edge of that bike, decided to blow it up and take him out really quick right there. So great plays from Tempo. And, you know, just to kind of get some quick banner going, you know, the one thing I feel why so many teams like Tempo, XQ, Wildcard, why they do so much better than a lot of other squads is it's that synergy. You know, like the IGL will make that call, but the other 3 members are basically mini IGLs themselves. They have a sense of where the fight's gonna go. The IGL just makes the official call and they execute it instantly. And in this game, tenths of a second matter. You push, one player pushes too late, that could equal to a squad wipe right there. So when we talk about Grunto, you know, with Sixless as the IGL, if Sixless is making the call, and like when I was talking to him and mentioned,
yeah, is it translated to the rest of the players?
Exactly. You know, you have to have one player.
Who's translating it?
So I believe Q. He told me Q does speak English really well. Another member does speak some, and then the third just speaks nothing but Vietnamese. So You get Sixless
They all
has to make
speak
the call.
PUBG. They all speak
Yeah, they all
PUBG.
speak PUBG though. Yeah, that's for
what
sure.
we're off to. I got the kill. That's all that matters. I think
Definitely.
that's what Sixless is after.
Yeah, so I mean, the only thing is that when it comes to that little delay, that 10th of a second, 20-second, hesitation could mean worlds. But like you said, they all speak PUBG, and they all speak dollar signs, because that's what they're all looking to get. That's for sure. So, if they're able to kind of figure it out here, we can definitely see Grunto come up through the ranks.
Ooh, we're about to see this phase 3 circle as well. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go east? Is it going to be centered? Yes, it is. Again.
Oh my goodness.
And now there's only, 30% of the circle being filled by water as well. And again, it's only one team out of the circle. It's B4. So we get more of the same here in Vikendi, Jukes, which is teams are inside the circle. Cool. We'll sit in our compound and we'll wait until, things hit the fan. We'll put it like that once it hits phase 4.
Yeah, exactly. I think you nailed it right on the head right there. But like I mentioned earlier, though, these teams, they have been sitting in the same spot for a long time. And I would not be surprised if you start seeing a little bit of, little antsiness, looking to try and make some plays and try to get some shots down range. But right now, all they should be doing is just predicting where the next zone's going to go and kind of create a game plan for when that does happen. Because if you're a team like Tribe, who's on the south, if that zone goes north, you got to know already instantly how you're going to be able to try and get there. The only thing you don't have to plan for is if the zone lands on you. Because if the zone lands on you, you ain't going nowhere, right?
But it's more pressure. You're like, oh my God, this is my chance.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the zone lands on yourself. You're just there and just shooting at everything on the way in. But yeah, if that zone goes hardships away from you, you got to have that plan in place and get ready to execute it instantly.
And all these teams, they have compounds now. As I said, there's only one team outside of the circle, and that's B4. They can rotate in. I can already see on the map feed right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so compounds they can go into just south of Tribe. So they should be safe for now, but XQ Gaming, they may have seen a vehicle or two from one of the players or caught the memo from Memo himself as to exactly where Tribe are lurking. And now they can try and devise a plan if they want to go for the attack.
Oh, we saw some big shots right there onto Sam. He is able to make it out of that one. I think that's just, like I mentioned earlier, XQ getting a little antsy, trying to get some cheeky shots off here in the mid game. But at the end of the day, though, you got to be real careful, because with all these squads nearby, a third party could really happen if you decide to crash onto that team.
Yeah, and also if they'd landed that kill and realized they're down Sam, the main kingpin from Tribe, then maybe they may have tried to go for that crash onto the compound, but as the knock didn't happen, again, very similar fashion here on Vikendi, you get damaged, you just crouch behind the window and you just heal up and then you're fine.
Yep, and that's exactly what he did. I think you can just see right now, all these teams are just trying to get more intel, trying to get some information, because when this next zone pops, they want to have a good idea of where different squads are located, where the vehicle pathing is going to go. But yeah, this is going to get, right now, we're big chilling because, the way the zone's been playing, but one hard shift and that changes instantly.
Yeah, B4 have actually made it inside the zone now scot-free. No action taking place there. So now all of the teams, and all 16 at that, are safe and sound inside their compound, inside the circle. But we are moments away from finding that phase 4 circle. And right now, 30% of the circle is taken up by water. So this should be, I think it's phase 4 circle now, where it should shift away from the water. So let's see, Juked.
And will it do it? Will it go center? And it does. Okay, it goes just straight dead center right here. So Team Solid, Trem Carreta, XQ, C9. Looks like they're just going to be holding their positions right here. But the last two members from PK are going to have to make their way south.
Yeah, and also it's just, a few players remaining from Team Queso, actually just 2 as well. So we might see a 2 versus 2 standoff between the Pittsburgh Knights and Team Queso here towards the northwestern side of the circle. But towards the southern side, Kremrul Batiste started to make their, ascent up the rocky terrain towards the coastline of Milnar. And it feels like a good strategy from them. Just play towards the coast, just hide and see what happens.
Go for placement. That's what they did in the last game. And it seemed to work out for them. They took Team Solid for a ride. And you see Spec trying to get some people on the ride over. Coltu BG's barely making it out of there unscathed.
Yeah, they are going to be able to rotate over. And again, they found themselves a pretty nice compound which they can just set up shop and then wait for this next circle, as I believe they are inside the circle. Yes, indeed they are. And again, all 16 teams inside this circle. So a very different affair to what we saw in Sanhok already.
That was a super fortunate rotation right there from Coltu. You know, just happened to go in that one little area that has not taken. But yeah, they did end up losing one member because of it. So they have to really, really be careful right now. They got a good spot, but any team can full send it onto them right now.
So now just patiently waiting for which team's going to make the move. I mean, you're the former in-game leader here yourself. Do you try and take this risk and try and get inside a better compound inside the center before this next phase does shift? Or should they just wait patiently and hope they get lucky as Team Solid spot out a player here from Culture, but they're not going to pull the trigger as of yet?
That's all depends on the scouting right there. You know, if you have some players that were able to scout out a spot that you can tell for sure is completely empty, then yeah, definitely I think that would be a better position to take. Or you can just kind of wait right until the zone pops, have some people ready to get on the drive instantly. And we're going to see right now where this next zone going to go. Will it center out once again? Will it just continue the trend? And yep, it sure does, right? Dead center in the middle. So Team Solid, Coltu, BG, that's going to pay off for their rotation right there. But they got to be careful because every single one of these teams want that spot.
Yeah, and obviously, caveat for getting that center position inside the circle was the loss of one of their teammates. And with that, though, Team Solid, they've got 4 players. Trem Caretta, they've got 4 players. C9 have 4 players as they're making the rotation. And you can see actually on the minimap, they're inside vehicles trying to get inside the mountain terrain. I'm not sure if there's a good compound they can try and get into, though, around where C9 are.
Oh, no, you're going to have to fight your way through it right now. And I think that we've been seeing a lot of, quietness here for the past few minutes. But I have a big feeling here the next few seconds, we're going to start seeing crazy shots all over the place.
I mean, you casted all of those 80 scrims on the online season. Was Vikendi this slow?
Vikendi, I mean, it all depends on the zone. You know, there's certain zones that just, like this, when it just goes dead center, no hard shifts, you're going to see a lot of just, chilling kind of going on because there's just no reason to move. But now, here in zone number 5, we're going to have to get into it. And you can see right now, look, Pittsburgh and Grunto.
Oh, no, this isn't good here for Grunto Esports. Sixless taking damage early, although it is the Pittsburgh Knights. And remember, we spoke about them earlier. There's only 2 players, so it's not the end of the world there for Sixless. He is still alive. He was nearly killed, but Raven too far away there to help out his teammate. And again, he's going to be going on that solo mission. And during all that action, we're seeing kills coming out now left, right, and center. I mean, just taking a look at the tally, 2 players are out right now for wildcard. They're one of the teams who are pointing out to maybe take the chicken dinner here. We've seen team players being taken out from Jarme as well, as Fox is dead. So maybe, just maybe 20 minutes in. Yeah, we're about to hit that 21-minute mark as, yeah, Pittsburgh Knights are eventually going to be eliminated in 16th.
Could you imagine, I mean, just surviving 21 minutes in a PUBG mobile match? Yeah, 21 minutes in a PUBG mobile match right there. And ending up in 16th place. I mean, that is so unfortunate. But you can see there, Exami getting caught out by Tribe, and they are really split up right now in this fight.
They are.
Oh, and getting
Tribe. Yeah, they're going to be doing well here in this situation. King A outside of the zone, as they need to make sure that they are safe before they can try and enter inside. As towards their left is XQ Gaming, who they are currently trying to fight out right now as the smokes are deployed. But as we said, inside this next circle that we're going to be seeing very shortly on our screens, where we do bring up the map feed, it's in the center of nothing. It's just terrain. There's some rocky hills, there's some rocks, but besides that, the compounds are out of it.
Oh, and look at this zone. It has done a good, solid little shift off. It's Cloud9, dead center. Acer having hit some big shots, but he does get caught out right now. So the rest of Wildcard, it's all up to Slicky right here.
Yeah, but they're outside of the zone by quite a far margin towards the northern side. And you can see the terrain they have to traverse through if they want to get inside it. They've got 2 mountains to try and cross, so they have a lot to do in 32 seconds, but so does Slicky as well here with the Mac-10. As again, it's Alpha 7 now are joining the fray. Wildcard Gaming can't catch a break as it's down to this last player here from this team. And Alpha 7 just trying to work out exactly where Slicky is hiding, so they can see the smokes. They know there's a team here.
And you know what? They want to take Wildcard out early because Alpha 7, they are in the top of the leaderboards right now.
True.
So they know Wildcard is just above them. They want to get them out nice and early. And look at the full push right here. They do catch Slicky, and there's nothing he can do. So Alpha 7 executing their plan perfectly right now. With a big game here, they will shoot up the leaderboards.
Yeah, that's Wildcard Gaming out, and Jarme as well are going to be taking out in that, 14th, 15th spot. Not sure which team went out first, but either way, it's still only going to be a point for their time. 22 minutes into Vikendi. Besides that, though, teams that we're looking out for, Tribe, maybe this could be another good game for them, as it's the Creme Real Petitas who are doing the damage here versus B4.
Prim Real Betis, so you can see Unico Edu getting some big shots down the range right now. They are just trying to hold their position. They are a little bit split up right now, so gotta be careful. Alpha 7!
Oh,
yeah, oh my goodness, how they were out of zone coming south, and they're taken out early as well. Heartbreaking for Alpha 7, GG.
Yeah, B4 though, tried to do something before eventually going down. That's going to be them taken out in, what, 11th spot? So again, poor performance from B4, who are sitting at the bottom of the table. This isn't the first day. They were looking for ace again. They're usually towards the middle of the pack, and they're out again in 10th. So a poor performance for them. And again, Sixless is taken out last.
This.
And that means Grunto are going to be out in 10th. And this is where action is what we're looking for. Tempo.
Here we go.
There's still 4 players. They have taken some damage, but they want to try and test the team here, Trem Caretta, see what they have inside them as HH24 tries to land the headshot, but it's going to be Swagman who comes in with a headshot back. That is a perfect shot, as you said. More kills as well coming out for Trem Caretta, as they're going to be wiping out some more players here from Tempo.
Swagman with the huge shots right there onto Tempo Storm. Tempo had no choice. They had to move in. That blue zone was really starting to hurt, but Trem executing it too perfectly. You got to hit those, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, incredible shots there. That's one of the biggest things I've seen so far since casting the World Finals, is seeing the incredible increase in skill on these mobile players.
Oh man, these guys can laser people from 300-400 meters away now. You know, the skill has just increased tremendously in just the past few months alone. You can see Cream Real Betis right now on top of the hill, just trying to find their way into zone. And it looks like here, look, we're gonna have a little bit of revenge going on as they are being gate-kept right now from Team Solid.
Oh, Sixless nearly 1,000 damage himself.
Insane. Insane, putting up huge kills right now. 4 teams. He did go out early, unfortunately, his squad, but man, you can just definitely tell that he's putting in the work right now.
He is indeed. It's also going to be Team Queso out of the picture as well, as we're down to 7 teams, 25 players alive here, 25 minutes into phase 7. And this may be the last circle we eventually do see. As towards the top of the scoreboard, it's XQ Gaming who are still alive here, Jukes.
This could be their game right now. A lot of big teams got taken out early, so XQ need to crush it, have a huge game to secure their first place position right now. And you see Cream trying to get a big nade onto Team Solid. Oh, that's close right there. Proza, that's an eviction notice. You got to be really careful. Don't want to hold that same spot right now. And oh!
Yeah, 80 or so damage onto Proza. He's going to be trying to heal up behind the rocky terrain, but Creme Real Betis, they're going to be falling back now. They know that they can just play the late game inside the circle. They're inside it. They have a very good position as well towards this tree and rocky terrain. And now, across the map, it's called 2, versus C9. This is so important for C9. They need a really solid victory here in this firefight. But it's Fran. What can he try and do? Takes out Uneven, tries to go for more, but eventually going to be running out of ammo inside the G360. And just like that, C9 are going to be picking them apart. All down to, I believe, just one player here from Team...
Oh!
No, what's going on? What's going on here? It's a third party from Tribe.
Tribe was like, come, Cloud9, come up this hill. And then, yeah, just unfortunately, C9 had the hard pinch right there. Nothing they can do in that situation. And with this new zone, Tribe, Team Solid, Tribe's at a huge advantage right now with this hill. Could be a big game for them. So
true. Already at 8 kills as well. Interesting to see if they can try beat that 17, although there is only 10 players remaining besides them, so they need to get almost all of those kills if they want to get to 18 and lead the event so far in terms of total kills inside a map. But it's all about XQ for me. They've got 3 points already. They're sitting at 109 on the live statistics. And if they get the chicken dinner here, they can go up to maybe 130 and really be far in the lead. But Creme Real Betis, they can hear exactly where XQ Gaming are. And XQ Gaming are the ones who we're looking at as they come pushing in. Maybe not expecting exactly where Nitsu was. He's actually going to be going out for the down as well. That's more kill points coming out for Creme Real Betis. And now Starlight trying to see if he can gaze where his teammate has fallen, try and revenge that kill. But instead, CRB are playing this one passive, as just behind them is Team Solid.
Cream I don't think they have a really good position right now in this zone, but they are feeling themselves. They already got 10 kills. Memo adding 1 to Tribe Gaming as well with 9 kills already right now. So this could be a huge game for both of these teams. Team Solid, they are on the ropes. They're playing it passive right now. They should definitely start picking it up because the last game it didn't work out for them, and Memo with some big shots right now to Team Solid.
Yeah, and that now means that Tribe are the only team of 4 players alive, but as I say, that memo is going to be down by Starlight, but not quite killed just yet as King A finds his own onto Team Solid. More players going to be taken out as Execute Gaming are taken out in 4th. Now, CRB, what can they do? They have to try and get above this hill, but look exactly where the circle is. I'm not sure if they can even get on top of the hill. I think this is going to be an instant win here for Tribe, as it's all down to 2 teams. Tribe versus Team Solid, a 4 versus 1 here, as NTX is the only player remaining here for Team Solid. He's trying to go for that revive here, but look at this. It's going to be the flank coming out from Xgut, and just like that, the MAC-10 whips out the G360. He's going to be claiming it for Tribe, and with that, I'm not sure if they got those kills. I'm not sure if they got up to 18. What's that? 1, 7, 9, 14 kills. Okay, so they're on 34 points additionally from that game. Not quite the 17 kills, but either way, in the chicken dinner, they're going to be on more aggregately. They're going to be very happy, aren't they?
Oh, I think they are really happy right now. 14 kills and the chicken dinner. That is going to rocket launch them up the leaderboards right there. They had the hill, hit some really, really big shots. Team Solid on the bottom, you know, they always seem when they had, regardless of position, just to kind of play it passive. Tribe, though, they understood the situation, flipped the switch, and were able to secure the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it almost felt as if there was no chance. You can see on the replays as well eventually for CRB to try and climb up that hill and take out Tribe as where the zone was. But yeah, I mean, maybe Kalaris has something to say too if he's been watching it.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Kalaris, appear!
I wish I had 2 axes. That would be perfect.
There it is.
But damn. Oh well. Tribe getting themselves the win here off the back of it. And Jukes, it might be their day. They had that 17 kill game beforehand. Now into a victory. That's huge for them.
Oh, huge. I mean, adding not just a victory, but a victory with 14 kills.
Yeah.
Just 3 shy of their last performance. This is huge points for them. I know they gotta be hyped for sure.
Yeah, definitely so. Right, thank you very much, gents. Back with you guys for Erangel later on. We are going to bring in our analysis guys as well to break down exactly what's happened on Vikendi. And for the first 3 circles, admittedly, there wasn't much going on Vikendi. 7, Dave, we keep having these centering up things. Dave, you warned me before all of this that there's a lot of centering when it comes to Vikendi. Of course, the first circle was a little bit wild, but up until like 3 or 4, it was compounds, it was stay safe, it was social distancing all the way. Nobody was going in within, 2 meters of each other at least, right?
Yeah, I mean, for a second there, I thought I saw you pressed a little button, and I was like, okay, Kalaris 100% made this first circle in his favor because there was about 60% water in the actual circle number 1. But then after that, it's just like, okay, well, circle 2, 3, 4, 5, we feel bad for the players. Let's just center up.
Yeah, and indeed it kept doing so until some of the final circles, of course, which we will discuss in a little bit's time. Let's take a look at how the points did shape up here throughout this game, of course, as we have Tribe Gaming getting themselves some great points here. 34 big ones up towards the top here. Green Royal Batiste get themselves 21 points properly on the map now. Very good for them, 7, to try and boost up their standings.
Definitely. Performances by Tribe Gaming. Listen, they were able to get some high kills earlier, but sadly they were able to back it up with the chicken dinner. Right now, they were able to get the kills and the chicken dinner, which is amazing to see, man. They're having a great day too. King A, Seagud, Sam, this squad is good to see that kind of performance from them. And Team Solid is actually starting to impress me. Now they're starting to be a little bit more consistent. It doesn't seem like their execution or the aggression is quite there from them. So hopefully they can improve a little bit on that as well.
Let's take a look at the 9 through 16 here. Kultu not had the the biggest day by any means, but some good placement points here from this game to get them still nice and steady. Alpha 7 only 2 points to their name, and B4 once again, Dave, not having the best of times. I hate to harp on and beat the dead horse, as it were, but it's just not been their day right now. So they'll be looking at the next game and just saying, okay, for the most part this is going to be a write-off, and just see how it's going to go for the future.
Yeah, and it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts for me to see, because a lot of those teams that we saw on the second page, at least when we talk about this last game, a lot of them was like a solo, maybe even duo, and instead of going for placement points, that is, they opt to kind of play that spoiler. They're in the blue, they try to take a shot, maybe 2 shots, try to get a kill.
Yeah.
I would recommend they go for placement points. Take out the pan. go for those placement points, because when we get to like circle 6 and 7, back in scrims, I mean, it was Cloud9 Pyro. They were in 12th place. They healed up and they got 3rd place that game. So instead of trying to play that spoiler, maybe go into the mindset, okay, I got to clutch this one out for the squad. I got to get as many placement points as possible, because I feel like that will pay off even bigger when it comes to the overall leaderboard for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the breakdown here for Tribe Gaming, because they were the first team to actually break the 3k damage point for a single game. And now let's see if they've got any close to that. It's not going to be quite that close. However, 1,800 damage for the 14 kills and the extra little steals that they were able to get off the knockouts that they got 7. That's some pretty impressive stuff.
I think it goes to show that having the height advantage there, they already took advantage of the situation that they had in Miramar, which was great. And right now in Vikendi, they were able to have the height advantage. They were able to just pick people apart, and they were able to take easy stuff. For example, third-party in teams. I know when C9 tried to push them, it was an easy picking from them. So it was good to see that they were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they pulled the Obi-Wan Kenobi. They have the high ground. Don't even try. And then the other teams tried and they failed. Yep. Unfortunate. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here from our Vikendi match for game number 4. We have one more match after this, of course, but let's take a quick peek at how all of these are going to be shaping up. I wish I had one of these right now, I'll tell you that much. So, of course, we had the circles converging in. The first one was a little bit rough, but then it was center, and then not too many kills coming in quite early, but Sixless running and gunning, Dave, with that G36C, trying to find himself some good spots.
Yeah, running and gunning, and I got to give it to them. I feel like this was their first game that they that vehicle exploded. That they finally start to kind of play closer together, because yesterday during the Vikendi, I recall Sixless was on a snowmobile. They dropped off one of their squad mates. They started to receive some shots, and Sixless is like, "See you later, kid." But that is not the case here today. So as I mentioned on that last desk, every single game, the squad, they're going to start to play a little better as that synergy builds over time. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to see exactly what will come out of Grunto. But you guys both mentioned it. Tribe, almost every single game here tonight, they straight up send it to that high ground. They always have the high ground advantage, and it has just been paying off big time for the squad here.
Yeah, definitely so. And also, whilst looking at these highlights early on, we saw some, Uzi action, and even later towards the end, you can see here Seagut actually getting himself some great little pickups towards the end, 7. So it really does go to show that in PUBG Mobile, there's a lot of versatility in the guns, and the Uzi can be utilized even that far into the late game.
There is, especially now that they went ahead and added an option to go ahead and put a red dot or a hollow sight on the Uzi. Trust me, I was actually talking to Scout OP all the way from India, and he told me ever since they did that, they made the gun even more OP. So I'm not surprised to see my boy Seagut just jumping down and saying, you know what, guys, I got this. Don't worry about it.
Rate of fire, you can unload very nicely with it. Let's take a look at the overall damage for the lobby as it does stand, because, of course, we saw that 1,800 coming in from Tribe, but where else did the other damage land? We see actually Grunto putting out a lot of damage. I mean, with Sixless going for the fights early on and the rest of the team following his calls now, Dave, not too bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is their best game yet when it comes to the damage. I mean, we finally are starting to see them come together. Maybe Sixless is saying, hey, maybe calling coordinates, or even just marking the map, and then the rest of the squad mates just look in that direction and just start spraying and screaming like, oh, we got him. I mean, just basic communication at this point is all they need, they need here, at least in day number 2. And I'm surprised. XQ, they had 4 up at the end. And, we saw right there in the highlights, Seagut popping out with that Uzi. It worked out for Seagut, but XQ, just moments before that, they attempted to do the same thing, I believe, on Team Solid, but Team Solid had one of their members just playing that off angle, catching XQ off guard. Yeah. XQ, honestly, I know they were down there on the bottom of the mountain, but I felt like they really had a strong taste to get that chicken dinner this game. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I got a fly attacking me during all of this. Where are these coming from? Of course, go away. Whilst we had the 4 teams out of the top 4 actually getting very close damage to one another, if Tribe hadn't had that high ground 7, there is the potential that any of those teams could have actually taken away that chicken dinner. But let's take a look at the overall standings as we have XQ up towards the top still. I had my money on them actually for this last game, but it really didn't work out for them in the end. 118 points, and Tempo Storm 106 points, Dave, but neither of your teams yet have a chicken dinner today, Dave. What's going on, mate? What's happening?
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm just thankful. I'm just thankful, honestly, that I called it. I said, you know, XQ, they're going to be getting a chicken today. I said Alpha 7 will be getting a chicken today. I was like, listen, if Alpha 7 don't get chicken, I'll shave my mustache. So, I mean, them getting that early chicken dinner, whoo, that relieves so much pressure off of my back. Let me tell you guys.
Don't know about that one. I think we can even get the highlight guys to go back and clip your previous prediction. Maybe we can do
I
that.
think we might have to do that. I think we're definitely going to have
I
to do
clearly
that.
said Alpha 7. I clearly
we have the power. We have the power. Is our 11
You'll be surprised.
B4, unfortunately for them, not having the easiest day. They're going to be the Mezexis of today here, so far at least. Let's hope they can have a big step up for the final game of Erangel. But as we previously spoke about, it looks like just a little bit of a write-off, maybe trying to get over with some of those jitters. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that you guys have been able to pick here throughout this game, of course, as I can only imagine it might be a little bit later on, but we might also get to see those circles properly converge to see how things go. I'm trying to get these flies, man, left, right, all over the place. What's going on? I'm being attacked. So, Seven, what did you have for us in the highlights? Do you recall?
Yeah, I think it's going to go ahead and actually be the maps, just the zones that we're getting, especially at first. It was insane, man. As Dave was mentioning, 60% of the zone was just water, which caught a lot of teams off guard. And some teams were actually able to take advantage of that, like Grunto up on the top with Sixless. They were able to catch, I believe it was Team Queso and also PK a little bit off guard by being able to knock a couple players and picking up those early kills. And then after that, all the circles just started becoming to the center, as Dave has mentioned before. It has happened before in scrims, and it seems like it's happening here. And people didn't really have to move, so we didn't have to worry about that much action. I think the circles, though, them going center so often, it may be giving teams a couple of chances to just regroup and rethink their strategies and just rethink how they were going to rotate. But overall, I think Tribe and XQG having the height advantage. I'm surprised that XQG wasn't able to take more advantage of that, but Tribe was able to take perfect advantage of the height, knock people, get the kills, and make sure they position themselves in a way that it would win the game for them.
I suppose there are two layers to this. Well, ironically, there's two layers to this mountain as well that I'm about to talk about here, Dave. But for Tribe, thankfully for them, the circle worked out so well, because even if it hadn't shifted all the way up to the top to that mountain, that little hill that they had there, Dave, they still had yet another layer that was above most of the teams if it had shifted down that way as well. So it was just, in general, a hugely fantastic position for Tribe Gaming, right, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, layers just like an onion right there. I mean, my eyes were watering. You had two members up there at the tippy top, so even if that second layer of the 2-2 from Tribe, even if they got taken out, up from above, they can provide that support to maybe make sure to get those final knocks on the enemies. So, I mean, 200 IQ play coming out from Tribe. And like I mentioned earlier, Tribe, every single game here tonight, they have been going straight for the high ground, and it is working out so well for them.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we can take a look at how the schedule is going to be shaping up, because we have just one more game left for today, and we can check in with our 4 winners so far here throughout the day too. As Wildcard started off with the aces up their sleeves as they were able to get the first Erangel. We then had Alpha 7, Cream Royal Batiste, and then Tribe Gaming. I mean, in my mind, Tribe could have potentially had 2 wins today if they'd have continued on with the rampage that they were causing with the 17 kills in one of the previous games. But it's Erangel. It's time to go back, Dave, here. And we had quite the circle to start off the day with that 50-50 split. A lot of the teams committing to military, and rightfully so in the end.
Yeah. And guys, please, double or nothing. Double or nothing here. If we get another military circle, cut me some slack. I'm hedging my bets here. So
the mustache is coming off.
No, not like this. Not like this. We'll see. Listen, okay, I admit, I didn't say Alpha 7. I said Tempo. I said Tempo, and I said Team Carreta. I'm not going to jump off the bandwagon, all right? I'm going to stay on it, because I know these teams, they got what it takes. They have what it takes to make sure this nice thing stays on my face.
Dave, you're going to be shaved, Dave, tomorrow. I'm going to make them change the lower third for you when they don't win. We'll see. All right, predictions 7. I've already got yours, Dave, considering all of that. 7, how about yourself?
You know what? I hope it's not Tempo Storm, and I hope it's not Trim Coretta, just so we can see Mustache Dave without the mustache, because one of our mustaches is probably going to be gone at the end of the 16 days. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a couple more bets, but I actually want to go ahead and see Alpha 7 and maybe go ahead and pull up another win. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, it would be. I think I've already seen Dave, a picture of Dave without a mustache one time, in a rare alternate universe, a rare virtual reality. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to see you at the end of the show as I dismiss them for now. And we'll be bringing on our commentary team once again in Snods and Hot Jukes for the final game here of the day. It will be Erangel to figure out who's going to be getting all the points. Snods, Erangel on the way. Our 50-50 circle before was a little bit crazy for Erangel to start things off, but I'm hoping for a bit more of a normal circle. How about yourself?
I feel like all of the games so far, the circles have been a bit ridiculous so far, Kalaris. I think it's been the, what was it, hardships from Dave? I'm going to go with the hard shifts on the circles for today. What about you, Jukes? What are you thinking? What's been the main salient point for you today?
Man, I mean, the hard shifts we've seen all day today. And I want to also clear up some confusion I think we heard earlier. What we actually heard were Mustache David's predictions. You know, you didn't hear Mustache Dave.
No.
So I think that's what the mistake was right there. So, but hey, here we go. Last match of the evening. A wrangle. I'm ready to see if the circle shenanigans continue.
Hey, so am I, Jukes. So am I. Obviously, we've had some great games so far on Sandhawk, Vikendi, and we're looking to see who can take that top spot now on Erangel. Earlier, it was Wildcard Gaming. They fell very short in the last one. But for me, the team I'm really looking at is B4. And the reason I'm so worried for them is they've had 4 games now where they've been towards the bottom of the pack. And I'm also going to be looking at Team Queso as well here, Jukes, because last game they only had 18 damage after 4 of the players had died.
Man, you know, Team Queso, a South American favorite, a team that was putting in work across the scrims, just having a tough start to PMPL so far, always seeming to lose somebody early on. This playing path, though, it seems to be, you know, pretty convenient for them. They're going to be able to get to Primorsk early. That's their drop zone where they like to be. So they're going to get looted up really nicely. Also depends where this circle is going to go. But yeah, B4 need to have a big game today if they're looking to kind of hold on for the rest of PMPL.
Yeah, and we saw B4 as well. They dropped towards the northern side of military base, towards the bridge by Ferry Pier. Although for now, I'm trying to see actually where B4 are landing. Can't see it directly. Maybe you can, Jukes.
Oh, I'll tell you what I can't see is this zone, and it has gone in the complete opposite direction of Team Queso. And you can see Trem, Carreta, Furacao going south, Grunto, all these squads, now knowing where the zone is, are going to try to take, you know, this eastern side.
Yeah, and you can see B4 now as well. They actually opted to go for the late exit of the plane, whereas last time they were towards where Starlight is right now from XQ Gaming. But instead, they're going towards this eastern side of military base, exactly where you said Trem Carrera are going.
Yeah, and you know, they're gonna have some good loot, it looks like, because they're gonna have Novo all to themselves. Now, crates lately have been a little bit shaky when it comes to loot, but with this zone right here, I wonder if you got, you know, Grunto, Exame, are they gonna do a big time bridge camp? This could be really tough for these squads.
That was one of the things I was about to ask is, we've got 2 teams on military base, we've got 3 teams near towards Farm and Milta where they can actually do that barricade towards that bridge which enters directly inside the first circle. I would like to see B4 and Trem Carrera maybe go for a ferry pier up towards Potato Hill, maybe try to come towards the eastern side of the center of the circle, as I feel like if these teams on Military Island go straight north, it's almost like a death sentence.
Definitely, definitely. So this is really tough zone right here. I wonder what, you know, Grunto and Exami are really kind of thinking of what to do, because there's just so many options. You can opt for the gatekeep, try to get some kills early on, but you know, there's also, you're already in the zone early. Do you want to try to predict center zone? There's that spot just north of Shelter, you know, that's a really, really good hill. And I think that's probably the most prime location for this type of zone. Team Solid, who I know that we've been kind of a little bit hard on here because they've been so close to getting wins, but just unable to get it. But if you look at them overall, they've been playing pretty darn solid. They're in 6th place right now. I mean, they've outperformed Cloud9, Cold 2, BG, and as well as some other teams that have only played, you know, 1 day. But I mean, this is a top 6 team so far today. So Team Solid have been playing pretty darn solid. I just think that of course, we're going to be a little hurt when we see their opportunity to get there just a little bit further, just unfortunately unable to close that gap.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of closing the gap, you spoke about Team Queso liking to go towards Primorsk at the start of Erangel, and here they are towards Primorsk, maybe the most southwestern side of the map. And Dukes, they're going to have to do that exact same rotation through, 4 or 5 squads towards the latter portion of the game. And only last game on Vikendi, they got 18 points of damage overall, so they really need to step up here, and this isn't exactly the most favorable circle for them.
I mean, I wish I could hear their comms when that circle popped, you know?
Would you understand them?
Oh, man, I guarantee you I would, you know, because it would most likely either just be, oh, you know, or, híjole, I can't believe the zone went completely away from us right here. So, yeah, that's really tough for Team Queso. Just, man, not catching any luck today.
They're not indeed. So looking towards, as you said, the center of that circle, Mansion, exactly where Team Solid are. And it really feels like, as you said, Team Solid now in 6th. They're the team that really made the most out of those really awkward and obscure, shifts of the circle.
Yeah, and you know, right here, they landed pretty much dead center of this one right here. So if they're able to just hit some big shots, this could be another big game for them. And I mean, if you look at it right now, XQ Gaming is in first place with 118 points. Team Solid is in 6th with 82. A chicken dinner and some decent kills. I mean, we're talking they're a top 3 team now, you know? So, wow. I mean, just a great performance for them overall. I know we haven't really seen them be able to, you know, get those clutch plays down, but still having a great day here of PUBG Mobile.
Ooh, Pittsburgh Knights are starting to make their way towards the bridge here just north of Military Base as B4 are starting to make their rotation off of Military Island and north towards Shelter. But for now, in Jaume, we have them here looting. They're in a pretty good spot here, so they can just relax for now. Really, the teams we're looking at are Wildcard Gaming, C9, that are towards the Everest Hill on the eastern side. But forget about that for now. It's B4. Yeah, we spoke about how hard it was going to be for them to rotate over that bridge, and this is exactly why. Pittsburgh Knights, this time no longer as 2 and as 4. They managed to get that first kill onto B4.
A little confused what happened right there, you know, because I know B4 was trying to cross into the zone, but I thought PK was ahead of him. So I'm not sure if just, it looks like one member of B4 took the lead and, got caught in that fight. That's really unfortunate for the squad. Yeah,
seems
kind
really
of weird.
silly, though. Yeah, it seems so strange to see that, especially when you go alone on that hill, on that bridge, and you know there's going to be a multitude of teams dropping towards that shelter position. All it takes is one of those teams to go south and blockade the bridge, as we saw from Pittsburgh Knights, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, not sure. There had to be some kind of miscommunication or something right there, because that one, you just can't have that happen on a rotation like that. Look at HH24 driving in style right here. XQ Gaming taking this is the spot that I was talking about right here. I think this is probably one of the most prime locations for this zone rotation-wise, and XQ Gaming, they've secured it.
They have indeed, but they've seen Tempo. Obviously, they just knocked them up essentially from that drive-by collision, as Tempo are now making their rotation over the hill and far away, and they're going to be on their yellow brick road to safety. And for now, we're still waiting for Team Queso to make the rotation inside just the zone. They're not inside the circle, they're still inside the blue zone towards Hospital. They've gone the northern side from Primorsk, all the way to Gatka, all the way to Hospital.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now they're going through shooting range, so they've gone for the long haul.
I mean, if there was an achievement for driving, you know, mileage, they definitely are going to get it right now. Team Queso making the extra long rotation. You can't play this one any safer, that's for sure.
That is true. Maybe B4 should have been taking a page out of that book before they made their early rotations. We have a crate as well that's going in towards the water outside of the Milta Power Island. So that's inside the water. I mean, the closest team to it is Kultur. They could maybe try swim out and get that level 3 armor and try bank on an AWP to try and utilize in Erangel. We know the power of that sniper rifle on this map.
Oh yeah, the you know, that's gonna be a bad boy to have, you know, level 3 armor or not. You hit that headshot, they are going down, and you see HH24 here on the top of the shelter hill. He is going to see Xame Gaming down there, just trying to get that intel for his team. And Tempo having a great day today. I mean, we're talking about they were in like nearly last place yesterday starting out. Now, holding second. Great job from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, and they've really found their footing here. It seems like it's been kills for them As I keep mentioning before, that game on Sandhawk where they finished 8th, but they still had the second highest damage and one of the highest kill tallies. That's why they're still keeping relevant, even if they're falling in the middle of the pack, finishing what? 8th or 7th. They're still up there in terms of kills, so they're getting that really high finish. That's propelling them up the scoreboard. And here we have it. Look at the... oh dear, Team K. So how would you even describe this rotation? This is abysmal here.
Team Cancel, they cannot catch a break right now. Zero luck when it comes to zone. And they're going all the way on the north side safe. But look at all the squads. They're going to be gatekeeping them in this position. So, yeah. Big. You can even see they're driving. Like, as soon as that zone shifted, you can kind of tell, like, they're just stopped. They're like, are you kidding me? Where do we go now? So, tough break for that team.
And that's a good question to ask you as an in-game leader, former in-game leader for these in-game leaders who are playing now. Where do you go when you see the zone focus on Milta Power Island and there's so much water around it as well? Are you trying to predict the next zone here?
Well, I mean, you definitely have to try, but if you're Team Queso, you just got to scout out and just take it hill by hill and just push together as a team, because at the end of the day, you're going to have to bully your way in. So you got to play really carefully and hit some big shots. And you can see Cloud9 getting caught out at her, losing, you don't want to lose such a great player early on. And XQ, they got their head on a swivel right now.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes people don't understand when you lose that player early. It's not just the player, it's the utility they offer, the healing, it's the reviving they offer. There's so much that you lose when you cut your losses early and you're down to 3 or 2 members. We saw that from Pittsburgh Knights just in the last game. Some kills, or should I say downs, happening right now onto C9 as, whoa, hold the phone for a second. Pyro's the only player alive right now as Beowulf has been downed. And with that, Uneven and Adder both hitting the 10 count. They're out of the picture. It's only down to 2 players if Beowulf can be revived. Really
shocked to see that rotation from Cloud9. They were just kind of sending it into like one of the most prime locations, trying to find a spot, completely separate. But at this point in the game, you have to know almost everything is taken. And just like that, you lose 3 members, and it's all up to Pyro right now. Yeah, Cloud9, having a tough day, or tough PMPL in general so far.
It's only day 2, though. I think they've got, what, another 75 or so matches or 70 matches to play. But even so, you want to get off to a good start, and not a good start here for Beowulf on Erangel in Game 5 as he's out the picture. Pyro now the only player remaining for C9, and with 16 teams left, I don't think this sort of mission is going to be very, reap many rewards at all.
For sure, you know what? It was Bayo's birthday the day before yesterday, so maybe this is just him giving a birthday gift to the rest of the teams, Maybe he's just like, hey, you know what? As my gift to you guys, we're going to give y'all a good solid point lead, and then we'll come back later, Who knows? Who knows what's going through their minds? We still have to wait and see. But Sixless,
Oh, no. What is this from Sixless? Look how far away the remaining players from his squad are, as he's probably frantically trying to translate exactly what the hell is going on. He's going to be shot at from the tower here from Zhao Mei. Just like that. Yeah, Sixless
what
is
a
out.
Shot.
Vehicle. He's going to be downed, and do you think they can try to get to him and revive him? I mean, they have smokes to try and utilize, but they're so scared about what else is lurking out there in the tree line, what else is up that ridge. And you can see how exposed Sixless is, but so are Team Queso, and apparently Kremro Petitas, as Itilox is left on his lonesome here behind the tree.
Oh yeah, and he is being gate-kept right now from Axel from Team Queso. And he's got the blue zone to his back. Zone's going all over the place. Mystic Ayala putting some work onto Escanor. It's all up to Itilox to make the big play right now, and he is going to get crashed on. Look at that.
Yeah, Marco here just coming from behind. Marco Polo, there you have it. He's gone. Sixless is out as well. Zhao Mei able to deny the revive. They're coming out from Grunto Esports. And now Queso finally have a name on their record. They have 2 kills.
They go.
Yeah, some points for them to work with going forward. At least it's something positive at the start.
Turn it on. They're still outside a zone here. Gonna have to crawl their way in, but that's exactly what they need to do. Just play as a squad, bully your way into the zone, and make some big plays.
So far, then, in terms of kills, we've got 2 for Queso that we just mentioned, 2 for Solid as well, and they have been looking solid today with the strange shifts we've seen from the circles. They've been able to capitalize off of that immediately, which I'd imagine is attuned to good communication.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. You got to have just excellent comms, and you want to be able to pretty much have all your players already kind of thinking the same thing you are. Because in this kind of late game rotations, you have one person that drives in the wrong direction, boom, they are shot out, blown up. So you got to have that lead driver giving that intel saying, hey, I got a squad on the left, go right. You know, oh, squad on the right, go left. And hopefully find yourself a position inside the zone.
Yeah, that's a really good point to mention. Have that one person in the team with the voice. It doesn't always have to be the in-game leader at all times, but sometimes people and players get the misinformation when you say good communication. It doesn't mean speak all the time. It means just listen and give good, clear comms.
You know, at some teams, they have to play comms differently. You know, I've played with some players and I know some IGLs that like comms clear. Like they want, I'm not gonna name drop certain ones, you know, but there are some players that like to almost have clear comms so they can hear footsteps. The only issue is, you know, now we're playing a LAN in the comfort of their own homes, but at actual LANs, you can't really hear footsteps. So you're gonna have to depend on your teammates' communications right here. And
instinct as well.
At this level, you just gotta be able to give your team the best information possible as quickly as possible.
Yeah, more downs coming out as well against Kultur, who are currently struggling here with 16 teams still alive. And in terms of players who are alive and feeling it, it's going to be Cream Real Petitas with 2 players alive and obviously Cloud9 with 1. But here are the replays coming out of a few of the kills that we've seen so far. Obviously, these were some of the first kills we've actually seen from Queso so far today. And this was the moment, I imagine, when Sixless was killed.
Great shot right there from Lupitas from the corner. With a 3x. I mean, he only had to hit those last few bullets, and he was able to clutch it right now. B4, they are holding this hill. Could be a good advantage for them because the zone, where it could go in any direction right now, and they're pretty central, so they should be in a good spot. But look at it here. Hits to the water side of Prison. So Tribe, a team that's been crushing it today, they have the zone right now. Could be another big game for them.
Jukes, we've got to mention, Sixless is still alive. By the way the replay looked, it looks like he was dying. Yeah, Sixless, look, he's there. And you can see it on the feed as well. He's still alive.
He sure is. Oh my goodness. It looks like he got picked up. The plot has thickened right here.
He was like 1 HP on the floor, and then suddenly the replay ended. I'm like, oh, okay, obviously we didn't need to see what happened there. It was fairly evident, but no. Seems like this guy's full of surprises.
Heck, I mean, he must have crawled his way to salvation right there. So yeah, I mean, that's going to be huge for Grunto coming here into this endgame.
Yeah, and actually, speak of the devil, here they are now having a firefight with Team Solid. In terms of positioning, though, Team Solid, they're just a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. It seems like teams are trying to get control of this main road, but let's hold that thought for now as Wildcard are trying to keep control of this whole entire game as they've just been playing the past 16 minutes. They don't want it to be for nothing as they're up against it here, about to lock horns versus Alpha 7, who have a player inside another compound to allow for that flank and to deny Enigma to try and get out and maybe try and flank on the sides onto Rolex, but instead Alpha 7, they're going to be trying to apply the pressure as Rolex is on foot, getting in close.
Oh yeah, you can see Spring, their off-angle specialist, on the top edge, but Abdul with a big nade, catching Acer through the window right there. And yeah, you might see a big push coming up here from Alpha 7.
Well, let's take a look then. Rolex has the AKM. He's going to be hearing the revive coming off. He's going to be pushing in. Is this Enigma as well? The MAC-10 up close, doing so much damage. And here it is, Abdul hitting the floor as well. What's going on here? It seems like Wildcard have it on lock, but maybe not for much longer. Alpha 7 still have the 1 player remaining as everyone else is downed here. But look at this. Spring, he's coming to say, look, mate, it's June. It's my time. Here I come. It's Lucas versus Spring in the 1 versus 1 for both of these squads here, as we're going to be seeing the side-by-side camp. Which player can try and get it for their squad? So much pressure on the shoulder of both these players as Spring comes for the elevated angle, lowers the grenade down to try and...
Pre-nade?
Ooh, no, these are pre-nades, these are smokes. It seems like he's going to try and go for the revive here and use that utility to try and soften the noise and try and slow down the push coming out from Lukatas. Try and go for that revive, but Spring...
XQ's here! XQ have showed up to the party. Oh, that is so tough for Spring and Lukitas. Here's HZL hopping on in. Spring, Smokes, throwing everything he can to try and survive right now. What a tough break for both these squads.
And Lukatas as well, he can just stay patiently here. It's just going to be Zyfan coming into inside his compound. Win that duel immediately. And now this is where XQ Gaming realize there's 2 different squads inside these compounds. And look, they're going to be leaving Spring alone. You can stay at the top of this building. Let's try and kill that player from Alpha 7. Spring has the smokes around, and there's so many kills going on in the background. This is so much action right now on our screens as, look at this, like a pack of dogs. XQ Gaming trying to hunt down Lukatas as Spring is just waiting patiently for them to kill his opposition. And here we have the grenades going in to try and supple him up. And
Got
just
him.
like that, he's done for. Alpha 7 out in 12th, but Spring is still alive and he's up against 3.
Oh, and it's not going to be easy. Got some good shots there. Oh, Spring having that IQ, knowing that that free fire is coming. He's going to have to make a big, big play. Not going to be easy, but HG's running out of his own. But hits some great, great shots right there. Yeah, I think Shifan learning that lesson. You know, you can't clear building solo. Never know if there's that one person in the closet. And yeah, XQ getting the flushes, but losing a major player early.
Down to just 10 teams. That little bit of 2 minutes of antics was so much going on in the foreground. Almost 2 or 3 teams that were taken out of the picture. And Xiaomei as well, maybe meeting that same fate as Team Solid are trying to fight back into this one. They have 2 players dead. They're at 4 kills overall, but with 9 teams left, they need to try and stay alive for better position points. As Ace join the fray here versus Trem Carreta, as they are down towards that ridge line. They're utilizing the rock here as a form of cover, just showing their heads and using the headshot angle to give themselves the advantage here in these firefights.
Them trying to make some big shots. Seneb got the grenade. Locked, loaded. He tries to hit it for 3. Will he hit it? Oh, so close right there. Trem trying to finish out Ace so they can hold this position to their own. Oh, trying to catch some toes. Will he get him?
Let's find out. Let's find out. It's down to just one of the players here as his teammate paralyzed. Is literally paralyzed as he is downed right now. It's all down to Quinn. Let's see what he can do.
Big shot.
Nothing, yeah, nothing at all. And we saw Team Solid as well that went out in 8th. It's Ace that are out in 7th. But Tribe, you mentioned before, they had the best position in terms of the circle being inside the center of it. Although, does that just mean they're at the focus point of all the teams?
They definitely are, but with having such a great position, and this team can hit some major shots, they're going to force all these other squads to kind of hit that lay down. But you saw Sixless laying down in the middle with the mini, getting a big knock. Memo with the nade. What a grenade onto XQ Gaming. Oh, this is getting intense.
Yeah, this really is. I don't think they realize towards the east as well. They've got, I believe it's the Pittsburgh Knights coming towards their side. And yes, it is. It's Pittsburgh Knight at the south side of the circle, but they're east towards Tribe. As just north of them, they've got 2 teams to deal with as well. It's Grunto Esports, and then behind them is Trem Carrera. As Team Queso trying to see what they can do here. They deploy their smokes. They try to just stay patiently here as they're waiting for more teams to die because we're at 6 teams remaining. So if they get into that top 3 and bank 10 points, they're going to be feeling positive.
Oh yeah, this is going to be huge right now. You got Grunto right in the middle of the zone right now, holding those 2 crates, and they got blown up vehicles surrounding them. Some good cover. We're looking at Seagut with the 6x M4. Tribe, such good shooters on their team, and they are working as a squad right now, but it depends where this next zone is gonna go. Will they be blessed, or will it hardship off them? We're about to find out right now.
Very true. You can see even before the minimap feed is there, you can see to the top right, this circle is about to commence into phase 6. And how elegantly that we see 6 teams remaining as we're waiting to see which one it shall be. Obviously, Tribe still have 4 players alive. They're trying to make it 2 for 2 in a row. Pittsburgh Knights want their first win here in the event. And as well for Grunto, Sixless is still alive, and he has a lot to prove here in this event.
Oh yeah, he's trying to make it big, and there you can see Senab with the grenade from downtown right now, and it looks like they are out of zone. Tribe got blessed. So Tribe, Grunto, and XQ are all gonna be in this. And that's putting the pressure right now on Trem Carreta Furacao to be able to take out Team Queso so they can move into zone.
Yeah, this is the problem though for Queso. They've already got a player down. They have to try and maneuver their way inside the zone, but they have no cover. There's no tree line, there's no rock line, there's no ridge line. All they have is potential smokes, but even so, yeah, Mystic is going to go down to Sam as well with that DMR from afar. And now 16 players left as Tribe have got this corner almost. They can see this 180 peripheral view where if anyone comes behind them, they know they're outside of the zone, so it's very unlikely as they would have saw them by now. So all they have to worry about is what's in front of them, and that's Grunto Esports.
All they gotta do is hit some big shots, and it looks like that is exactly what they are doing in their position. Right now, if you're Ayala over there from Team Queso, this is heal strat. You know, just go, get all the heals you can from your players surrounding you, dead bodies, and just try to heal your way up and get as much position as possible. And right now, if you're Sam and Tribe, you just gotta hit some big shots right now.
Yeah, you can see, obviously, Ayala trying to survive for as long as possible, but now there's only 5 teams left, as we saw. Not sure which team it was that went out in 6th, but either way, it does mean that just surviving as a lone wolf here for Team Queso is paying its dividends back. Oh, dearie me, Grunto, what's happening?
B2K with that DP, 6x hitting some big shots. Grunto just laid down right now. They have a really good cover, but with those smokes, they have no sight lines onto Trem. So Trem have to get into this zone right now. Oh, I mean, Grunto need to hold on.
Pittsburgh Knights out in 5th. This means that Team Queso are collecting ever more placement points here from their lone wolf Ayala, although eventually he will run out of band-aids. So what are we going to be left with? Which 3 teams? Yeah, there you have it. Queso are out of the picture. It's now down to our remaining 3. It's Trem Carrera, it's Tribe, it's Execute, and Grunto. Sorry, remaining 4. Please excuse me. But HZL, he's asking to be excused, but it's not going to happen. He's going to be falling down. And with that, so are XQ Gaming in 4th. And now we're down to the last 3. Carrera, Grunto, and Tribe. Who's your money on here, Jukes?
Oh, man, I mean, Tribe, they have the high ground right now, but my money's going to be on whoever gets this next zone, because that is going to be crucial right now. And I wonder where it is going to go, and it goes into the open field right now. Yeah. All these squads right now are going to have to make it right now. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Big fight between Grunto and Trem Carreta right now.
Let's see then, as they try to push out, using these smokes to their advantage, making just 2 left and right sides of the flank as they're trying to get round these crates and find a vantage point to spot out one of the players here from Grunto Esports. As Tribe are just waiting patiently, coming inside the circle. And yeah, as you said, a huge nade that lands onto Sixless, and the star player is down. It's all down to just Q and one more player here. Ran as well as he's going to be run over by the side of Trem Carrera. Whoa, what's going on here? How are they actually fighting back so well here?
Great shots right there. Great work there from Trem Carreta, able to finish it. But guess what? All that noise, that's free third-party time for Tribe. And here they come, trying to finish out Trem and get another big win. Oh, look at that undertoss molly right there.
It's going to be easy for King 8. I've seen him cut shapes in the Raven. Right now he's cutting through Trem Carrera with ease. He's going for more kills. He's got the Mac 10 up close. Swagwan just trying to see if he can enjoy his death row for a few more minutes, or a few more seconds, but no. King 8 say, have you seen my Instagram selfies? Now you have. There you have it. Tribe take it. Another chicken dinner, 2 in a row.
Tribe, and like you mentioned, King 8 cutting it up right there, getting 6 kills on his lonesome. The IGL, man, what a performance from Tribe today. I mean, we're talking like, what is their motto? Fear the Tribe, and you should after today, putting up crazy, crazy kills. What a performance from this team. 11 kills! Yeah, and the chicken dinner again.
Yeah, 31 points for Tribe. And we mentioned as well yesterday, I asked you about King A's an in-game leader, and here he is right now, leading by example. There's Carnage as well. We saw that's a very nice shot there that came out from Sam. Sam from Tribe being one of the best players we're seeing emerge here in the PMPL Americas.
Yeah, so much synergy between these players right now, having a tough time in the scrims, but come big money time, showing up in a big way here in day number 2. Can't wait to hear the analyst thoughts after this game.
Damn, Jukes, I thought you were hyping me up. You were saying big money time, and then you were going to say, it's Kyle Lars time.
Doesn't care about you.
No, apparently not. So it's our second...
Oh, come on now. I was like, that's the main analysis, Kalaris. Let's go.
So it's our second double, but it's our first back-to-back. That is big here, Jukes. As Tribe Gaming, I've just come out stomping today. It's truly been a tale of them today.
Without a doubt. I mean, they are crushing it so far. 17 kills, over 3,000 damage in just one game alone, and then finishing it off with a chicken dinner, big kills, and now another one with 11. It is just all Tribe Gaming here in day number 2.
That's a good point to mention, because they've had 2 chicken dinners, but think about the game where they had 17 kills and came, what, 3rd, I think it was? But they still won overall in terms of aggregate points, which is almost as if they've had, what, 3 chicken dinners today in a way in terms of points.
Yeah, they've ruled the roost. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will see you next time as we head on over to the analysis desk once again. I said the analysis desk. They're going to fly on in, and they're going to be the analysis screens here as I'm hosting all of the PMPL. 7, Dave, a back-to-back. Phenomenal stuff here by Tribe 7 to be able to get themselves that spot. They have the high ground again, and at the very end, it was free. That was a free win for them towards the end there.
Yeah. Man, you love to see it, especially from how they've been able to adapt from what they were doing in scrims. Trust me, this is one of the teams that I was personally very critical of, in a way that I wanted to go ahead and improve what they were doing, because I could see potential there, and it seems like they might have been able to see some of that stuff. They readjust. what we're seeing right now from them is what I expected from Kinge, Singat, and this squad. They're just at another level, getting a bunch of kills, man. I think they outperformed what Loops Esports did the first day here on the second day by being able at least to even get back-to-back wins too.
Yeah, mate, you're flabbergasted. You could barely get your words out at some point.
Bro,
you're so excited.
I'm happy
Tribe
for them.
Gaming. All right, let's take a look at the points as we have a lot coming in for Tribe up towards the top. 31 here. This potentially pushes them all the way up to number 1. And Dave was one position off, saving his damn mustache. Dave, talk to me. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Hey, Team Carreta, I mean, they were putting in the work this game. They were putting in the work. I believe it was circle number 5. Instead of just sending it on in through Milta, they all wrapped around the water, avoided all the conflicts, and then they popped up down there in Milta Power. So it was pretty good. And Swagwin at the end, grenade in their squad mate, making it a 1v4 pretty much against Tribe. You hate to see it, but at the end of the day, I mean, they were racking up the kills. 15 kills that game for Team Carreta. Technically, that's a win.
I mean, no, Dave. Don't Twitterverse. Do not let Dave get off on this lightly. But I do want to stick with you for a moment here, Dave, because Team Carreta, I was so impressed whilst we look at our 9th through 16 here. I was so impressed by their survivability more so than anything, because for me, east side of that road towards some of those final circles feels like a death sentence, but they were able to make it work with smokes and just being able to use the terrain, the lack of terrain even, to their advantage. It was great to see.
Yeah, and before having to make that push, they had a little 2-2 split on the coast of that water right there. They got crashed on by Ace, and they were able to defend against that. And then it was Sanab popping out there with a couple nice grenades onto Team Queso up there in the north. But, you know, like you mentioned, that zone just forcing them to cross the road. And, you know, who was across the road? It was Grunto, the Snakes in the crates, and they just hurt him too bad. They hurt him too bad. And Tribe doing exactly what they needed to do. They saw the kill feed was popping off. They didn't hesitate. They didn't wait. They just straight up sent it, like you saw King A underhand in that molly. That was a GG right there, and a good play from Tribe.
Yeah. Can we talk about who won the naming game, by the way? Swagwin, like walking like a cool penguin there for a moment. What a guy, what a guy. All right, let's take a look at the overall. I'll never do that again. Let's take a look at the points coming in, or I should say damage coming in here from Tribe. By no means was it the flashiest game. It's kind of not dissimilar to their previous win with 1,800 damage-ish. But 11 kills coming in, and they're able to pick up the knockouts from some of the other Team 7 coming into these situations.
Yeah, and it's something that we're seeing from a lot of teams, especially from Tribe here. As you can tell, they were only knocking 6 people, but they ended up with 11 kills. So that's a huge advantage from them. Another team I actually saw doing that was XQG, and I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that at some point. But XQG, I believe it was a wildcard in Alpha 7. XQG just came in and took out all the knocks, and they ended up just with a lot more kills without having to work for it that much. They ended up wiping those 2 teams, but I'm wondering why some of the teams, they just don't take the extra time to just finish those knocks if you're able to, and if you know that the other team is not nearby.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments of the game, and I have to echo your sentiments here, Seven. It was fantastic to see XQ actually rock up for that third party, and even small things like towards the end of the fight, smoking up the windows so nobody could actually see them to try and like get any kind of extra shots on in. That was cool stuff. Dave, what do you have for us here as we take a look at the highlights?
Yeah, checking out the highlights real quick. Sixless was knocked right there, but the revive was successful. So, you know, obviously we saw there at the end, Sixless in the crates towards the end, getting those placement points. And I believe we're going to see here in a moment, like Seven mentioned, Alpha 7 versus Wildcard. It was a grenade battle at first, and then Alpha 7 getting the initial knock, immediately making that push, Rolex breaching by themselves, getting taken down and flushed. And then it was just Spring versus Loquitas, and XQ, you know, just taking advantage of the situation.
Definitely so. Seven, what have you got?
And then right here we see Team Solid just taking advantage of the smokes, man. And that's something towards the end that we'll be able to see as well from Granto. I believe they were able to go ahead and knock Sanab and just thirst him. But right here, PK, making sure they push as much as they can. They get some kills. And XQG, the only player alive from XQG, trying to stay alive as long as possible, but sadly it didn't end up working out for him. And look at this, my boy, Sanab, the one I was talking about. He, I was hoping that we'd go ahead and show that play right there when he ended up just pushing into this into the smoke. And here, Dream Coretta, I really thought they were maybe gonna go ahead and just get that win for Dave. He was devastated that they were not able to get that win. Now that mustache just might come off.
He did say might, so we'll see what actually happens.
And Hot Jukes did say it was Mustache David, as Kalaris likes to put. I'm Mustache David. I don't know who the other guy is. Mustache David, I don't know what he said earlier on, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's take a look at the overall damage here from this lobby as well, as we can tally things up and compare it to what we actually saw coming out from Tribe. And, well, okay, what the earth? This really does show how well they utilized their location in the circles, because they were by no means the strongest place on the circles at all, but because they were the only ones over there, 7, to be able to utilize that kind of little lip over towards the water, I think that really gave them a wide breadth of being able to just pump out damage everywhere.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show to their strategy, right? If they don't really have to push for it, if they don't really have to shoot anybody, then just wait to see how it plays out, because he ended up playing out in their favor. And Trim Coretta, I think now that is a new record. 3,200 and I believe was 80 damage. That's insane, man. You would think with that kind of damage, you would think they ended up with kill. Sadly, the circle just didn't work in their favor.
Yeah, that sometimes happens. That sometimes happens. All right. Time for the final standings for today, and bear in mind here that we now have plenty of teams playing out some games. Some have played more than others, so do bear that in mind as well here. We still have plenty more days to come. Tribe have now tied with XQ up towards the top after both of those two playing 10 games. What is very interesting to me, though, when I look at this, is there's one team outlying here, Dave, when we actually look at how many matches have been played. Oh my God, Loops from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Loops have, like you said, only 5 games, and everyone else on the first page has 10 games, and they're still able to maintain that 7th place position with no chicken dinners underneath their belt.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy by them. So it's going to be exciting when we actually come back on Tuesday and Wednesday to see how they're going to be able to formulate their strategies moving on forwards. Here's our 11th through 20th as well. For our first 2 days of games, yesterday we saw Mazexis having a bit of a rough time, and today definitely B4 really having a rough run of it at 7, especially when we looked at things like scrims. I've seen them get wins there in the past, and it's been an unfortunate day, but again, it's going to be a reset day, I think.
Yeah, I think they just were getting super unlucky, maybe grenading themselves. I think at one point they ended up molotoving themselves. Unlucky stuff, but out of that teams that actually stuck out for me, it was Cloud9. I want to go ahead and see them just get kickstarted, man. Right now we're seeing, I'm not exactly sure. I don't think I'm seeing the Cloud9 that I'm used to, so hopefully Beowulf, Uneven, my boys can start picking it up in the next couple of days. And luckily for them, I don't think we're going to have any games tomorrow, so they can maybe take some time to readjust, see what they're doing wrong, see what their rotations might not be working, and I know hopefully they'll come as stronger on the next day.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the analyst highlights here from this game as well. As again, it's like opening presents for me. I'm not sure what you've got, but I'm about to find out. 7, what do we have? Oh, okay, I know this fight.
Yeah, you know exactly what was coming here. We had none other than Alpha 7 against Wildcard, and it was actually a very long fight, and something that you'll see is that even when they all knock each other, they still leave each other alive, which ended up being a huge plus for SQG. But when we get to that point, right now what they're trying to do is they're trying to see if who's going to get the first knock, because as soon as you get the first knock, or at least as soon as you get some of the damage, you're going to be able to go ahead and push up. And something that I actually love about Luquitas is that he decided to go ahead and readjust so he can get a different angle. That was beautiful to see, and now you see Wildcard just starting to push back. They have one player down. They're trying to figure out where are they going to go ahead and push up. Are they going to be pushing up from the windows? And if they do, which windows, right? Because there's so many windows on this, and look at this right here. So many players getting knocked right here. Wildcard and Alpha 7, they both in one building. All of the players are knocked down. Luquitas decides to go ahead and push up for that, but guess what's going to happen here? Spring comes up and tries to save his team. Give him a little bit more time. And something that actually surprised me is that Luquitas didn't even throw any grenades or anything else in that building especially towards where Wildcard would have been, right? He doesn't want to end up killing some of his teammates, so it was interesting to see. And meanwhile, during this commotion, guess who's waiting there? XQG just coming in and picking up some kills, as there is still a lot of players down, and that was just surprising for me to see. Hopefully in the future they'll learn something from this. Hopefully they'll try to go ahead and finish some of those kills. Dave, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, XQ, they were pretty much just scouting that fight. They were scouting the fight. They recognized in the kill feed all of the knocks, and like you said, they just push it. If I was Spring there, Spring though, giving away their position, I feel like Spring tossed maybe 2 smokes up there on the second story. XQ there focused on Luquitas for pretty much the better half of that engagement. Maybe if Spring was to maybe just hide in the bathroom, not make a sound, they might not have cleared it out, but then again, it's XQ. They like to clear out every single room. Unfortunate for both of those teams that, you know, XQ, they were just waiting to take advantage in third party of that fight.
Yeah, Luquitas, if he'd have been 1 or 2 seconds earlier to attack the gentleman that actually drove up, he would have probably been able to get him, and then that would have been the end of that fight, and then maybe they could have recovered for XQ. But I mean, that's how that's going to play out, right? Sometimes these things do happen, and XQ very much so the opportunists taking advantage of the situation. And gentlemen, that pretty much wraps things up for day number 2, our first 2 game days. How have you enjoyed yourself, Seven? It's been great, right?
I loved it, man. I love this stuff. Trust me, there's a reason why I always like to do esports, because the PUBG Mobile team esports always does a lot of stuff. Amazing stuff, especially with the graphics. Look at you, you're a hologram right now.
I'm not even real. I've told you this many times. I'm not even real. The other times you've met me, now you know my secret. I mean,
now I know.
There you go. All right, how about yourself, Dave? Enjoyed it?
Yeah. Hey, the real Kalaris, you know what gives it away? The real Kalaris would have on gold shoes, and I don't see the gold shoes. So I don't know. This hologram, I don't know about this hologram, but yeah, as far as the first 2 days go here, it's been pretty remarkable that a lot of these teams, you know, finishing off on the bottom half of the scrims last month, they are at the top right now. So that practice paying off so big for these squads. And like I said earlier on, you know what? It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. So I'm not really concerned with a lot of these squads. Now, once when we get to the end of maybe next week, there's going to be a big point gap in the leaderboard. Possibly that's up in the air. But with how things are shaping right now, we're starting to see some teams who are more consistent than others, such as Alpha 7, XQ, Tribe.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Hopefully they take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, we've seen good shakeups so far that are going to allow things to be open for future game days. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you for joining me. I will see you in a few days' time, and I will see everybody else at home in a few days' time as well, as we will be back on Tuesday, same time, same place, to bring you all of the action for day number 3, and we'll bring you extra groups as well to see who is going to be able to fight for those top spots. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in around the world. My name's Kyle Iris. I have been your host. A pleasure. I'll see you next time.